Boys, good morning. Dilly, Doss, Leon, Damien. Hey, Zwar, what up? Hope you're having a great day. Twitch wasn't showing any streams under Ashes for me, but I could see it on my follow channels. Nobody was streaming Ashes. So the game's down today and tomorrow, but despite it being down, we usually start out the days over here. We kind of hang out, yap a little bit about the week in review, so to say. Sometimes we'll have some good videos to watch from our friends, and it's a pretty chill day. We usually break off into some other games as well at a certain point throughout the day. But yeah. Tuesday, Wednesday, it is very common to see like legitimately nobody in the directory. Since I came over, I've been doing the downtimes here anyways, and there have been a few other days where like we saw other people in the directory, but hey, yo, Maximus, thank you for the 25 months, dude. Amused as fuck. It's a beautiful purple banana. Hey, and thank you for the 65-day streak. You're on fire. Man's been traveling, but still can't lose the streak. I appreciate you, dude. Minnie came in yesterday with the 54-month subby, and his streak was like 28. And Twitch shows me the streaks instead of the whatchamahoots. So I was like, oh shit, oops. Either way, George, what up, brother? How you doing today? Max, what you getting up to? It's a day. We've had a lot happen in Ashes this week, boys. Like a lot. I don't really know even how I necessarily like am processing everything. I want to kind of try to like feel out potentially where we're going with the changes. Second sexiest streamer after Sakror. I mean, listen, man. I've been lifting, I've been eating better, I've been using CeraVe on my face, I'm brushing, flossing, rinsing twice a day, and it's like, someday, I hope to hit, like, the physique of Asmongold, and, like, really just that physical aura. It's like, these little fucking pea shooters aren't doing shit, I need his cannons, right? I need his hair, his teeth, those few that remain. Yeah, he's got a lot of good going for him. He's got a lot of good going for him. You said that while Charlie's streaming? I love Charlie. Charlie doesn't know I exist. Actually, I raided him before and he was like, yo, Dusty, thanks for the raid. And that's about it. But he doesn't know I exist. He doesn't know I exist. You know who doesn't thank raids? T-Pain. T-Pain one time had like a few hundred viewers and I raided him with like 70 viewers and like he didn't even thank the raid. I was like, all right, dog. Like I understand one of us has like Grammys and shit, but like, damn, could have at least said thanks. Fuck. He probably doesn't even see Twitch noties though. I don't know. I don't know what's going through that noodle. So yeah, I heard new RuneScape game Dragon Wilds. What is this? You have a Grammy too, I'm sure. T-Pain's Grammy just sits on a shelf. Jesus Christ. That's actually kind of an absolute banger. My Grammy actually made me like a blanket. Yeah. RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I have it get very not low and order pizza. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely the best idea. How many subs to see Grammy's blanket? It's like in my living room. I just go get it. It's like a fucking heavy ass knit blanket. Yeah, it's just like a blue and red like heavy ass knit blanket. That's all. It's nothing like crazy, but that's all. It's just like it's heavy as fuck, so I like it. It's basically like a weighted blanket. You know what I mean? But yeah, is a solid blanket. This shit's been here since the 90s. It's heavy as fuck, though. I like heavy blankets. Hey! Thanks for the gifty, dude. You're a legend. Looks mint. Oh, yeah, that shit's nice. Hey, foul on. Congrats. Gifty for the blankie. Big gifty for the blankie. Let's still watching Charlie play, but it's RuneScape. RuneScape, but Valheim hype. Valheim, like. RuneScape, but Valheim, like. Weird. Like, I guess we have to watch a video about it. Is it like, it's just like a survival builder? Because it's like, I didn't really, I'm going to say this publicly. I never really played RuneScape. I have no shame. I played WoW since I was 8. I played Diablo 2 since I was 4. I was brought up a Blizzard boy. Now, Blizzard Activision, no. Blizzard. Blizzard. The true Blizzard. Not Blizzard Activision. Not Activision. Blizzard. That's what I was brought up on. So, I never played OSRS. I never played New RuneScape. I never played RS3 or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I just, like, not that I never did, right? But I got, like, maybe a good 50 hours in RuneScape at most, right? Maybe like 50. Maybe like 50. Emily's grandma made us these blankets. They're so warm and comfy. Cholula's stolen mine from him, though. No. At least Cholula's warm and comfy. Pretty much RS core. Is there like skills? Do the whole 1 to 99 skills. So it's like RuneScape with just like more like open world. What are we talking about? Conveniently, the 20th year Guild Wars 1 anniversary celebration starts today. I'll have something to do these next few days. The whole game's on sale for $8. Guild Wars 1 is $8. Good afternoon, Rusty. What you getting up to today, my friend? RuneScape was more AFK. This is more in-depth. See, that was one of the things that I didn't like about RuneScape, was that it was always like compared to WoW. Like, you gotta understand, like 2004 WoW, dog, compared to RuneScape. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Like, I know in hindsight, like, vanilla WoW was less good than TBC and Wrath. But, like, vanilla WoW was still fucking vanilla WoW. The PvP modes were so dumb and janky, and 13-year-old DOS was such a griefer. Oh, no. I always compared RuneScape to you. My God, I'm dying. Sorry. Yeah, I just... It never stuck with me, man. Like, I saw some YouTube content about RuneScape, but it never was the thing that pulled me in, you know what I mean? It was always WoW, but my brothers were playing WoW as well. So that's probably a good reason, like, why I was so present in Diablo and WoW and just didn't really do, like, what my friends did. But I basically did chores, so my parents would pay my sub, so... Yo, Emu, thank you for the 20 piece. The legendary 20 streak. And never minds, I didn't assassin necro buildings to sub on the points. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, what up, Wiz? Checked like 25 minutes ago. I was curious if you'd be online. Yeah, I stream every day. I was outside. It's been really nice the past couple days. So I just been like hanging out outside before streams and shit. I did all of my adulting yesterday. I cooked dinner like for the week after stream last night. So it's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. I've been getting a lot done. So this morning, I literally just like, I slept in. I woke up, I made some coffee, and I just did a whole lot of nothing. I sat outside, I photosynthesized a little bit, soaked up some sunlight, and from there, we were chilling. I did forget to take my multivitamin. Oh no. I might need a multivitamin run. I've been working like a madman this month and prep for next month, so I'm gonna take it easy. Hey, that's the good thing, man. That's the good thing. See, it's kind of funny because for May 1st, everyone's like, oh, I'm gonna take work off. I'm gonna take work off. And like, if I was like, yo, chat, I'm gonna take work off on May 1st, like, it would have a completely different connotation. So me, I'm actually like chilling now, so that way I can pick up more hours at work on May 1st for you guys. So it's like, it's the weird inverse. You know what I mean? I'll start streaming 12 instead of 10 hours, and then you guys will be here for it because you guys are taking the work off. It's a perfect storm.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Hey, Bose, what up, baby? How you been? How you been? Yo, what up, Drums? What's your hype level for P3? 1 out of 10? I mean, as just an MMO enjoyer, right? 12. Like, I think personally, whether it's an alpha, whether it's a beta, whether it's a launch, whether it's anything, like the shotgun start of like day 1, day 2, day 3 MMO experiences is one of the most unmatched feelings in any game for me. Just going out and seeing so many groups like fighting for spawns, going to a mob spawn, you're like, wow, this is too full, boys, we're going elsewhere. Trying to get ahead of the curve so you have like all of the accessibility. Like, features aside, roadmaps aside, implementations aside, just the actual excitement for a full shotgun MMO launch is like, that's what I'm excited for as an MMO enjoyer, you know what I mean? Systems wise, there are so many things that are coming throughout phase 3 that are going to be nice, like, you know, nice dopamine hits, nice progression the entire way throughout. And then by the end of phase 3, they want to have everything feature complete. So like, for me, I'm not even like, my biggest excitement isn't even like, oh my God, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for that. Like, I want duels. I want arenas. I want guild castles. I want more nodes, different elections. I get it. But like, the thought of logging in and seeing so many people in like Lionhold and Samia's Hope, all trying to spread out through the map and go where they can. Like, that's what I'm excited for, personally. And then once that passes, I'll be back on system excitement, stuff like that, right? But I think early on, like immediate systems things to be excited for. Like, I definitely think that we've got the Gathering, Refining, Crafting system reworks. We've got like the time to kill changes that'll be implemented upon further. Like, we have so many things that are going to be like further improved, further implemented upon, that like systems wise, of course, it's just going to continue to progress. It's an alpha. If it didn't continue to progress, we'd be fucked. So like, you know, my excitement for the systems is just like my excitement for the systems and the progression of the game. But like, I've been having so much fun with the population being low and everything being spread out, right, in terms of like what people are doing, what people need, that it's like with the new changes, the new gearing, the new everything. Oh my God, I can't wait. I can't wait. I think something worth discussing is, you think solo and dual spots will be a viable leveling path since so many full party spots will be contested? Yeah, I mean, but you also have to remember, depending on how many parties there are, you could see parties going to solo and duo spots because that's going to be the most optimal XP, right? So the way that I describe it is like percent optimal experience is only possible at 100% if you're completely uncontested, right? And so what I mean by that is, if you have a mob spawn that gives you 12 mobs that you can pull all at once, you kill them and they respawn shortly after, then that's going to be your 100% optimal XP output, right? If you have another group out there that's contesting 4 of your mobs out of the 12, you're now at 66% optimal XP output, and that's if you guys just split, right? That's if they take 4, you take the remaining 8, and you guys don't PvP, there's no griefing, there's no anything like that, right? So, with that being said, it's kind of like we're losing the optimal output of this mob spawn, so now we're going to go elsewhere where it may be like 70 to 80% like optimal output, but it's not going to be contested. So now you're going to have groups that are like, okay, well, instead of going to the best spot, knowing that everyone will go Coralock, everyone will be on Gobs, like those 2 leveling spots are going to be hot as fuck. It's going to be Coralock, it's going to be Gobs, and it's going to be Church Farm, right? That's it. There's no Oakenbane Keep until server prog hits. So like, you're not going to have that 12 to 17 gap at Oaken. So people will have to go to the tropics. People may go to the desert for a little bit of desert farm. Depending on what we get in the June Dark, they could go there. So we'll see a lot more spread. Important to remember too, we have effectively 4 times more space now than we did. Well, not now, but like after the June Dark is added, than we did for initial leveling for phase 2. So you'll have a lot more options. You'll have a lot more kind of like, I call them stress breaks, where you kind of like go out to a different area, get away from that like that player stress, right? That player friction, those highly populated areas. And you kind of like have that stress break where you're like, okay, like this area is too stressed. We stress break out here and then we level more optimally because we don't have to contest. And if you can find a stress break that's a good transitionary area, say you're level 6, you know church is going to be fucked, but you know at level 11 you can go out to the tropics and crab farm on the shore. So instead of churching, you're going to actually go over to the dock outside Highwayman Hills with your group and AoE pull humanoids, try to get more drops at the risk of losing a little bit of XP. And then you go out to crabs with better gear. People are contesting crabs. You kill them at crabs. Easy. Yo, what up, shouting from the sky? Is server up? Doesn't look so. So servers are down Tuesday, Wednesday for dev days for the rest of April. And then starting on May 1st, they come back up for good, right? So May 1st is going to be the start of phase 3. So we'll get fresh start servers there. No more Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, as close to 24/7 as possible. So I'm really excited for that. Really excited for that. They're going to open up more servers on May 1st. Yeah, fresh start servers. Freshies, freshies, freshies. So basically like the server structure going forward as we know it is going to kind of like look like this. So phase 2 servers are here. And that's your $110 pack. So these will become what are called like legacy servers after May 1st, right? So phase 3 servers open up on May 1st. That's your $100 pack. Fresh start servers here, and then there will be betas that run concurrently, like parallel 2 or alpha 2 servers. So that'll basically be like a whole different setup of everything. Hope to see many Chinese farmers. Why they gotta be Chinese farmers? What the heck? I hope to see all of the farmers. I need people to PvE so I don't have to. I don't discriminate against farmers shouting. I love all farmers equally. They're the backbone of the world. I need all of them. I'll give them employment with good representation, union rights, and fair wages. Come farm for Dusty. I'm telling you, man, I'm a good employer. The conditions are great. The nets on the windows are actually a little bit bouncier than your traditional like canvas nets. So if you do jump out, it kind of like bounces back, right? So it's like a little trampoline. On May 1st, will that server be the last wipe or a main server for the foreseeable future? So basically, this is going to be the main server for the foreseeable future. So this server stays up, but like right now you have kind of like 100% of the population here. When these servers open up, this will be the new wave, right? So this will be where that circle is black. This will be where pretty much everybody starts making their characters. So on May 1st, these servers open up, right? So this is May 1st, the start here. These servers will last over a year. So it'll be like our longest development phase. And this is where we're also going to get pretty much the entire game, right? So people look at the roadmap and they're like, oh, this got pushed back, this got pushed back, blah, 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 blah. The reason things got pushed back off the roadmap is so they could accelerate other things that were more important and they can just implement through the year plus phase 3. So definitely important to keep that in mind with progression, but we'll see a lot of the missing systems, pretty much everything get implemented upon through this. We'll see the game become feature complete by the end of this, hopefully, and then the betas will just be a polish according to Intrepid. So definitely going to be very, very, very heavily skewed towards these servers for phase 3. These will still be up, so they can still get character data. So say there's someone that's like, already leveled, I don't want to level again, like, that's perfectly okay. So they can stay on phase 2 servers, and then they could basically be the people who are getting the initial wave of data for Intrepid regarding kind of like the future patches, right? So that's the big breakdown there, and that's kind of like why they're leaving the phase 2 servers up as well, because even if 5% of the player base that's on phase 3 servers, like the fresh servers, go back to these legacy servers at some point, that's still going to give Intrepid a good amount of data, like much more than closing these servers would. So as a result, we'll be able to see the endgame content that comes out for 25 to 30 and those endgame areas get tweaked, get refined, become improved upon before we even hit there as organic levelers. So I'm pretty excited about that. I won't lie. I think that it is probably going to be the smoothest MMO experience that we've had yet, right? Phase 2 has felt very much like a playtest because it is a playtest. But I think as we go through Phase 3, you'll really start to get that like, okay, this is really feeling like an MMO. This system makes sense. I see how this is intertwined here. I see how this is all intertwined. And I really do think people will be excited throughout Phase 3. I think people will start to see more outward expansive changes too. And I do think that it's going to be a really good time for Ashes. It's just a matter of people understanding like prios change on certain implementations. Things can switch up, things can change at a moment's notice, but whenever something gets delayed, something else has typically got pushed up to fill that spot. So we've just got to realize as a community we are getting a ton of content, both back end and forward facing. It's only a matter of time. So yeah, I hope that helped. But yeah, we will definitely be going on Fresh Start servers on May 1st as a community. It's just too good of an opportunity like not to. You have the power scaling, you have the new economy with the gathering reworks that'll be in, you have new TTK, you have everything, man. You have everything. Hey, yo, Wiz. Thank you for the Prime, dude. I appreciate that. Much love, much love, much love. So I do kind of want to check out the new RuneScape trailer because chat's been talking about that. You guys have kind of got me like borderline intrigued as someone that never played RuneScape. So I don't really know like what this is supposed to be.
Adventure call.
I haven't followed shit about this.
You answered. And the
This is giving me like New World narrative.
Among them, an elite band of explorers, some of Gillinor's finest.
This is literally a male
bound
Grace
for
O'Malley.
Uncharted waters in pursuit of a legend.
Is this
Ashen
accent accurate?
Had only they known the danger.
This is literally New World's recent marketing with a male narrator instead of a female narrator. And I hated New World's marketing. They had like Grace O'Malley as like a character. And it was just not good. Difference between RuneScape and New World is it has actual lore. Wait, what do you mean? RuneScape has lore past you wash up on an island and nothing dies because that's what the island does? What? RuneScape thought of a story for their world building? That's insane. Wait, but what if RuneScape just built up no story whatsoever and then came up with a hot dommy mommy main protagonist, Isabella? Maybe. I guess it would be the antagonist, but she's a pro in my book. They have like books and shit. I mean, there are going to be books written about New World. It's going to be about the decline and the fall off of New World and how it was completely mishandled by the development team. But like, there will be books about New World. I guarantee that. It'll probably be used in case studies. People will reference it. Like, I think there will be some good data that comes out of like how hard New World fumbled their entire bag. Why is he Scottish? Maybe his name's Scott. He didn't introduce himself yet, Nelly. Maybe we should give him a chance. It's a PvE co-op? Wait, it's only PvE? Are you telling... There's no PvP? I mean, like, some PvE games can be really fun. But, like, if there's no PvP, like, whatsoever... I mean, not everything has to be PvP.
Winged death descended from the skies.
Right, we saw this in
Blades were
Jova.
drawn and spells cast.
I literally
But
fought
the
Firebrand
dragons
yesterday, you're not scaring me.
rained ruin.
They just didn't know the phases.
So
You have to kill the ads.
vanished into the wild. They adapted.
They haven't watched Stream Chat.
endured, wielded magic, sharp as steel, wits keen as arrows, always searching for a way to call for aid. And
Chad, they took hunting and cutting down trees. They want to be Ashes of Creation so fucking bad, it's crazy. They want to be us. Hunting and cutting down trees is literally copycat. Literally copycat.
at last, they found it.
That's crazy.
The heroes are on their way.
They
And
even
the
took magic.
dragons?
Look.
They'll never see it coming.
We have dragons. We have magic. I even saw swords. Trees. Yup. We have trees. Was that an active gathering skill? The sandaled one has foretold the legend of the active gathering skills. That's kind of cool. I don't know how I feel about like how the building looks so floaty. Oh, the movement looks so slow. It's a momentum stop. Watch the dodge. So you see how your character has to get up and it kind of like slows you down and it's more of like an up down. So that's going to be a momentum stop dodge. So that's going to be like a really bad form of movement. I don't know how their jump will be, but your jump will probably be better movement than your dodge. So something really important to look at with dodge mechanics is if it brings you like horizontal or if it brings you vertical in terms of your movement, kind of like a loop down. So with this one, you see how all of your momentum is up and then down and then your roll takes you here to here and then you stand up. So that's basically going to have your character momentum in a V, kind of like a bouncing ball. Whereas you want it to be like a spinning ball that hits and then pew. And like that's where you want your like good momentum to come from. This is going to be a really boring movement system, at least off of the dodge, because I don't think you'll be able to chain a lot with it. But that's just off of like one cinematic dodge. I'm trying to formulate their entire movement system. It's not going to be entirely possible there, but I buy ashes and decide to dedicate life. Yes, you're not allowed to leave your chair anymore. Just keep in mind, it's still 2 days until ashes comes back up. Gonna be interesting seeing so many guilds pushed onto the new server. Who do you expect to be some of the top contenders? I mean, honestly, in terms of like an like powerful ahead of the curve sense, you're just going to see everybody with like phase 2 experience and knowledge be ahead of the phase 3 players. So you'll see like more tiers shape up, right? So instead of just having like 3 guilds on each server that are good, you'll have your S tier guilds, then you'll have your A tier guilds, your B tier guilds, your C tier guilds, and then you'll have your new guilds. Where it's like, these guys have no chance in PvP right now. They've got to learn. They've got to get better. Just like a lot of the new guilds had to in P2. So not only is Ashes like a big knowledge game in terms of like getting ahead of the curve, getting access to all the materials that you need, all the gear, all the farmables, right? But it's also strength in numbers. So if you are a guild that has 100 people and they all know what they're doing, they all level quicker than a guild that has 200 people, but they're new. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to level. They don't know how to gear. They don't know what items to chase down. Your guild will be able to 1v3 every single person in their other guild as long as your guild's geared and good at the game. So there's definitely a level of knowledge gap. So with that being said, I think what we'll see is the super strong like guilds from phase 2 will probably form one super community to take on like the big incoming Zerg guilds that phase 3 will bring. Because just like phase 2 did, more people came in, tried it out, more communities tried it out, and it expanded like the player base a lot. So with phase 3 coming in, you're going to have those people that bring in very large communities, very competitive communities, and they're like, all right, we're PvPers now, you guys all suck. And eventually you'll see this take of like P2 versus the world, right? So you'll have most of, if not all, of your super strong, super powerful phase 2 guilds group up, they make a huge alliance on the same server, and then they try to like super server against the other super powerful guilds. So then you'll have, if they do open up multiple servers, which I think they'll have to. I don't think dynamic gridding is a 1-to-1 where they can just mega server. I don't. Not in its current state, from what we've heard. It's not even pushed to PTR yet. So with that being said, I would assume server cap is probably going to be somewhere between 6 to 8K if they're trying to slowly expand it. I don't think we'll be up to 10K. We haven't heard anything about server cap expansions in terms of population. So I'm assuming that they're probably going to open up multiple fresh start servers. You'll have, keep in mind, I'm in a PvP guild summit right now. So I'll have the word on where every single PvP guild is going in the game. And then past that, I'll basically be able to be like, all right, do we want to go over there? Do we want to try to like, you know, make a name for ourselves there? Or do we want to go to another server where we can kind of like have the experience that those guilds had this one, like this phase, right? Where you're like ahead of the curve, you're in an environment where you actually get to like practice your end game loop, become familiar with that. Because right now it's not necessarily about like all of the ongoing comp. It's about like being able to get better. With that being said, if you aren't where there's any comp and it's free farm, then you're not going to get better because it'll just be an echo chamber of nobody being able to connect you. So I'm trying to basically figure out like where that happy medium is, right? So there will be some options as we get more info about what new servers will be where. We don't really know how many servers, server cap, like how they'll be opening them up, like what it's going to look like. We don't know shit. So I'm sure that'll probably be in like the end of month dev stream this month, but I don't know. We haven't heard much. Moin Tarvo, postpone Dune Awakening until June, right? I thought P3 was going to be one server. You have to remember their goal for launch server cap is 10,000, right? Unless something miraculous happens with dynamic gridding technology that's a full miraculous breakthrough that allows them to surpass that. The latest that we've heard is a 10,000 concurrent player cap on a server. There have been over 130,000 unique player logins for Alpha 2 Phase 2. There are Wave 3 key holders, people who had prior keys that didn't play yet, and you also have to remember, nothing's been spent on marketing. No massive content creators other than Pirate Software and Summit for like a day and a half have really played Ashes during Phase 2. So we have to remember, the second the Asmongler comes in, he's going to bring a few thousand people with him, no matter where he goes. Like, he will have an actual Zerg army that is willing to spend $100 to just come in and grief him and follow him around all day. But if like 3 massive content creators come in, we have to remember, like, Pirate Software's community is fucking massive. The entire server of Lilith for a while was built around like, is Pirate online? Is Pirate offline? If yes and if no, those are 2 different types of gameplay on that server. And there are going to be a lot of massive content creators that come in that have multiplicatively more viewers, more footprint, more everything than I do or anyone else in this directory has. So if they do go one server, 6 to 8K concurrent player cap, we're going to have a never-ending queue the first week where nobody will be able to get in. We're going to have the entire server gridlocked. I don't think they can. Not yet anyways. Yo, what up, Meta? How are you? I'm doing fantastic, brother. I hope you're doing well too. It's like 60 degrees out today. I got the windows open, so it's nice. Real cap for CZU will be how well their dynamic gridding works. How many resources they can assign per server without burning a hole in their pockets. So dynamic gridding's not ready for live, Tarvo. That's what I was just saying, which is why they will not be anywhere near 1 mega server for phase 3 launch in 2 weeks. Dynamic gridding is on like a very, 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 very low dev branch right now that hasn't even made its way up to PTR in terms of like the active that they want to implement. Like we got confirmation a couple days ago that it's still on that dev branch. So like it is still low in development. It's being worked on as a high priority, but like it seems like it's a long way out. I would say they'll probably do like segmented dynamic gridding tests throughout phase 3, but I don't really know where people came up with the idea of 1 mega server, and it's probably the same place where people heard Steven say that we're merging Lilith and Vyra. Like, I feel like people just kind of like make stuff up. I'm not gonna lie, nothing's been even like uttered about a server merge. Now, with that being said, I think it's possible that there's a server merge because Lilith and Vyra's pops will die out, but nothing's been said about that. Somebody was probably just like, oh yeah, like this might happen. And then everyone was just like, oh, I heard this is happening. Like the world's worst game of telephone. So yeah, like there's been no talk of a mega server other than players going, we want a mega server. There's been no talk of server merges, nothing from a like official dev branches that has been public. So unless somebody has like broken an NDA to reveal to a big streamer that like something is coming up that will greatly change the server structure, I don't think so. I don't really think like people would be willing to break their NDA as an employee just to tell somebody with 8,000 viewers that something cool is happening with servers and risk their entire career. I have a hard time believing that. Yo, what up, Oshak? How you doing, baby? RuneScape? RuneScape. Yeah, I never played RuneScape, so we were checking out the Dragon Wilds trailer, and I might have just lost all interest based on, like, the dodge. Back in December when they made a temp one-day server to test certain things, it was almost impossible to get it out of line hold without everything crashing, even with all the development, and they're ready for that full time. Oh no, but I mean, you have to remember, like, even on Rogue launch, that was on live and people were still crashing in the start. Like, I think anytime there's a shotgun start in MMOs, it's always going to get hairy. New World had a lower player cap post-launch than Ashes does right now per server. Keep in mind, New World was like 2,000 players per server, and New World servers were fucking full locked. Rogue says hi. Hi. I hope you guys are having a good day. But yeah, it's just, I'm not surprised with them forcing a 6K cap this early that shit gets like hairy with shotgun starts. And I also think that it'll probably get hairy with a shotgun start on May 1st, which is why I'm also planning to go Samia's Hope, because Samia's Hope is literally just better. Better. We already discussed server merges and how they intend to do them in the future. How have they talked about wanting to do them? Because I haven't heard anything from any like official dev channel since I've been here regarding server merge infrastructure. So maybe that was like longer out since I've been here. Only servers that share the same time zone will be merged together. Server with the lower population will be merged into the server with the higher population. Players from the weaker server will be provided the opportunity to change their character names during the merger. Oh, that's so bad. Ain't no way they're just basing it off of population. Oh, no. Oh, that's so gross. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the worst case scenario, like Tarvo said. Yo, what up, Yurik? How you doing, my friend? There are two options for player-owned land and property depending on the size and the difference in size of the two servers. For equal-sized servers, property ownership will be reset for both servers, requiring all players to reestablish property ownership. For merges into a stronger server, only the players coming from the weaker server will be required to establish property ownership. Oh, that's so messy. Oh, that's a bad system. Oh, no. So basically, that's kind of what happened with New World with towns as well. And there were player ownable towns and like guild ownable towns in New World, right? And anytime like servers were merged, there was a server being merged into and the server being merged from, right? And like the servers that were being moved into another server were basically like, hey, fuck you, you're losing all your towns. You get like a spit worth of gold as compensation for your company. And it literally forced companies to quit the game. Anytime there were merges, people quit the game. Because like people take their server like positions because they want to avoid or play with or, you know, go that route, right? With certain people. I just, especially with different states of server progression, it's not like New World where every one of your territories is going to be maxed out with everything available. Everything server to server is different. I think the second they're forced to start merging servers, population, granted, like pop atrophy isn't an emphasis in alpha, but like with how dynamic every single server state is, and keep in mind long-term how bad of an idea that's going to be. Imagine server 1, the host server, has one religious metropolis, and server 2, the server being merged from, has 2 religious metropolis, right? Metropolises, if you will. And they have exclusive loot that they could only farm out of those religious procedurally generated dungeons that no longer becomes available. Now your entire economy on a merge server is completely fucked because you have a finite number of pieces of like something that is no longer ever available again. All of Ash's systems start to get fucky as soon as you merge servers long term. I think that is a worst case scenario. I think they would be better off to completely wipe 2 servers and then just make a new server and be like, hey, sorry, you got to reroll. I won't lie. Yo, what up, Papa Choppa? When did servers come back? Thursday. Hello, Kilimanjaro. Could be fun to roll up on a new server with the boys and take over a node. I don't really think that's going to go the way that you think it's going to go, though. I really don't. Like, everyone thought that in New World as well, but I don't think so. It's a crazy take. I mean, it's a completely realistic take. Every single server state is completely unique. The economy would be more fucked up long term by introducing like one of X finite items into the economy, because it would completely destroy the economy of that server. Non-attainable items existing in a server economy is not healthy at all, right? And your entire server econ would be fucked because you're building around those items that are one of X only achievable on a dead server that's never coming back. Like, your entire economy is fucked. Like, across the board. It kills both servers. It does. Imagine spending thousands of hours for your server to eventually die, then be told to restart. I mean, imagine spending thousands of hours for your server to die, and then you get merged into another server that's higher population, that has stronger, more developed metas, more gold floating throughout, better geared people, and then you just get hard farmed off the server anyways. I mean, like, to bring personal experience into this, New World went through server merges multiple times a season because of their pop atrophying. And you want to know what made the population atrophy even quicker? Server merges. People specifically putting their company on a server to get content in the way that they want to, and then being forced into a server that they never signed up for against companies that were way more competitive than they were, so they didn't get to play the game. People choose their servers because of specific reasons for their communities. The second you start like forcing that, it's rough. Who's placing top 3 in an Ashes content creator PvP Royale? Are there 3 Ashes content creators? What are you gonna do? Get all of us in a room at once? How the fuck are you gonna do that? We'll get Lazy Peon, we'll get Pirate Software, and we'll get, I don't know, I'm sure like Force Gaming's made a video or something. Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Better die fighting than be told sorry for your poor RNG character dead. I mean, I get that. Large servers merge into small servers, that would be interesting. Yeah, but then you lose the entire large server infrastructure, right? So there's so much more than just populace. And that still doesn't account for like one of X exclusive items that are never attainable anymore, never existing anymore. Like, I don't think merges are a viable thing with how different Ashes servers are server to server. You could have progression states that are just unachievable. Like, what about no server merges, but having the option to character transfer individually? Kills servers as well. They had the same thing in New World where you would pay $15 to transfer your character. You could also transfer cross-region until they disabled it. Entire servers literally died because, keep in mind, they would merge servers and then people would just transfer off of the merged server to get off of that merged server if they didn't like it and didn't want to stay. And then the merged servers would have to get merged again because the merged servers would die. It's the second you start allowing people to transfer their character freely or even pay for it, or you force characters into a different server, it takes away like the character choice. It takes away everything that that character has built towards and that player has built towards. Like, server merges are the worst case scenario always. Always. Especially when you factor in every single server having a different progression state, different items available, different nodes leveled in different places that have different allocations of buildings. You could have certain things that legitimately never are built up. Could I become unattainable if the node giving access to the content gets sieged? That is true. That is very true. What I wonder too, I've actually thought about this a little bit. If a T6 religious node does get sieged and then it's built back up to T6, since that's a procedurally generated dungeon, do you think we would see the same exact dungeon regenerated? Or do you think that it would like re-roll that dungeon? That is actually one thing I've thought about. No, that is a good call. That is a good call. Think about Hype Dash will be first 6 months of release. It's completely unrealistic for those servers to live on as the player numbers drop. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Like, player numbers will drop, but you have to remember that for example, right now, we have 6,000 player cap servers times 3, including a Lotharia. That's capacity for 18,000 players. We've had over 130,000 unique player logins as of a couple months ago, according to Steven, in Alpha 2 Phase 2, where player retention is not an emphasis, the endgame loop is not in, and nothing like that is in, right? So if they make, say we have hypothetically 100,000 players, and they make 10 servers that are all 10K cap. So every single one of those 100,000 max players, right, can get on at the same time. Servers will feel dead. They'll actually feel like crazy. But if they have 6 for those 100,000 players, right? If all 100,000 log in at the same time, then your servers will be over pop cap. That's where queues come in. There's a healthy balance to like where you want queues and over pop to account for that fall off. And that's stuff that they've probably extrapolated like so many times, right? That it's like, that's more of a back end them thing. I don't know their projected player base numbers. It could very well be a total of 250K plus unique logins that they're targeting within the first couple weeks. We don't really know. So what we have to account for is all of those players potentially logging in at once. How many concurrent players do you expect upon release? Like phase 3 release, May 1st. Concurrent, I really wouldn't be shocked to see like, again, I don't know how many like keys they've sold for wave 3. And that's going to be like a big thing. Not phase 3, I'm saying actually. Too early to tell. I would literally be giving you better information if I bent over and farted into my microphone than if I tried to like make up a number for launch. Too many things to tell. The MMO scene could pop off and like something could bring a myriad of players into the MMO scene for a year and a half and then they all switch over here and it could be 7 million. It probably won't. It could, you know, kind of like fizzle out and settle at like 50K, less than that, pretty much everything. So 1.5K concurrent, calling it now. Closest without going over, Bohan Glace. No, I mean, realistically, I think we could probably see 50 to 75K for P3, but I also don't think P3 launch day will be like, can I paste a link to buy the Alpha 2 access key? This one. There you go. But basically, I don't know. I can see 50 to 75K. I don't think that day one will be the population cap, like the population peak. I think that it'll probably be like a few days after, because the way the games work right now, it's almost like a splash that leads to a tsunami, right? So with that, you have your initial splash. That's your drop, right? That's when the game goes live or the phase goes live or anything like that. And providing that splash carries momentum, that wave starts to generate force outward, right? So you have a couple content creators that show it. The game looks really good when the content creators show it. Their community see it, and then they also kind of like spread that out, right? So then you have multiple waves of people that are like, oh, this looks pretty solid. I'm gonna check it out. And then out of nowhere, instead of it being my stream where like 4 people are like, I'll hop in, you have it be like Pirate Software or Asmongold or Summit or anyone like that, where it's hundreds of people at a time that go, oh, I'll hop in. They each tell 10 other people about it, and they're like, hey, hop in, try it out. You get a refund if you don't like it within 90 days. And then you have that true like momentum buildup. So I think that's what'll happen. If phase 3 launch is smooth and people do come in and show it off, that's kind of where we'll see like the large populace boom in P3. Mayors from smaller server automatically siege declare on their node in the new server. World is lawless until sieges conclude. Full lawless world would be fucking insane. Do you think the servers will empty with a 10K player cap when we have the whole map available? It's currently 6K players on the quarter of the map. It's like 2.4 times the density it'll be when the game comes out. I don't really think so, because you'll have population density like spikes as well. Keep in mind that people are more likely to be evenly distributed throughout the current existing map because everything's on a tier 3 base. There's no incentivization to really go to New Ayla over Winstead over anything else, unless you want to shorten your run by a little bit. But as different tiers of nodes, different node progression in different areas comes out, you have different kind of like node layouts in different biomes as well. You'll have like population hubs, right? Like a T6 Metropolis is going to be the most populated node. So like you'll have those areas of huge opt-in density where you go to that area, that node, and it's like it's bustling with players. If you're someone who wants that, then you can be a citizen there and opt into more node wars, more node sieges, more intense node sieges, more intense node wars. And basically like all of that comes with living in the city. And then if you are someone who's like, this is too much for me, you'll be able to cognitively make the decision. I want to go out to the Willy Wax. I want to go get a log cabin out in Frostgrave Fells where nobody is, right? So you go out there, it's not populated, and you can kind of like make that decision of how you want things to feel. Past that, I don't really think Ashes will feel like empty compared to many MMOs at all, because we have to remember how heavily like open world based Ashes is. It's not something that's going to be like pulling everybody out. Hey, Kumsey, thank you for the 2 months. You got your banana back. I appreciate you, dude. So like,
banana?
You've got it. So we have to remember a lot of MMOs right now are like pulling people out of the open world into instances, into areas that they're not really interacting with other people. So Ashes is really built. Granted, there will be the 20% instance dungeon content. Like there will be arenas that are instance, but like it's heavily open world, right? And for that reason, I think that it won't really feel empty. It won't really feel dead. Launch of Ashes will probably be overhyped, leading to a peak of inflated expectation, followed by a phase of disillusion. Afterward, there might be a peak again, maybe a new content update, and from there, everything continues to grow. I don't really think it'll be overhyped, Tarvo. Like, you've got to realize Ashes is not a game that's publicly well perceived and has like the IP backup like a Dune Awakening to actually build the hype. Ashes is perceived as a scam and a fake game that's never coming out. We'll call a spade a spade. That's what people outside of Ashes think. We have multiple people a day that come in and they're like, hey, this game ever coming out? Is this stuck in alpha? Star Citizen. Like, people don't like Ashes. People don't want Ashes to be good. This game is going to come out and it's going to be like when you break up with somebody, right? Because they're ugly and fat and stupid. And then you see them a year later and they're hot, sexy, and smart. And you're like, what did I do? What? Oh no. And that's what it's going to be. It's not going to be like, oh my God, Ashes, I've been waiting on this. People are going to be like, this game's finally fucking launching. Fuck this game. It's going to suck. And then it's going to come out and they're going to go, wait, why does this look like it doesn't suck? Like, it's that flipped script. Now, Dune, because Dune is Dune, they just fucking delayed it until June. June. Like, but because it's Dune, people go, oh, it's okay. It's all good. Path of Exile 2. Even though they lied and said 6-month early access just needs minor tweaks, they have no fucking idea how to finish their game right now. But everyone goes, oh, it's Path of Exile. They'll be okay. Like, what are we doing? The Riot MMO went completely dark and lost most of their team to other projects, and people go, well, I can't wait for the Riot MMO. No, people are fucking stupid because of IP recognition. That is entirely it. That's entirely it. That is like so many IPs get away with literal video game murder because they are big IPs. Ashes gives you a 90-day period where you get your money back on your fucking alpha access. What'd PoE do for the players that wanted 6 months of EA and then got told that it's going to be a year plus? What did Grinding Gear Games offer? Did they say, hey, if you guys want to get out, we'll give you your money back? No, you're stuck. They got your money. You're never getting that back. I played PoE 2 a few weeks. I never played again. RIP my money. It's gone. They introduced loot boxes. Yup. But Ash is a bad guy. Ash is a scam. Think about that for a second. You can get money back during alpha. You have 90 days with your Ashes alpha purchase, where if you're unhappy with the alpha, no matter how many hours you played, you can get a full refund. Yes. Yes. Now, obviously, you can't keep playing if you get your money back, but like, they offer a 90-day full refund. Hey, what up, Ty? How you doing, brother? Bo said, my question is, Ashes load the whole map at once for the player? Does it load what I can see? What loads the entire map at once? Does Ashes do that or the cone you can see? It's kind of like a render in, render out distance for the player. So that's why there's the memory leak right now. I don't know like all of the backend stuff, but essentially what happens with the memory leak and why your game performance degrades over time is like it's supposed to render out the stuff behind you, and that's not supposed to be like allocated to you anymore. But basically like what's happening is part of your memory is staying behind, like dedicated to that. And then as you move, you have less and less memory because it's like snail trailing, right? So that's kind of my understanding of how it's supposed to work versus how it's currently working with the memory leak. I think it's basically like a bubble around your character, I want to say, but I'm not a net coding expert by any means. I just kind of like go off of what I think I know, and that could be entirely wrong, but to my understanding, it's a bubble around the character. Upon release, very likely Ash is one of the biggest MMO releases because of ambitious systems, cheap entry, and lack of other projects in the space that we know so far. I would struggle to agree. I very much love Ashes and think it'll be great, but the MMO scene is at an all-time low population, both in terms of like Twitch viewership, player base, like excitement for the future, pretty much everything else. Like, it's not like this is peak WoW or peak COVID, like during COVID when New World dropped, when everyone was inside, everyone was gaming. The MMO player base is an aging player base that continues to decline because there hasn't been an MMO that's broken into like the next generation yet. And we've got to remember, like, this isn't the peak time for gaming. This isn't the peak time for Twitch viewership. This really, like, gaming has declined in the past like 3 or 4 years, pretty substantially, especially MMOs. WoW raced to world first during the final boss kill. Granted, that was fucking scrapped, right? Because the 10% just fell over. But like Race to World First had 20% of the viewership of the previous Race to World First at the time of the final boss dying. That's usually retail WoW's biggest event. And it had 1/5 of the viewership that the previous Race to World First had. It's bad. It's bad. MMOs, and keep in mind, most WoW viewership was just carried by OnlyFans. If OnlyFans wasn't in WoW, I don't think WoW is a top 10 directory game anymore. I don't know what it's sitting at right now, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. The link is broken. What do you mean the link is broken? How much is that because add-ons have ruined the game? I mean, so in all fairness, Race to World First, like that is slightly a cherry-pick statistic because Race to World First was also absolutely botched because on the 100th pull, the final boss died from 10% with just no other mechanics. Like the boss died and everyone went, is that it? Like they didn't know to celebrate because it just kind of like, imagine we were in a fight and then I just stopped hitting you back and you just kicked the shit out of me until I died and you were like, is that it? Well, I thought he was going to fight back. That's what the Race to World First final boss kill was. Like, people were literally going, did we do it? Like, they didn't know if the boss was going to res. They didn't know if it was a bug. But 100 pulls on the final boss for Race to World First. And it was full cooked. Yo, what a big night. Instead of giving everybody 10 lows instead of fucking over from the beginning. Oh yeah, Pee-wee sucks. Pee-wee sucks. Downtime day, just yapping all day. Are gonna play something later. I usually yap a good bit of the day and then sometimes play things, but to be fair, WoW raids are boring to watch. I mean, it's all personal preference. Like, Race to World First is statistically the biggest viewership in WoW. Like, that's personal preference or anything aside. I'm speaking off of numbers, statistics, and like figures that are inarguable. Race to World First is always WoW's, like retail WoW's biggest peak. That's just how it is. And then WoW as a whole was carried by OnlyFans. Not transmog comp. Unfortunately, no. Race to World First usually draws much more total viewership for World of Warcraft. But my transmog competitions and Ashes are gonna go hard. I did do transmog comps in New World, and those went fucking crazy. We had the full like walk in. We had like the fashion show vibes, the runway. Oh, it was good. It was good. Yeah, what up, T? Is Dune Game butt cheek? Yeah. What up, Zine? Dune Game has been butt cheek. Dune Game has been butt cheek. I watched a review from somebody that had like played a decent amount, had some access, was flown out to like actually play at the stew and shit. And within the first 33 seconds of the video, they said, there are a couple of things in Dune right now that are of concern to me. Number one, the combat's very clunky. And number two, the game just kind of runs like shit. And I was like, well, that's two of the most important parts of any game. More first impression video than a review. I think a first impression video is a review because you're reviewing your time playing it for the first time. I think that's the same thing. You're just basically saying like first time versus second time playing it. I think they're very, very synonymous. He was flown out to actually play a closed build of the game that was supposed to be further progressed as well. And it just wasn't good. Wasn't good. Dune does not run bad. They have a whole optimization test to benchmark your settings to min-max it. I wish that I heard that on like a large scale from anyone else and like saw it, but like literally everything that we look at, everything that we see, everything that we hear is like the combat's janky and it runs bad, man. And I just, again, those are two core things. And then you look at the movement and the movement's also shit. I don't know. When I try to buy the key, appear with page not found. We can't find the page you're looking for. The page is either missing or no longer exists. Oh, the website might be down right now because of the downtime. So because the Ashes servers are down, the website might be down too. Now that I think of it, sometimes they take the entire website down. Put it on an aging PC, not saying the game's good, but runs smooth. Yeah. I mean, at least that's good for it. As long as people are able to get it to run smooth with customization, that's a good step. Regardless, if it's a combat-based game and people are out there saying the combat's bad, janky, and it looks bad when it's actually shown, that's not good. That's not good. Like, I can get on Ash's website. Interesting. For example, this RuneScape game. We're watching the trailer just minding our own business, and then I saw this god-awful dodge animation. Ready? So you guys know I'm a movement freak and a momentum carry enjoyer. Watch how bad this dodge is. Ready? The movement looks so bad. Like, you jump up in the air and then like go straight down and stop all of your character momentum. Ready? You land completely flat and then you just stand straight up without actually rolling. It's like, it's so incredibly quick. And it actually doesn't take you, like, anywhere. Are you able to share the PvP Summit Discord? No. No, I'm not. That's for, that is run by somebody else for guild leads only. I believe that's run by the Fed people and, like, some of the Vira people. But no, I'm not able to share any of that. That's all, like, lock and key. I don't know. I just don't like that momentum stop. But yeah. That was one of my biggest things. Like, this is not Dune, by the way. This is RuneScape. But like something as simple as like, oh shit, this movement's bad, dude. It can just kill games for me. Like, and that's always personal preference too. But for me, it's like combat, movement, and fluidity, right? How are those things? And if they're not good, then I'm not fucking playing it. I'm not fucking doing it. If you like Conan Exiles, you'll like this game. It's Conan Combat. I never played Conan. Or are you talking about Dune? Because, like, Dune Combat looks like ass. I could literally pull up, like, gameplay POVs of Dune Combat, and it's ass. And in PvE, everything that we've seen just gets stagger locked. Like, completely stagger locked. Remember when they had the legs move independently from the torso in early combat tests? Like a tank in its turret. Jesus Christ. I wanted Dune to be good. Looks trash. So, I think part of like what is going to be a struggle for Dune is that they're marketed to the wrong community and like changed up their marketing and their direction. Like they marketed to the MMO community and it was like Dune MMO, Dune MMO, Dune MMO. And then like a couple months before the game was supposed to launch, they realized that it's not actually an MMO and that it's an open world survival similar to like Once Human. It's literally like Once Dunin, right? And so they realized that. And then they tried to switch up their marketing. And they were like, oh, like this is like survival multiplayer, survival multiplayer, survival multiplayer. The only issue is they've spent years projecting it as like an MMO. Yo, Kilimanjaro, thank you for the follow. The follow. Thank you for the primer, dude. Much love, much love, much love. I'm still waking up. But yeah, so like now they're going from like this is the Dune MMO and appealing to the MMO audience to the survival combat or like multiplayer survival combat audience, which is like a completely different audience. There's very little carryover between those two things and those two gameplay modes. And like, I think as a result, people will get into it going, oh, the Dune MMO, let's go bring our MMO group over there. And then they get into it and they're like, this is not an MMO, what the fuck? What do you mean? And it's just, it might be multiplayer, but it's not an MMO at its core. So, I think Dune's best case scenario is that it has a high pop on rip. Pew! Just plummets because people are going to be like, oh shit, this isn't an MMO. And then it kind of stabilizes with like the core player base. And then with a couple good updates, it could potentially pull from like the Once Human player base and stuff like that and start climbing again to a good spot within its rightful genre. But it's not a fucking MMO. It's not. It was not meant to be an MMO. I don't know why it was marketed as an MMO. That is like me saying, make sure you guys show up today because I'm going to have some big fat voluptuous titties in a hot tub for you. If I market that and then you guys show up and there are no big fat voluptuous titties in a hot tub, you're going to be pretty upset with me. And I think people are going to be pretty upset with Dune realizing that the MMO titties that they thought they were going to have are not quite MMO titties. Those are just man boobas. That's just another survival multiplayer. It's literally Once Human with sand. That's my synopsis on it. Link doesn't work. I'm in a creation shop. Why doesn't my link work? Wait, that's supposed to be my referral. What the freak? Hold on. Up. Weird. Oh wait, maybe if you already made your account, it's rough. Okay, yeah. So I mean, that should bring you to like this site where you can like make your account. If you haven't made your account though, or if you have already made your account, then maybe you just had to sign into that. But when Thor was interviewing them earlier, it sounded like a shooter more than anything. Yeah, it's like, have you guys not seen the gameplay for it? Dune Awakening gameplay. I want to say it was... Oh wait, live stream number 2 combat. Shit, we actually have the Dune Awakening combat live stream. They just did it an hour ago. Hey, you guys forgot to start the timer. What in the Ashes live stream are you guys doing to us here? Guys, your stream's up. The starting soon time. There we go. There we go. Do they have music?
Hello, welcome, hi, to our second.
I miss Maggie already. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm gonna have to get coffee for this. 1 sec. Good day, good day, good day. I returned. I hope you all missed me. Get that, Dusty. What? Get what? Okay. We back! Where are we at? Alright, here we go. Is there sound? Bro, they didn't put the sound on. They didn't turn the sound on for their intro. No. They didn't turn the sound on for their intro. Wait. Is it? Is it me?
30th of May to the 10th
Okay.
of June. I'm still here. We are still here. I hope everyone.
Okay. Did you mute your browser? Nope. No, it was them. It was them. We got like
Without
the...
hiccups. Apologies for that, everyone.
We're up.
Again, hello, welcome, hi to our second.
Yeah, that was not
live
me.
stream. Here,
They didn't turn their fucking
offices.
audio sources
Again,
on.
hiccups happen. I'm still here. We are still here. I hope everyone is still watching. But anyway, we have
This happens
lots
at
to
every
go
game
through.
live
I hope
stream.
you are well hydrated.
Game devs are not streamers. Game devs are not streamers. And I will say, when Audio Guy had one job, I will say, every day when I sit down, I have to mute I have my Spotify side and I have my Go XLR side. So if I'm on my starting soon screen and if I don't mute my Go XLR side, you guys would literally say I was on starting soon. You'd still be able to hear everything that I'm saying. So if I just walked over and I was like, oh, fuck. You guys would hear that. So I have to mute my Go XLR mix. So if I don't mute it, you guys hear everything. Now, there have been times where I sat down and I was almost like, oh shit, I forgot to unmute that bitch. Not this bitch, my audio. But admittedly, cameras and beamers are the devil. What's a beamer? Like a BMW? Because I've heard those are bad. Okay. She's smiling like she wants our soul or something. I accidentally muted myself. Now you muted yourself. Isn't that crazy how these audio issues can happen?
That will.
So I hit spacebar to pause the video, but I was on my OBS, so it remuted me. Isn't that crazy how we're just talking about audio issues? See? Streaming's hard. Live production is difficult. Things go wrong at the push of a button. Live production's hard, guys. I've said it multiple times. There's so many times where I sat down and I almost forgot to unmute my shit. I'm just saying. What up, Grumpy?
Give us a little bit of more time to work on some improvements. So there's no concern. There's no reason for concern. We just wanted to work on a few things a little bit longer.
So we delayed our game's entire launch. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Hey, what up, Strag? How you doing, brother? Feeling better about myself now. Listen, man, live production's always hard, dude. I have 11,000 hours streamed, and I just muted myself for 30 seconds. I'm not even gonna lie. This shit's not easy. You gotta realize, big streamers that have all of the cinematic and stuff like that, right? They have a dedicated tech mod that is sitting here my stream elements overlay, for example. If I wanted to have, I don't know, a death counter when I was playing fucking Dark Souls or something, Instead of me updating that myself, I could have a mod that is like in my overlay on Stream Elements that's live updating for me and shit. There are so many levels to it where if you go to do it yourself or on a small scale, you're just like, oh shit. I forgot one thing. Does the music sound good? Is it too loud? How's my game audio? Oh god, it looks like my voice is a little quiet today. How's the mixing on my microphone? Do I sound nasally? Dude, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Anything live production is constantly like, my dad was a musician at one point when I was growing up. And so that's why I obsess over a lot of like the audio visual components of stream, because it's a show, right? You gotta like enjoy listening to and watching what you're watching or you're not gonna watch it, right? So I'm always like, oh fuck, is my Spotify too loud? Is my game too loud? Like, what's the blend? Because I want it to be like loud enough that people can hear it and actually get like the ambiance from it, but I don't want it to be like overpowering. Like, so many things. There are days when I sit down and I'm like, oh, my camera moved slightly to the left. So like my lights, for instance, it's like a crystal ball, but something caught, maybe I kicked my camera or something, but it moved slightly over that way. So now I'll have to reset my camera at a certain point, which means I'll probably have to refocus my camera at a certain point because I have a manual focus lens on a Sony A7 for my camera. Brother, fuck live production. I wish I was better at just recording YouTube videos. It's so easy. It's so easy. You could have the world's worst stutter and be like, hey guys, it's DustyWhy. I have a stutter. You want to know what's crazy? I'd never fucking stutter in a YouTube video because the second I do, I just hit stop recording and I start recording again. And it sounds like I'm the best fucking talker in human history. It's crazy. It's crazy. YouTube's so much easier. It's so much easier. There's a reason why everybody does fucking YouTube. Because you're bound to fuck up with live production all the time. All the time. I feel like I'm muted all the time when I'm live. Hope you're doing well. Bro, and then there are the times where you're just like full yapping and you're like, somebody should have said something by now. And you look over and then you look over at your mute button and you're like, is my mic on? And you're like, why everybody ignoring me? Because like when I had 5 viewers, I was used to nobody typing back, right? But now it's this level of like, hey, chat, I'm having a conversation with you guys. What the fuck are you doing? Like, pay attention to me. It's like I'm trying to talk. I need somebody to bounce off of here, chat. Give me some reciprocation, guys. There are times where I'm like, man, this is a banger conversation. And everybody starts like taking a shit or something. And it's like, huh. Well, I guess I'm going to go like pee or something real quick and let you guys get a quick reset. And then I let the silence get to you fuckers. Then I turn the tables. I'm like, yeah, you like that quiet, don't you? Sometimes I walk away without music up just to let you understand how demoralizing it is. No one here about his chickens? Listen, I'm very good with chickens. My parents have chickens, so I get like eggs from them, right? The chickens, not my parents. Well, technically the eggs come from the chickens. My parents process the eggs and then, but yeah, chicken eggs. My parents' chickens love me. They're very skittish of people, but like I can go up and basically like put my hand out and like the chickens will just like jump up on my hand and chill. And I have like a video of me just holding one of the chickens and I was like airplaning it around basically. And it was just kind of like fluttering its wings a little bit and chill. Someone just rode by my fucking house on like the dopest Vespa I've ever fucking seen. I'm pretty sure that was just a Vespa with an exhaust mod on it. What the fuck? I have my windows open because it's so nice out today. And I hear, and I look out and it's just this like souped up fucking Vespa. Chat, I might go commit a robbery. I'll take the camera with me. That was sick. What the fuck? Really don't get my hands dirty with everything you're saying right now. Hey, if you need any help, hit me up. Feel free. I'm by no means like an expert on this shit, but like I do all of my like production shit like that at this point pretty much by myself. I don't really have the capacity to like pay a mod to sit here all day, every day and live update my shit and do like scene transitions and stuff like that. But like, dude, large streamers, like, you know, when Dr. Diddler was actually like putting in, I haven't watched his streams in years, but when he was actually putting in like crazy production value back in like the Fortnite days, like he would literally have people that were like live doing his overlays and shit and all of that production. It was insane how much work like goes into some of that shit. But I also think it's very easy to get things streamlined in like a simplistic way. So when I switched over to like this dual PC setup, everything kind of got like rerouted in a certain extent. So instead of having a ton of like audio inputs, it was all organized into a mix for me, which then I can go in and edit the mix as I need to. I have different levels through my Go XLR where I can basically have it louder on my end. So like if I used, I don't have like a, whatchamacallit, like a monitor or anything in my ear of like my own voice, because that shit would trip me out. But like if I used a monitor, I could have like my in-ear monitor be louder than like the output to stream so I could hear myself better, like all of that. So did my first Philly stream yesterday. I was unprepared, feel good about it, but there were some things that were rough or not thought of. I mean, so hear me out. That's the thing with stream though. I got off stream yesterday and like I was out and about yesterday morning, so I didn't have time to eat before stream. So like I was kind of flat, I was kind of low energy, and I got off stream and I literally kind of like felt bad. I was like, man, that wasn't my best stream. Like I wasn't the most entertaining. Like I probably wasn't the most welcoming. Like I could have been better, but that's streaming. When I was very, very, very small, I was playing Path of Exile 2 on a Path of Exile 1, sorry, on a server launch, like on a league reset. And I got rated by Mathil for like 3,000 viewers. I was like a 3 average viewer streamer. My title was, I have no idea what I'm doing. So basically, at that point, I'd never been rated for like anything other than a couple of viewers. Like that was one of my first raids I ever received, right? So I didn't know how to react to a raid. I was not like a good streamer, like so to say. I still don't think I'm a good streamer. But like I was just playing PoE with my brother and we were chilling in Discord and I was like, wait. And I was like stun locked, right? So when that point hit, I was like, all right, well, I want to get more noties. Like I want to get better noties. I want to like practice something for like, if I do get raided, kind of like introduce myself. So like that hit for me and I was like, oh, time to get a little bit more serious with it. You know what I mean? Like time to try to have like that entertaining welcome for people. Time to be a little bit more entertaining. And like, that was a point for me where I was like, I never thought about streaming full time at that point, but I was like, damn, it's kind of cool. Cause I had a couple hundred people hang out in my chat after that raid. Like it was a 3,200 viewer raid, but as you know, raid viewership can fall off quite quickly. So I ended up setting like 600-700. Convinced half of them were asleep, but I had a pretty moving chat, right? And that was my first stream where I was ever like able to talk to people, right? I would always just hang out with my friends. We'd yap back and forth. But when that happened, it was like I was talking with chat about stuff. Chat was talking to me. So yeah. It was solid. Overwatch Finales? Yeah, Dark Side guy, right? Yeah. He was over here and I raided him before. He has a whole raid response thing down pat to a science. Yeah. And like everyone has their own kind of like their routines for it, right? So one of my buddies, Archie, whenever like he would get raided, he had like a really nice setup that had a ton of different camera angles. He always dressed in like a shirt and tie and all prim and proper for stream, handsome looking dude. So he had this like Archie pose where he'd get raided and it would basically like build up and then it'd be like Archie pose and it'd keep doing that. It was like this wubby like beat, and every time I would go to a pose it would like change the camera angle and he would like hit a pose and he'd welcome people in and stuff like that, and then he'd do like a little chat gamba thing, right? And so like a lot of streamers will have that big cinematic intro. Some streamers are just like, yo, I appreciate you. And like I don't necessarily think that I'm someone who would do like the big whole like cinematic thing or anything. But like the people who do put that in are fucking like insanely committed to it. I respect it. We rated Vanalis this thing, and so basically he had his chat going at it, and then we were throwing like the Dusty W booties back at his chat. So it was like this duel. Yeah, that was cool as shit. But I don't know, I yap too much because like I'm always in the middle of conversations, like no matter what the fuck I'm doing on stream. So like someone will raid and I'll be like in the middle of like answering a question for somebody and I'll be like, hey, yo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. So anyways, like I gotta shut my fucking pie hole sometimes, I guess. I don't really know, dog. I don't know if I'm doing something right. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, but hear me out. At least I thank raids. At least I thank raids and say what up. I was talking earlier, but like, because someone was saying like Charlie, Moist Critical, he was streaming the new RuneScape game. And I love Charlie. That's my man crush Monday, every Monday. So basically, we're talking about Charlie, just idolizing a little bit, right? And I was talking about how when I rated Charlie, he was like, yo, thanks for the raid, Dusty. He doesn't know who I am, but then I was talking about how I rated T-Pain one time. T-Pain had like a few hundred viewers when I rated him. And like, I had like 60, 70. I basically gave him like 20% of his viewership. And dude ain't even thank me. I'm just saying, like, he has Grammys and awards and millions of dollars, but he had 60 fewer viewers than when I rated him. And, like, I'm just saying, I would have liked a little thank you. I don't rate people for the thank you. But, like, it would have been cool. You know what I mean? He could have, like, wrote a song about me or something. I don't know, just something reasonable. But basically, put TV on. Well, no, but, like, what I'm saying is, like, Moist Critical has, like, a few thousand viewers, right? And, like, I rated him, and he was like, hey, Dusty, thanks for the raid. Like, someone will raid fucking Summit for, like 5 viewers, and Summit will be like, yo, thank you. It's like, how the fuck you not thanking raids? How? I don't know. Talking too much is way better than not enough. Oh my god, dude. The number of streamers that I will try to go into their chats. Because, like, I lurk. I don't really type much. Like, I lurk in a lot of chats, though. Because I don't like typing in a chat and then being like, oh, Dusty, what up? Because, like, it happened a lot in New World. I'd go pop over to, like, one of my New World friends' channels before I went live. And I'd be like, yo, what's good? And, like, the chat would instantly just be like, oh, Dusty, like, what you doing today? What you working on? What this bruiser question, that bruiser question? And I'm like, no, they're the streamer. I'm a viewer right now. So, like, I don't know. I always lurk. And whenever I'm going through and I'm lurking in places, if I go into a stream and it's just like gameplay or a video playing with like silence or anything like that, I'm like, man, this is not for me. Like, if this video was just like auto playing for like 10 fucking minutes with no commentary, no anything, like no feedback, no discussion, I'm just like, why wouldn't I just go watch the video on my own? Like, so I can rewind it and shit when I want to. It's just, I feel like as a streamer, you have to add like transformative value to any content that you're cooking up, right? Like, if people just wanted to watch a POV of a game, they would probably go watch the best player in that game. But people will watch your POV of a game if you're not the best, if you can make that entertaining and have your own kind of like appeal with your gameplay, right? And a lot of that comes from the brand of content that you put out as well. So just anytime I go into a streamer's chat, right? If I'm lurking, if I'm scrolling through, you got like 30 seconds to hook me. I'm gonna keep it a buck. No matter if I watch their stream a lot, if I don't watch their stream, if I go to some stream and like he's just kind of fried, chilling, and he's doing his whole like neck stretches and stuff, making sure he's good. If I'm like, all right, Summit's in chill mode, I'll just catch the YouTube video, right? That's what I do because I know he's going to post YouTube videos. If I go to an Ashes streamer and I get in and it's just gameplay and they're not talking and they're not yapping and they're not doing anything, I'll just be like, man, like, why am I here? Why wouldn't I just play the game myself at this point? Like, I want to be entertained. I want to feel like I am a part of a conversation. I want to feel like there's something happening past the actual game. But Fall of Duty, you're a great game. If I'm not being jaded about other games and communities, keep on. I appreciate you, Type D. I appreciate you. Shout you on what you do here. Not gonna let big inspiration for me. You and your community have been so supportive. Can't thank you enough. I appreciate you. Much love, guys. I appreciate the kind words. That's the entire thing. I'm just trying to bring up a community that, you know, helps support the entire scene. And I'm very much a like we instead of me person. And, you know, whether you are a 2 viewer streamer or 2 million viewer streamer, everybody that is making content to the scene contributes to that, whether you think your content's the best, the worst, or anything in between. So pre-rolls are horrible for business because of that exact behavior. Pre-rolls are we're talking about a different kind of pre-roll. So it's one of the things with like ads, you know what I mean?
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, good morning, ni hao. So like with pre-roll ads, like you're incentivized as a streamer to keep those bitches off, right? First things first, if you're a streamer and you're manually running your ads, you're getting 25% less ad revenue than, actually it's like almost 100% less. I'm not gonna lie. Well, 50% less, not 100% less. But like you nearly double up. So if I were to manually run my ads, I would get 30% of like the ad split. If I have Twitch run my ads utilizing their ads manager, I get a 55% ad split. So basically they have you run a minimum amount of ads and have them auto run it through the Twitch ads manager. And you get essentially, what's that work out to be? Like 90-ish percent, 88 to 90-ish percent more ad revenue for having them auto run the ads to make sure that they're going out. So if you're doing that, which honestly you should be as a streamer, no matter how we want to sugarcoat it, ads are very important. But like, if you're using that properly, nobody should have pre-rolls when they come in. The worst thing that you'll get hit with is like somebody comes in and they're like, oh, hey, first time chat, what's up? And then bam, ad to the face. But that's going to be like the auto ad run. And that's not really going to be like like I didn't run ads, so I am on pre-rolls. Like my pre-rolls always stay off because of the auto ad manager. And I don't even have to worry about my ads. My ads just kick on. Right now, I see a ticker that says we have 49 minutes until the next pre-roll is up, which means that there will probably be an ad that runs in about 6 minutes, if I had to guess, because like 20 minutes, somewhere in there. So definitely important, but I think if people are managing
I'm not
stuff,
good at math. I'm not very smart.
I'm good at video game numbers, not real numbers. This is a video game number technically because it's on my screen. But yeah, I don't know. I think like there's a lot to it, but as a streamer, I go into other people's communities, right? And I'll be lurking, and like I said, it's like 30 seconds to a minute. And in that 30 seconds to a minute, if I'm just like, they're not saying anything, they're not doing anything, like, what am I here for, right? And that's the thing. I take my breaks. I go stretch real quick. I'll go fill up my coffee. I smoke a bowl. Like, if someone comes in and that's their first minute, they might be like, ah, shit, chair stream. And they might dip. That's okay, because I got to smoke. That's just going to happen. But knowing that, whenever I'm like here, like the 95% of the time that I am here, I try to just be constantly yapping. So the second somebody comes in, they're like, oh, okay, this is what the conversation is about. This is where it's going. And this is kind of like the evolution of that. And then they just hop right in. So that's what I go for. What's my spacebar doing? What's that? What's that breaking? Where's the yap? Emote, your king yap. Can you imagine me and Peekaboo in a Discord call together? That would be the most fucking chaotic yap session of all time, but holy shit, he's one of my like yap kings. I love lurking in his stream because he's always so fucking entertaining with just like the yap. He could be running in a circle in a video game and it would be entertaining to listen to because he would just be yapping about something. Like, people like that are fucking talented, dog. I love watching his content.
And hopefully it makes for a better
I pulled into his
experience
like
for everyone as well.
his what was it, fucking Dark Souls he was doing, or was it, no, it was Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
Non-NDA
He was doing an Elden Ring playthrough.
On a large scale.
Are you gonna play using Excel?
Be able to,
are there any
talk about
tools
the
people
game,
use to analyze rotations, optimum stat distributions, and ashes? Thinking about putting something together. So in terms of like, excuse me, in terms of like numbers parsing, stuff like that's really like difficult in ashes because there are so many like outside individual modifiers, right? But there is a really cool website that I would highly recommend checking out. It is ashescodex.com. And with that, you have like artisan planners with like crafting calculators, profession planners, recipe trackers. So I really love the crafting calculator. So a cool feature, say you want to make a long sight bow, which is a really solid choice for a longbow. You have a crafter who's 800 quality through buffs, through gear, and like artisan skills, right? And then it'll show you exactly what materials you need. And then it will also down here show you the output of what you'd get and your rarity slider. Now, keep in mind, this is an entire scale. So you'll see kind of like your quality thresholds and shit like that. So as we go and we increase material rarity, you'll see that this moves up. You'll also see that the attributes on this change. So 1796, 201, 210 will go up to rare. And it's 1921, 215, 225. So this is used to calculate kind of like where you would end up with your crafts. And by the same token, it allows you to see what the big difference would be between like a cheaper craft of like a high roll of the previous rarity and doing what you need to do to bump up into that next rarity to see if it's worth it. So a lot of the time, it may or may not be. But here you notice 2606, 621, 306, right? The second you go up to heroic here, 2788, 743, 328. So it's a pretty large difference in terms of that scaling. As soon as you jump up to heroic steel, you're going to get roughly 10%. It's a little under 10%, but like you're going to get right around 10% in terms of your fist power rating. So that's going to be a jump that's very good to make. So that's for like the crafting side of it. And then you also have the build planner. So with the build planner, You can select every single piece that you want to rock. It's all sourced here through their gear sourcing. This is just like an API pull of everything that's currently in the game. So full loot table will be available through there, or everything that we know about. You can kind of like select which pieces you want. You can go skill trees. You can go primary weapon trees and all of that. So it is very nice. So say you want to make a tank, and then you'll be able to go skill tree. You'll be able to equip weapons. That'll unlock the primary and secondary weapon tree. You'll be able to do sham tree through here. So this is definitely one of the resources that I would familiarize yourself with the most. There is a ton here. And again, the database here, that's where all of your items will actually be. So you can store weapons. You can store armor. Like if you want to go shields, right? And you want to find a shield that has fizz power rating. So you'll go here, fizz power rating, and then that's going to bring up all of your shields that have fizz power rating. So say you want to check them at blue to see how they scale. Force rarity up here, rare, boom. They all show up as blue. Now you can easily look at and compare the stats that are on all these shields. So you see that steel shield over here is going to give a lot of fizz power rating, fizz pen, a little bit of con, strength, all of that. Boom, steel shield, really nice to have. So this is what I rock currently on my tank. So yeah. This is definitely one of my favorite resources. I use this extremely frequently. And no one's flying out of Portland, Maine. Get that fucking ad off my screen. No one's flying out of the Portland jetport because we don't have nonstop fucking flights. If I want a nonstop flight to literally anywhere, I have to fly out of Boston. That's bullshit. Get more nonstop flights and I'd actually fly out of Portland maybe. And then your ads would be applicable. What up, Pumps? How you doing, my friend? I hope you're having a great day. Happy Tuesday. Ash is down today, and I'm sad. Lightning just struck damn close to my house. I saw we were supposed to get rain today. Is that coming in soon? Are you getting rain right now? Oh. Yeah, that's supposed to start real soon, isn't it? It's pouring here. Hold on, I ain't got any rain here and I got all of the windows in the cribbo open. Like, you getting downpoured on? All right, hold on one sec. I should probably close a couple of windows real quick. One sec. I'm prepping. Oh yeah, we got a sprinkle and some wind coming. All right, hold on, I gotta go close the windows. We're back. Sorry. Tell my house this was. I had to run around. Yeah, like it was 60, bro. Like I was outside before stream. I was literally outside just chilling, like smoking, having coffee. It was great. Like birds are out again. They were chirping. It was beautiful, dude. Got many doubts on this new game. Hope it's good though. The Dune Sandbox game. I got a lot of doubts. Dude. I legitimately think it's once Dunin. That's my take. I think it is entirely once Dunin. To the point where like, I don't know. This lady scares me, Dusty. I'm sure she's a nice lady. She's just got very intense, like, gaze. You know what I mean? Like, she's very eye contact oriented. And it's like she's peering into our soul. Like, this is what I prefer about Intrepid streams, is that they're all just kind of like chilling in a normal habitat. Like, stuff like this makes it seem like they're almost being like held hostage, right? Because Amazon Games always did their dev streams while they were all just sitting at a table with like 3 devs that were socially awkward and didn't know what to do with their hands. And like, she's a community person, so she's at least like media trained. Like, basically, AGS would sit at a table with like 3 devs going like this, right? And all of the devs would be like extremely socially awkward, and they'd be trying to like carry on this conversation about like the game and the developments and stuff like that. And it was super awkward, super forced, and never really felt like it was connecting to the player base. Whereas I feel like Intrepid does a great job of like connecting and relating to their player base. They're just normal fucking people. Like, I think it's quite nice. Will Alpha 2 Phase 3 be there for buy after May 1st? Like, will the keys be up after May 1st? Yes, they should be. Providing it was the same structure that we saw with Alpha 2 Phase 2, which I don't think they would change anything. The Alpha 2 Phase 2 keys are still available to purchase, so you can definitely like still get those for this phase, and I would assume that would carry through to the next phase. There may be a point where they cut off keys like later in the phase. I haven't heard anything specifically about that, but just to set expectations that it could happen, right? I haven't heard any plans like that though, so to my knowledge, it'll be kind of like Phase 2 access was, where you can get in at any point. But if I do hear anything, I will keep my eyes peeled for that, and I'll see if there's like a planned cutoff date or anything. I'll be aware of that, so I can kind of like add that to the mental bank, because that's a good question. We haven't heard anything about it yet, but interestingly enough, I don't think there are going to be like specific beta keys. So if people are really loving it, as of right now, the alpha may be like the last chance to get in. I don't really know. LOC, no schedule, 1 stream? We may. That's the prime content on Tuesdays, Wednesdays. Well, I want to watch Dune Awakening first to shit on Dune Awakening, because they delayed their game for a month. And so like everybody's all mad because like Ashes readjust content, right? So it's like they delay something so they can bring 2 things in a little bit faster, right? And personally, that's happening during an alpha. Dune Awakening was set to launch, and they just pushed it back until June so they can work on, and I quote, by the way, some stuff and some things, according to this video. So me, personally, I'm just mentally over here like I love this. I love this. I am basking in this, because it's like, oh no, Ashes delayed something in an alpha to move 3 other things up. Wah! Dune was about to fucking launch and they delayed this shit. Path of Exile 2 was in early access for 6 months and they were like, it's minimum of a year. Sorry, bozos. And people are like, oh, the roadmap doesn't have everything 1-to-1. No! Fuck off my dick. Good fucking God. Good God. Dune delayed by a month to work on feedback directly provided by the closed beta players, but delayed right before launch. Delayed right before launch is the point. Like, it was ready to launch in an improper point in its progression. Same thing with PoE 2. Same thing with so many games. Let's look at the Riot MMO that people really want to cope for. And the second Ashes or Intrepid has to change up the priority on one simple thing, the entire Ashes playtesting community is like, what the fuck? How dare you delay this a couple of weeks, rah-rah? Like, it's crazy how entitled the Ashes comm is in terms of like the vocal group. Oh, it's insane. It's insane. They could have launched on time without issues. The changes they're making are to tune recipes. Correct, but that's the cope that I'm talking about, right? Like, Intrepid could have shoved out all of the roadmap content 1-to-1, but they changed things for the betterment of the game long term. And everyone wants to roast Intrepid and have a double standard where it's terrible if Intrepid and Ashes does this, but the second any other game does it, it's for the betterment of the game, and it's amazing, and it's so smart of them, and it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me how like everybody is just so quick to be like, oh my god, I can't believe Intrepid's slightly behind on this one thing because they fucking bumped 8 things through. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Just like that storm's gone? What? Is it already done? It didn't even start raining at my house. Yeah, I mean, it says it's only supposed to go until like 7 p.m. on my weather app. And it says it dies out before 7. It says 4 p.m. 85%, 5 p.m. 65%, 6 p.m. 93%, and then 7 p.m. 58%. So I'm pretty sure it just dies out within an hour. Like, it's probably like, picture like butt cheeks, right? And the eye of the storm's the butthole. So it's probably like butt cheek rains on you, and then the butthole's over you, so no rain, and then the other butt cheek rains on you. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like, if you will. I guess boobas would be a better representation. Because when you're like in between the boobas, there would be no rain, but like, anyways. Back to Dune. Like R2 being delayed by years. Or like the Riot MMO losing its entire team and announcing they'd go dark for an undisclosed amount of time, and people going, man, I can't wait for the Riot MMO. The Riot MMO is never coming out. I'm just saying. Grab a banana peel, get a bowl, because I'm splashing some cold water on your face right now. That shit's coming out when we're all dead. Especially at the rate that we're all ripping bolskis. We probably got like 20 years collectively as a chat, so we gotta enjoy it. I'm just saying. This shit's not coming out. I don't know, man. I don't know how people cope for the things that they cope for.
Exciting.
And then like Intrepid does one thing and like slightly changes up the expected delivery cadence to get other things prioritized. And it's like everyone's upset. It's the equivalent of like you being in a hospital waiting room with like a slight cough and like waiting for an hour, seeing somebody in that just like they come in and they're missing both of their legs and they're getting rushed to the back, and you're like, why the fuck's that guy get to go before me? I was here first. Like I came here. It's like, well, why don't we have other voting systems when we've received an entire rework to Time to Kill, and we're getting an entire rework to the Gathering, Crafting, Refining system? What do you mean we can't do an economic voting system yet? Like, brother, there's a fucking triage list in development. And a lot of the things that caused pushbacks on the roadmap are because of us and because of the things that we've said we want as a community. So like we as a community bitch about things, and then the things that we bitch about get fixed. And as a result, they have to delay some other things because there's only a finite number of hours in the day. And because they fix the things that we want fixed, we're like, well, you didn't say what you were originally gonna do. Instead of being like, oh wow, wait, these things got pushed back so that way. Oh, cool, thanks. Where's the dilemma? What are we as a community missing? I feel like it's a very simple concept. It's like, it's almost like people have never played a live service game before, and then they hopped into a fucking alpha. Like, even in a live service game, if there's a roadmap that's out about the future, and then there's huge community feedback that we want like something else, then it's like, the roadmap can change. Yo, what up, Sora? What up, Brandon? If Riot MMO does come out, it'll have cartoony graphics like all their games. It'll be made very casual. It's their target audience. I mean, I would be willing to argue that something that, because like if you're Riot, you're probably going for a very large like player-based game, right? Like kind of like that zeitgeist of an MMO. So I would argue that a casual audience target would probably be their best thing. Like a little bit of pay to win, so the players that want to swipe can swipe and kind of like not necessarily have to invest all their time. I don't know. I could see it going down many roads. I hope that it wouldn't go down that road, but I definitely do think like if they want to go like a massive like player base, casuals are where you do it. Like, you want to have the casual players that you rope into becoming your everyday players, and then that's when you get the fiends. That's when everyone cooks up, right? So, cartoon graphics doesn't necessarily mean casual, though. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, Minecraft and Roblox have some of the most dedicated and large player base in the entire world. Like, I'm just saying, that shit's hardcore. People go crazy with that. AOC Alpha equals live game to a good amount of people. Yeah, how dare it not be finished? What the fuck do you mean? They say this is an unfinished product and it's fucking unfinished, man. Does Steven know anything about game dev? Good God, maybe he should have just stuck to making billions of dollars in real estate. Idiot. Gosh. What the fuck? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that a product that the creators say is unfinished is unfinished? It's like trying to sit on a swing before they attach the chains to like the top thing and you're on the ground and you're like, well, this swing doesn't work. After the person putting the swing up just said, hey, please don't sit on this. I'm trying to put this up. And you just like plop your ass down. You're like on the ground. And you're like, fuck, man, why isn't the swing up yet? After it's like, hey, I need like 5 minutes to get the swing up. That's literally, that's what the community does, dog. Like, Steven and the team are like, this isn't finished. And people are like, hey, why doesn't this feel finished? And Steven's like, because it's not finished. And people are like, you're telling me that to not play the game? And they're like, they get fucking offended about it. It's insane. Can you give me a simple rundown on why the game's down right now? Until Alpha 2 Phase 3 starts on May 1st, throughout Phase 2, fortunately, it's only a couple more, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are downtime days for development. So, basically, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the game's playable. Tuesday at 1 a.m. it goes down. It's down Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday at 1 p.m. is their target uptime. Sometimes there are delays with coming up, especially with big patches. I'd say we're less likely to have a delay this time, but every time I say that, we have a longer delay, so fuck me. But yeah, once Phase 3 hits on May 1st, it's as close to 24/7 uptime as possible. It's just a live service schedule, so if there's a patch, they'll bring it down for patches, like server restarts, maybe 15 minutes or something like that, but I think their goal is to have server restarts just kind of be not even 15 minutes, but... So yeah. Follow for speaking goodness. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I do yap a lot. It's kind of a thing around here. You'll notice that even when Ashes is down, we just kind of hang out here and, well, talk all day. So if you have any questions about Ashes, feel free. I've played over 700 hours since December. So I play on Vyra. We have a guild over here, technically 5. And we'll be getting ready for Phase 3 servers where we re-roll on fresh starts, and it'll be extremely fun. So we have a lot of people that are interested. This is a testament to how well AOC is right now, that people confuse an alpha with a polished game. See, I've been talking about this a lot recently. So people are very quick to say like, oh, the end game is missing this. The end game is missing that. And I have to remind people, brother, we're going to be level 25 for like a day at most, maybe a few hours if you're really pumping. Like, we're not in an end game spot where there's supposed to be end game build outs and end game raids and end game loops. We're at a leveling progression point. Like, if this was built out as an end game, you'd have like this big like bell curve of content, right? And they kind of want the content to like ramp up as you get into the true end game. So like, I think the fact, like you said, that people confuse our current gameplay loop, which is a midpoint in progression, to be like end game viable in any way, shape, or form, is again a testament to Ashes, a testament to how much there actually is to do in this game. It's not supposed to be like I hit 25 and the entire end game opens up, because 25 is literally just going to be a leveling point in progression. You just keep playing past 25. Phase 3 reset, Phase 3 fresh start servers. So Phase 2 servers will still exist. They're not wiping those. Those characters will still be up, but there will be new servers that open up on May 1st, where you'll be able to get like that fresh start, that even playing field. Most people will go over there, our community included. So definitely stay tuned for more information on that. Curious to see if they keep Ashes updates on Thursdays in P3 or if they change the days. I'm expecting like every 2 to 3 weeks for patch updates. I want to say there's like, isn't there a software? Tarvo, where's my local nerd? Tarvo, where's Tarvo? Moin, Europe. Do they have free healthcare? Fuck. Tarvo's somewhere. There's a software cycle like release cadence reason that updates are usually on Thursdays. Chat told me about it one time because I was asking why historically every MMO always updated on Thursdays. And there's a reason that software updates drop on Thursdays towards the end of the week. I don't remember exactly why. But I asked because, like, even as a kid, wow, Thursday's update day. You know what I mean? Thursday's maintenance day. So it's always been that. And I know it's probably Googleable, but there's a reason why software, like, content updates are usually on Thursdays. I don't remember. Here's a question. Do weapon stats stack? Notice stats like intel stacks, even when using another weapon, but there's other stuff like magical pen and power stack as well. Yes, both of your weapons will cumulatively add into your total power scaling on your character. Everything that is equipped in your paper doll, which is kind of like your character screen, from both weapons in all the way through to your artisanship gear. So like say you're a lumberjack. Your lumberjack chest has power on it. Your lumberjack belt has like crit chance. Your lumberjack belt has max HP, and then your pants have crit chance, something like that. But even those artisan gear pieces, while they're equipped to your character, will also cumulatively add into your character's total power. So there are a lot of small things that you can do for total power scaling between two really strong weapons, a really good gear set, of course, enchanting all of those things, but also in your artisan gear, right? You're able to enchant your artisan gear. You can roll higher rarity versions of that, not just to get more lumberjack rating, but also more power, more max health, more whatever you want. You could wear different pieces of artisan gear while you're in combat to get the small benefits of that. So we have the codex pulled up still. So we'll give you an example. So we'll go here and we'll go Journeyman Lumberjack shirt. So Journeyman Lumberjack shirt has lumberjack in quantity and power rating on it. So if we were to get a crafter for this, that's 800 qual, and then we go Lego spindle hemp, and we'll just make it all Lego for the fun of it. Say we have unlimited money, 657 power rating. Now that is roughly 1/4 of a really, 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 really good weapon. So you see how all of these small things can continue to add up. Now, keep in mind, this is just your power rating for your character. This isn't like fizz power, magic power. This is just power. This applies to everything. So if you're a cleric, you're going to benefit from this multiple times. You're going to double dip in pure power rating. So it's really, really, really good to have all of those small things adding up. Both weapons, your artisan gear, pretty much everything. What would you suggest using as a cleric weapon-wise for its main weapons? Going for max magic damage as possible. Typically, people will look for like the slowest, hardest hitting option, just because with weapons, if we bring up like, this will be a fizz one, but I don't know all of exactly what casters run like word for word, bar for bar right now. But if you look at this long sight bow, it's got a very high power rating and a very low, well, I guess this would be pen speed now, or pen instead of attack speed. But like, this is going to give you the highest power rating scale. Same thing with like a great sword or a two-handed weapon versus like a one-handed sword or a faster weapon. So you'll essentially have this spread of like power rating versus the other stat. And on something like daggers, so if we go Jackal's knives, you'll notice that this has equal power rating and attack speed. If we go something like Gate Warden's Will, which is a great sword, it has much higher fizz power and much lower fizz attack speed. So with the power, that weighs into your actual like character. Because if you go into the build planner here, we can go cleric. I don't know like all of the cleric shit, but you'll see that like with wings, gain temporary health equal to 250% magic power. So with scaling more magic power, you're basically able to have a higher output of all of your abilities as well. So it's pretty solid to just have those super slow, hard-hitting weapons as your emphasis. Cinder Song do be better over Longsight now? I don't know, let me check. Are you talking like as a drop or as Lego? Depends on how fire damage rating is going. I don't know if people are still going with the fire damage rating. But if people are still stacking this with like Forge Lord signets and everything there, that could be a really solid choice. I don't know if people are actually following through with that, or if that was more of a cook, but there is a lot of fire damage rating available. It just depends if you want to go that route or like a lifesteal route. Would you say Scepter, Wand, or Spellbook would be better? It depends on availability. I think if you're going for one of those three and you don't have like the Tumok Wand, which is from a world boss, I would say like books are quite solid. I know a lot of people that play DPS casters for a while were going like longbow, like long spellbow, because that's going to scale your magic power and it's going to be like the same distribution as a longbow where it's very high power. I don't know if that's changed up since the gear reworks, because I play a tank, so I focus more on like the physical side of things. But with the changes, you may have seen like spellbook coming in, you may have seen like more longbows available. I'm not quite sure where your like fine meta has shaped up. How are the added to fire damage, added necro, etc. stats? How strong are those? Do you know / have you tested? So I tested a full lifesteal build where I had all of the Carfin jewelry, 2 earrings, amulet, 2 rings, Gate Warden's Will, and long sight bow. I had like 97% lifesteal, give or take. So the way lifesteal works in Ashes is it's a 25% chance on damage to gain X% of damage dealt as life. So I was at 97%, 25% chance when I dealt damage to gain that much as life. So 97% translation, it's very good. Very, very, very good. That also had added necrotic damage. I believe total it was right around like 2600 rating between all the pieces. So it'd be a little less than what this weapon fire damage gives, and it was like 10 damage per hit. So if you do add that up, you get like a added weapon fire damage rating, and then Forge Lord's Signet is this. So some people are rocking these bad boys because you get fire damage rating on these as well. And part of the reason why people like the fire damage rating right now is because of the diminishing returns on power as well. I would say prioritize power first and try to get up to like 230, 240-ish power, because the diminishing returns cap starts hitting very heavily right around 240, 250. And not many people are investing to push past 250 just because of like how much goes into it. So if you hit the point where you're at that like 240, 250 power, that's when you can invest in alternative stat scaling, like the fire damage rating, like, you know, more attack speed, more crit, more pen, if you want to go that route. So I think that's why we're seeing Forge Lords and all of that stuff become a little bit more utilized. I think Forge Lords is good. I think, what is the Carfin jewelry named? I don't even remember the name of it, but it's all necrotic damage rating and lifesteal instead of like the fizz attack speed. So one thing I've thought about is like, you're in a node siege, right? If you're a mage or something and you can just throw out mass AoE, would you be able to potentially go like insane amounts of power and lifesteal and then just like dump AoE in a clump and be constantly getting all of your lifesteal back and like sustaining that? Because lifesteal and AoE could be fucking insane. I like they gave Longbow and Spellbook pen instead of speed. Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice. Guardian's Honor and Carf something. Yeah. Mage AoE is very limited. Wouldn't be worth IMO. What do we think is the strongest like choke point AoE right now then? Because I feel like Mage was kind of like, for a while, known as like the largest AoE utility, no? I don't really think of like, well, in terms of like damage dump, I don't necessarily think of like Ranger as a huge AoE dump, although they do have a bit. But what do we think is just like the largest choke point dump if it goes like free cast? Honestly, would we be willing to say fighter if it can like hold its front line? Like if you have a tank and then a fighter playing on the tank's hip that also has like protection and Aegis going, could a fighter just go absolutely insane? Mage still, but only Lightning Ball sustained AoE damage, the rest are dispersed. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Because Lightning Ball was what I thought of, but I mean, burst AoE is really good, but yeah, from a lifesteal perspective, the burst would probably make it pretty unreliable for the lifesteal, huh? Let's count Blizzard, but that's too short range unless you frontline Mage. 8k health Mage with a shitload of lifesteal blizzarding on the front line. Wait a second. See, shock the world. Do it. Be the initiate. Blizzard Cock on the front line. Cock is Kona Cold, by the way. He's keeping his dick in his pants. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, you just Blizzard Cock on the front line. That's all you need. You perma freeze the front line for the Rangers for the tanks. Like, I think we're on to something. I think we're on to something. This might be nuts. Chat, we might have a new meta on our hands. If you see us up to some devious shit, don't be concerned. Make Blizzard a channel and not just a cast. That would be nice. That would be real nice, honestly. One thing I hated, I'm sorry to bring it up again, but one thing I hated about New World is Fire Staffs had a meteor shower that was like really persistent damage, put on like smolder and burn and stuff like that, and then eventually also gave an anti-heal. And they didn't even have to like channel it, they just kind of were like, ah, and then a fucking meteor shower came in. So it was kind of lame. It was kind of lame. Hello, Corla! Do you have food? How was the wedding rehearsal recital thingy or whatever the fuck it was? I don't even know what you've been up to, but please check tests. I checked text. Oh God. Are you good? You don't have to read them. No. Oh, no, you're fine. Are you good? Are you feeling better? Well, that's less than ideal. What happened? Do you, like, not bring your meds out with you or anything? Well, maybe you go home now. Maybe it's time to fly back home. That's scary. Well, I hope you are feeling better. Let me know, please, like, what's going on. Corla got sicky today. Less than ideal. We're making fun of Dune today, if you'd like to join us. So, they delayed their game for...
To you. So that was...
Shut up, not yet. They delayed their game for a little bit until June. So, we're making fun of how basically every single early access game is just completely delaying and like falling back on its timeline and everything like that, right? So, yeah, everyone's super critical of Ashes anytime something is slightly worked out of the timeline. And we're making fun of how everything is fucked up right now. Even as a cleric, you have more purpose than just healing. Most of your spells, there's a Divine Flare, do damage as well as healing in the same cast. I personally think, like, the problem... Not the problem. I don't think it's a problem. It's just how they're doing, like, architecture of gearing. But I don't think it's a problem, but personally, I would love to see, healing power and mana power, like, or not mana powers, healing power and magic power separated, more. Like, as a cleric, I think that they should be in healing power skewed gear and maybe potentially a lower rate of scaling on the magic power side from like magic power rating. I think that it's weird that clerics are incentivized to double dip. And I broke this down in one of our graphics that we made for the patch. So basically, this is what I actually talked about long ago before the 0.8 patch came out. So magic power rating currently gives like magic power and healing power at the same exact rates, right? So what I proposed is magic power rating gives 100% magic power as intended, but a diminishing return to the healing power side to prevent the double dipping. Or if somebody wanted to play like a Shadow Priest, for example, right? They would be able to magic power scale at the cost of reduced healing power scaling. So I personally would prefer if healing power rating was the incentivized thing for like true healers, and you either took out this branch of it and remove the like healing power scaling from magic power, because you have power rating, which apparently, by the way, is also affecting healing power. We got some conflicting info on this, but is impacting all three. And then you have magic power rating, which impacts 2. And then you have healing power and fizz power, which like fizz power you use because fizz damage dealers, but like healing power isn't even being used among casters or clerics or healers because it's a double dip. And the second you lose out on a double dip, it's no longer efficient to switch on anything. So what I really would prefer is either this, like a diminishing kickback on the healing power from magic power rating, or just eliminate it entirely and have magic power be magic power, healing power be healing power, fizz power be fizz power, and then power rating give to all three if you do want to have that more kind of like hit all approach, and then have that be a harder scaling coefficient, right? At the 42 power instead of like a 27.7 healing power rate. So that's kind of where we were thinking about going with that, to kind of like prevent the I'm a cleric, I'm using the same stuff as a damaging caster. Because that's what happens right now. Even if your healing is your primary, you're still just going to rock the magic power rating gear because there's really no incentivization to drop the potential. So, book looks insane. What this? Chronicles of Carfin is such a sick fucking name for a book, by the way. That shit sounds so cool. What a name. Chronicles of Carfin. I can't read, but I'll read that. Mana regen rating, healing power rating, max mana. Is mana regen rating useful at all? Like, does this scale up at all? I don't know enough about like how casters are scaling or anything. You're ruining my alt plan for P3 with this thought, Dusty. Why do you think I'm going main mage main and cleric alt? Jesus fucking Christ. Double dipping is a sin. Double dipping is a sin, and every single PoE build at a certain point was like built around double dipping. And I was just like, man, fuck this shit. Double dipping sucks. Like, punish one side of the double dip. You got to. You got to. I actually liked how WoW did it. So, WoW had weapons that were, and I'm not saying like take the weapon, but the overall attribute architecture, right? So it was basically a damage and healing modifier, which you could get on like caster weapons, right? Caster DPS weapons, where it was like 75 damage and healing at a 1-to-1. And then you had healer weapons that were more healing power, less damaging power. So it was like 125 healing power and 40 damaging power. And those were what your healers would use because you'd get more of the healing power scaling, less of the damage scaling. So you still got like a little bit of the plus damage additive, but you were incentivized with additional plus healing power to actually go that route. And I think that maybe that could be the good split as well with healing power. I don't know. But like right now, it's just, I don't know. I feel like the 1-to-1 double dip on both like healing and damaging scaling is a little strange. A little strange. Mana regen's not useless, especially if you don't have a bard. If you don't have a bard, you should look for a bard. Yeah, I think groups without bards feel pretty bad overall. I definitely, if I am making a group, will try to find the bard as like the primary focus. It's so strong. It's so good.
One of the reasons as well. But what are we going to talk about today? So the segments.
I want to see how bad their combat looks in this.
Combat. We will be talking.
So they're
about
just like talking about all combat.
For Dune Awakening. We will show you gameplay.
Sometimes you don't have a bard. Oh yeah, no. Like sometimes you don't have a bard, but like
show some PvP. Who knows?
Like sometimes not having a bard is like running a race, and sometimes not having legs. Like if I show up to a race and my legs are gone, then I don't really expect to win that race if everybody else has legs. So I'm probably going to try to find my legs. If I don't have a bard, I'm probably going to try to find a bard because the bard is so necessary. It's literally what facilitates everything. Can I be your legs? You can be in between my When did they show the combat? Oh, she doesn't talk long at all. Sick. Cinematics! Wait, did I skip too far? Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit it. They better have good cinematics at least.
Survive this world.
They got Shmoola.
But those who do.
Right. Would that be large enough to call in a sandworm?
Awaken.
If it moved in like a rhythmic manner?
The desert wants you dead, Offworlder. If the sands don't take you, the storms will swallow you whole.
I'd love to be swallowed whole. That's a good selling point on a game.
But you don't have to walk this path alone.
Right, because it's an MMO, yeah? Wait, was that just a frame drop?
In every danger.
Ain't no way they're frame dropping in a fucking cinematic trailer. They're dropping frames in a cinematic trailer.
Walk this path alone. In every danger.
No, they're not. Like, stuff, maybe it was like, cause this was pulled from the video, this was pulled from the Twitch VOD. That could have been like a Twitch pull, that could have been like a Twitch render blip. But that wasn't just like a second of drop frames. That was like 10 frames.
This path alone. In every danger.
Yeah, and I rewinded to make sure it wasn't me.
There is opportunity.
I haven't had frame drops in game, and I'm on a 3080. See, this is the thing. Like, are people that are testing the game publicly? Like, I say this as a content creator, right? Is every content creator just a fucking idiot when it comes to testing games? Do people just like click, oh, I want my settings on Epic, and like play on Epic? Does anybody customize their fucking settings anymore for like optimal settings or no? Like, are content creators just stupid? I don't think that's surprising. Well, I try to exist in like this realm of thought that like content creators generally have like good takes within their community. And I forget that like a good 60% of Twitch makes a living off of being a lol cow and getting made fun of. So it's like, I have to put that perspective in, cause like I only get made fun of like 10% of the time. And that's usually out of love, at least I think. So like I consider myself not really on that lol cow spectrum, you know what I mean? So I have to remember that like half of the streamers that exist, maybe even slightly more on like a full-time streaming level, literally just get made fun of for a living. So yeah, no, that does make sense. That does make sense. But I've heard so many fucking content creators, they're just like, this game runs like shit, everything feels terrible. And then anybody in chat that's playing it is like, no, I just customize my settings. Like if you leave the settings, like fucking not optimized, it feels like shit. But the second you set your settings up, it feels way better. Okay. Also, side note, no matter what the pattern on this rock would be, if you give me a laser tool that etches a design into the rock to gather it, I'm drawing a penis. Time to penis is the time it takes me to draw the cock. The first rock, I'm drawing a dick in it. That is not a tool that you can put in players' hands. It's not. Every single rock would just have peens. Do you know what engine Dune is made in? Is it UE? No, it's not UE4, is it? Hold on, let me check. Is it one of their Dune Awakening engine? It's UE5. Oh God, wait, I thought it was UE4. Huh, it's UE5. Interesting. That laser thing is what I was talking about as being cool and wanting an ashes or something like that. Okay, hear me out. What about like, hear me out. What about when we're hitting trees, right? What about when we're hitting trees? We hit the tree the first time, right? And it's like, boom. And then we hit it again and it's like, bong. And we hit it again and it's like, bong. And we have different axe skins. And we take out our axe. And there are weak spots on the tree that we can hit. And then we take that wood that we get from the tree. And then we crank 90s. You've been Fortnited. I would draw a penis with this.
The foundation of something.
I knew it was Fortnite from the first bong. As soon as you heard the sound effect, bro, I've hit too many things in Fortnite. I've hit too many things in Fortnite to not have that sound. The noise is so accurate. Bro, and then you had the old meta of the fucking emote animation cancel. It was like bong 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 bong. Like it was so good. It was so good. Every single Fortnite noise, man. Like the emote throw animation cancel into the second pickaxe hit was the fucking Tekkington, bro. Speed gathering in Fortnite was the shit. The mechanical gap. Fuck building. If you get an emote cancel gather, get the fuck out of the box fights. Content creators are the dumbest people I know. You didn't say most. You meant most, right? Like some, like, bring it back to the video.
Greater. A power.
He meant most. He didn't mean us.
Desert power. Some claim to rule this planet,
I mean, this looks nice.
but Arrakis is yours to explore.
Like, that's a really cool map design, like with the, like, it's very cavernous. And then where was it? Like this with the land bridges that go down. That's a really cool map design. I do like the look of this. Like, this looks incredibly nice. I think this is sick. They do have a ton of potential for like a very deep map.
This is yours to explore.
Looks cool. I like all the land bridges.
To fight for. To conquer. But there are forces beyond even your control.
I want to look at that sequence again. I don't know how I feel about that.
To explore.
Like, the first, watch this person just like, why does this not look good? Like the way that they just kind of like, stab the air in front of them. Well, so I think the stab was because you're stabbing the shield. Like, because with melee, you stab the shield and it breaks the shield, right? So I think that's why you're stabbing the air in front of you first. Like, that was just a knee to the chin. You just literally like sweet chin music them with your knee. Okay. That wasn't even really like a stab. He just kind of like put the weapon out there and the other guy like, huh, like fell on it. He just kind of like moves it. Okay.
But there are forces beyond even your control.
Is this cinematic or is this gameplay? Surely this is... Is this cinematic? Half and half? It's great that this game already has in lore for shields to exist. It gives us breathing room for combat. I love Dune, but I don't know about this. Yeah, I mean, we'll give it a chance.
Arrakis.
I mean, like, the world looks pretty. Like, look at this. Like, that's beautiful. Like, I love, like, the etching of that. Like, it looks really nice.
Master
This is
Arrakis.
cinematic, probably.
And it will
No, that looks
open your
gameplay.
mind. This is your path.
Like, the world looks cool in spots.
Awakening.
Cinematics should be pretty. That's the whole point of them. Fair. Yeah, because that was... I mean, some of it was gameplay and still looked good, but yeah, that was definitely going to be more like cinematic renders than gameplays. I feel like if you like Conan, you'll probably like this. I feel like this is... I feel like this is Once Dunin. That's what I keep calling it. It's Once Human with more sand. That's it. And I think they also fucked up trying to market this for so long as the Dune MMO, cause it's not an MMO. It's a multiplayer survival. That's I don't know.
Welcome back. So, combat, we have seen your comments, your feedback on combat and what we have shown so far.
When do they like show more?
Obviously, we want to show you more. And to talk about combat, I have
We want to
two
show you
guests
more.
with me now.
Now we're going to talk about it for
Without
15
choosing,
minutes.
to showcase the combinations of experiences that our players will be able to
Oh wait,
have.
yo, they got the same setup that Zine has. Peep that shit. Hey yo, Zine, they're repping you. They got that like fucking lap, the lap thingy. You're up tremendous, Zine. Yo, what up, another Happy Panda? It's not an MMO. It's like Conan with separate servers. So, like the biggest thing that I think is going to make it feel very separated from like a traditional MMO is just the fact that it leans so heavily into like, people think it's going to be kind of that like always on PvP, and you kind of have to like opt in. A lot of your trade happens outside of the PvP areas, and like it'll have like multiplayer like features, but I think that the true gameplay loop is very not so much a traditional MMO loop and much more in the realm of like a once human. Again, that's the closest direct pull that I'm getting from it, with like the just kind of like the opt-in PvP area with all of your harvesting, your top end gathering taking place there. The player friction over like world events that only happen in certain areas. Like, it definitely takes multiplayer elements, but I don't think the progression and gameplay loop is really that of an MMO, and is just much more centered around, like I said, that kind of like multiplayer survival. And honestly, big emphasis on the survival, big builder emphasis, all of the base processing and shit like that. It's kind of just 1-to-1 a once human in the Dune universe. And a lot of the gameplay that we've actually seen has kind of like led us to that. And they've also been changing their marketing within the past couple months to try to like get word out more about what the actual gameplay loop is. And we have a lot of people in chat that are like in the Dune testing, have followed it for a while. And I feel like even like the consensus there is like, yeah, it's not an MMO. It's not. So it'll be interesting. I think one of the biggest things that's going to hurt Dune is exactly that. I think marketing to the wrong like group of people, the wrong demographic, the wrong genre is only going to set your title up for player atrophy off rip. People will buy it. People will be like, oh, this isn't the gameplay loop I thought it was going to be. And then they leave. So my prediction is that it starts with a good launch, falls off very quickly, stabilizes low, and then with a couple good updates could get like larger than once human, just based off like the, you know, the name recognition of Dune, the IP recognition, all of that. But I think that with their gameplay loop being the way it is, and with them marketing so heavily in the MMO community, I don't see it taking hold the way that people thought it would. Yo, what up, Kali? Tell me what's not working, Ashes. Servers are down Tuesdays and Wednesdays until May 1st. So we have a couple more Tuesday, Wednesday downtimes, and then we'll be good to go on May 1st with 24/7 uptime as close as possible. But yeah, it comes up Thursday at 1 p.m. EST unless it gets delayed. And then again on May 1st, we go to like 7 days a week uptime, pending any like updates or anything like that.
Combat is a dance of multiple things, and we have a wide selection of very interesting toys that we'll demo here, so that our
okay, so this is pure gameplay.
So this will be solo combat first, right? Just to make that clear.
Pure gameplay.
Ooh, we're actually low on water. I forgot to solve that problem beforehand. And we're standing in the sunlight.
See, that's why you should always be prepared if you go out.
Absolutely.
Make sure you have enough water.
We will
make
not
sure you have
cheat to fix this problem. We will suffer the consequences.
because we can.
She kind of got a dumpy.
Find water in the location that we go to.
That's the first thing I've noticed.
Here we began to be dehydrated. But
like the dumpy slider goes well.
Much worth mentioning
that's good.
You'll be having fewer dashes because you're low on hydration.
Your stamina actually gets limited.
Yeah.
If you can see where the pips are on the bottom left of the screen above the hydration icon,
that's going to be like
you cross
the indicators.
Threshold, you're given a bonus to your stamina. Right now, because we're below both of the thresholds, we do not have that bonus.
It's pretty straightforward survival mechanic.
Statistical opportunity.
Very straightforward survival
and the
mechanic.
health is going to be ticking down.
Is it just me, or does the world look very like? I know it's going to be like barren, but does this just look kind of shoddy?
We have a challenge. We'll overcome the challenge. I promise.
And on the same time, you're also sunstroke.
I'm also sunstroke, yes.
So,
Everything that's going back.
I don't know, maybe it's just this area, but like the environment doesn't really look crazy.
So,
I'm getting once human vibes for this. It's once human with sand. Yes, it's one student.
Touch on the skills that we have equipped for this character. This character specifically going to be for my playstyle.
Right.
Let's talk about first the equipment. We have a selection of items: healing, melee, disruptor, rifle, scattergun. These all have their uses. I will use them interchangeably in combat. We have a armor kit. This is light armor. This is more focused around dashing and dodging and being
so it's the same armor like loadout and everything as once human.
Our primary,
what up, Fasaku?
Two of our primary resources, which is
this is Dune Awakening.
They both pull from the same pool. The energy pool, which Holtzman shields use. And this is the Holtzman shield.
It's just Call of Duty with sand. What do you mean Call of Duty? Call of Duty doesn't have equipment. I mean, I guess it has loadouts, but like you don't have like this full loadout. I don't really think it's way more like once human-y, just 1-to-1.
The unique narrative of Dune forces projectiles to have to put down a shield for them to leave it. We must
It's Bloom.
We must time our gameplay around this mechanic.
Okay.
Suspensors. The one I chose is the one I personally prefer the most. It is energy efficient. It doesn't give me vertical velocity.
So
but it allows me to float.
The second you do that, you're getting fucking lasered. Oh my god, if you do that when I'm aiming at you, you're fucking cooked.
This is becoming...
I swear to god.
And you saw that
I killed too many people out of the sky in Fortnite from 150 meters out to not shred somebody the second they start moving slow as fuck in the air.
There we go, right. So here, we have lost our shield, we have lost the perfect barrier because it is tied to the resource pool. Because we're floating, it will regenerate, and it will re-engage.
Oh, that stam regen is so slow.
There we go. Now, in terms of skills, let's have a quick look.
So Spencer training, tactical tech, and gunnery.
Camera overlay is hiding a couple of buttons, but I'll pretend I know where they are and click through them. So
Are
here we
these-
see our 5 archetypes, and my choice of skills, for me personally, and because of the setup that we're playing, which is away from the TV a little bit,
Okay.
on remote hardware. So if I miss, it's not my fault, it's the hardware's fault. I'm getting that out of the way now.
No gaming chair either.
No, no,
so
no, no. Knee charge, compel.
Let's go through these. You propel yourself forward into battle with a terrific knee charge into the enemy. Deals damage and severely staggers your opponent, but costs stamina. So, one thing I've noticed about Dune combat, I'm not gonna lie. In what we've seen so far, and I want to see more PvE, but it looks like everything just gets stagger locked. In all of the combat previews that we've seen so far that are actual gameplay, as soon as they go to hit a mob, they hit the mob once, it goes, and it just doesn't hit back ever. Like, it is underwhelming to say the least. What up, Duff? I never played one CMOB. Yeah, the loadout screen on COD looks a lot like that equipment screen or Destiny. I played too much Apex to miss that guy. And then played Apex in a very long time. Wait, Duff, what guy? Is this guy an Apex guy? Or like one of the devs? Buckle up, boys. Oh, God.
Knee charge, compel.
Yeah, Ash is down until Thursday. Tuesday, Wednesdays are downtimes. Modified Hunter Seeker that will fly in a direct line and explode upon impact with anything. Explode upon contact. Can be triggered to explode with a second activation. Useful for situations where a thrown grenade is not precise enough. Fly in a direct line and explode upon impact with anything. So you just send that in a straight line, and then you can blow it up.
In terms of my techniques, which
You can tell
are,
where to shoot, where you're most likely to hit.
passive.
You do it by instinct, increasing damage that hits the body, but reducing your damage
Right. That
via
delete,
headshots.
It says center of mass.
Wait. Nah, tell me you have no aim without telling me you have no aim. I know he was talking about being on like the mobile setup or whatever, but out of ooh. Oh, the one floating.
We have energy conservation to give me more juice so that I can fight for longer, float for longer, shield for longer. And
Death from above
to give me benefits to my damage output while I'm floating.
Okay, so he tries to fly and he tries to hit body shots.
People don't see the magic hands while we're fixing the character. Our maximum.
Okay, so they hid the dev,
right, so
like they hid the screen for the dev console.
Second, so that we don't completely get destroyed, even though we're shielded as we progress forward.
we can also.
Yeah,
You can. I mean, it's
So are
not
they waiting to
combat
heal?
related, but I think a lot of people
We shall begin.
see. I want to see the beautiful face I made during the.
Let's give it a look. I think they actually go into combat here.
You can
Maybe.
you can survive the first encounter. That's just
I hope
saw
so.
it.
And we have DBNO mechanics.
And people say
allowing us to
Ash's dev
back
streams
again.
don't have any action.
If not, you have
And
an
you're also being
excuse.
being dehydrated by the sun again.
Still, right. Let's
I feel like we haven't actually watched anything yet.
I will. The location we're going to is an eco lab.
Did that running just look?
Let's get into the.
Are they
You're also
sliding?
being dehydrated by the sun again.
Still, right. Let's get into the dark.
Are they sliding when they step?
Let's get
I think that, what?
the shadows.
The foot comes down and then they slide. Am I tripping?
Being dehydrated by the sun again.
Am I on Fen?
Let's get into the shadows.
Does it look really
The
slidey?
location we're going to is an eco lab. It's to the forward left. We're gonna rotate counterclockwise and hit the entrance. I've been in this eco lab a couple times, so I have relatively good memory of where
They run faster than the feet.
If I make a mistake, it's not
Maybe
my
it's
fault,
just on the
hardware's
sprint.
fault. We shall begin.
Taking a bold approach here.
That mob AI is
I hit every
intense.
bullet. It's absolutely not me. We'll reheal.
That mob
and because
AI
we
is
shielded,
sick.
We continue to
I love the way that it sucked out, seeked out
We'll
shelter,
reheal, and because we're this is not, I hit
and definitely was not just like a
it's not my
stormtrooper
fault,
ass
it's the
mob.
hardware's fault. We shall begin.
Taking a bold
That was sick. That was so good. That was insane.
approach here.
This is
Good
not-
combat.
I hit every bullet. It's absolutely not me.
All right, we're popping
We'll
bandies.
reheal, and because we're shielded, we continue to advance. Let's get into
Generic
it.
survival animation.
Let's pick up the tempo.
Okay, he's serpentining. He's got the melee out. He's gonna stab him. No, he's not. Wait, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, he taunted him. Did you stab him in the cock?
We're relatively safe here.
See, this is what I'm talking about, by the way. Stagger lock.
We dispatch him easily. We're relatively
Like, the mobs don't hit back if you go in melee range. Anyone's just gonna go in melee range. Watch, the mob doesn't do anything. You literally just stagger lock it and it has a seizure. I had a seizure on stream where I move less than this mob does the second it gets hit.
Thank you. We dispatch him easily. We're relatively safe here. This character is by himself. His mate was dispatched. We're shielded.
Like-
we're in shadow and we're inside. This is the entrance of our Ecolab location.
Were there two mobs outside of
I
this?
used Compel there as one of my skills. In the very beginning of the game, we do not have access, like Vilja said, to all three
Is this-
skills. You must experience a certain
This is like
narrative event.
the client that's gonna go live, right?
At that
You
point,
probably have gotten it at this point in the
Were
game,
there
because it's
two
like
mobs that
10
didn't
hours in or
aggro at the
something.
same
do you remember
time?
which tier we're
Did
in
he
right
just
now?
say 10 hours in? Is
Steel
this?
tier?
Well, this one is steel tier, but it's placed in Iron tier area.
Right, it's
What?
the challenging Ecolab.
Yeah.
This is a
It's one right there
challenging
because it
eco
is
lab.
Quite long. It has very interesting disposition of rooms, and it forces you to really
Okay,
work,
maybe it gets
especially
harder.
for the tier that it's in.
Maybe
So
it gets
we make
harder.
our way down the hall. Actually, no, we'll save that for later. I was thinking about activating the precedent state, but I think we'll save that for later. So let's see. We have two characters here. They don't know we're here. We will.
Yeah, they don't know.
No, we won't.
Man,
do
it's a
that.
good thing
We'll
the
just
mobs
open
are
up the
super
side
active and patrol a lot.
Oh no! Okay, that was my mistake.
Oh no.
You could though, like if you crouch, you're actually making less noise.
This is
Shoulder
one of the
swap's a
things
cool
that
mechanic.
is not often evident because if you crouch your character, you do not generate audio movement events. What that means is that if you can predict which way NPCs will move, you can get much closer to them to do what I essentially did here, which is get the scatter gun in a much closer position.
Yeah, this scattergun obviously is better.
Did he just say if you predict where they move, you can get in a better position and try to say it's a game mechanic? Wait, did I hear that right? Was he just...
with abs is absolutely S
Yo, John, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yo, what's up, Nin? How you doing, Goaty? We're watching Dune stuff. It doesn't look good. Did he just say if you can predict where the mob can move, you can get in a better position as a game mechanic? Because, like, that also applies to everything else. If I can predict that somebody in chat has a Twitch Prime, I say, yo, chat, click on your sub buttons and see if you have your Twitch Prime available. And if somebody has their Twitch Prime, then I can get more Twitch Primes. It's a stream mechanic. This is Dune? Yes, this is Dune. This is showing off their combat. Now, the best thing that I've seen so far is that the character has a fucking gat. Like an absolute dumpy. Like Thickums McCheekies. So, like, they do have good things in the game, but everything else has looked pretty bad so far. But I will say that dumpy is phenomenal. Absolutely well. Bark, bark, bark.
See, we have two characters here. They don't know we're here.
Sorry.
We will.
Sorry.
No, we won't do that. We'll just open up the scatter gun.
Dude, if I played this game, I would just crouch spam. That's all I do all day. I wouldn't even play the game. I would just crouch spam. Ugh.
No, okay, that was my mistake.
Carla's not happy with this part of the stream. No, Carla appreciates a good dumpy. Yeah, Carla likes ass. Carla doesn't discriminate. There's a reason she likes me. I got cheeks. I'm cheeked the fuck up. I'm cheeked the fuck up. Huh? Who doesn't like ass Kanko? What the fuck?
You could though, like if you crouch, you're actually making less noise.
Huge one shot.
One of
Okay.
the things that is not often evident because if you crouch your character, you do not generate audio movement events. What that means is that if you can predict which way NPCs will move, you can get much closer to them to do what I essentially did here,
Right,
which is
right.
get the scattergun in a much
Right.
closer
If you
position.
predict where they move, you can get closer.
The scattergun obviously is better at close range because it scatters.
It's a shotgun,
A
yes.
lot of darts.
We will push through. Let's have a look.
Is this just gonna one-shot him?
Yeah, because the scattergun is
This is
basically
insane.
like your
This-
shotgun approach in other games.
This is so intense.
Element here is that
Shotgun
Wait.
approach
Wait.
in other games.
the other
The mob is shooting the top of the crates.
Shotgun is basically like your shotgun approach in other games.
the other
Where are those bullets going?
interesting element here is that, as Vilja said prior, we don't only.
Yo, awesome stagger lock.
Nice dodge from
Let's not.
Awesome stagger lock.
It's okay. We're fine. We're overpowered. One of the things that Vilja mentioned before is that.
What am I missing?
Because of the setting, because of the whole.
I'm 90% sure they have AI tone the fuck down.
There has to be.
I
value
hope
to
so.
Attacking something, but
'Cause
not
this is
really
like-
taking its hit points away, which is where staggers and the stagger mechanics really come in.
No, nobody likes. Don't talk about your staggers. No, I'm making fun of your staggers. No, don't talk about your staggers like a good thing. No, developer man, your staggers are not good. No, wait. There's no way we're gonna say that going up to a mob and doing what you just did to it is engaging gameplay with a melee weapon. What do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean? Watch the mob.
We don't only
Like, it just doesn't do anything until you stop hitting it. What do you mean?
It's not going to do anything. It's okay.
What do you mean, stagger
One of the things that I mentioned
mechanics?
before is that because of the setting, because of the Holzman technology, and because of how we need to value, there has to be value to attacking something, but
Right.
not really taking its hit points away, which is where staggers and the stagger mechanics really come in. For example, with the scattergun is one of the best tools you have to force a stagger at short range, not melee range, but at short range, to a target that you manage to land all of your darts on.
This feels like New World. No, New World had the best combat system at its peak of any MMO in history. This looks like ass. This looks like shit. New World had the best combat of any MMO of all time and threw it away. This is just bad. This looks really clunky.
So we're going to continue advancing, explore this space.
This guy actually play games?
Shall we activate?
Well, so this is one thing I also say. This is one thing I also say. Like, oh, y'all look at our staggers. Oh, fair, fair. No, so honestly, relating that though, one thing that I've said is like, developers are not supposed to be good at the game. Like, developers are not supposed to be cracked at the game. If you have a combat showcase, why would you not bring in somebody that can show off the combat and the game in a good form while the developers talk about what they see? That would be like the Summoner coming out, or like Castle Sieges. And we have like, we put together a fucking PvP montage of like Steven with 500k HP running around Thanos snapping people to show off the combat. It's like, we love you, but the people want to see like mechanical pushing boundaries in games and see what game systems can do. We don't want to see pew, because that's how devs play. That's how devs play. And hear me out. I don't expect developers to be good at games. Just like I don't expect me as a streamer to be good at developing games. Everybody has their own role. The rocket scientist could not fly the rocket. The person that repairs the helicopters could not fly the helicopter at the rate that a pilot could. So it's like, why not bring in a pilot to fly the helicopter while you talk about what's going on with the helicopter? Why not be like, hey, person that plays the game very well, we'd love for you to either pre-record a segment, right? Or we would love to have you come in and basically play during this live stream. We want to have you go through this bit of content, and we want it shown off in a way that will make it look appealing, right? Please try to highlight these parts. Try to, like, you know, make sure you go into this area, kill this mob. Very simple. Very simple. Gonna go on a limb here and say doesn't look like this game. I mean, I'm talking more about like showcase streams in general. This isn't even like a Dune thing, but I dislike very heavily when people in development think that in a combat showcase or a class showcase or like a system showcase where the system can be shown off by somebody playing the game well, that like showing it off in like a not good way through gameplay looking poor is the quickest way to make your system look bad. Like, if they had somebody that was making the gameplay look fun, look engaging, could be an entire difference. But they have dude sitting like 30 feet away from the monitor, by the way. Like, he talked about how he literally can't see what's going on. He's playing with like a fucking lap desk keyboard and wireless mouse, and they're expecting him to like make the game look good while he's talking about it too. Like, I just feel like that's kind of setting things up for failure, right? I may be kind of like closed-minded in that, but like, dude, I know like live production is very hard, but I don't really understand why dev streams go the route that they go sometimes. I don't understand what people would think. Like, if I try to convince you that riding a bike is very fun and I stream it and I'm just falling off the bike constantly and getting hurt, you're probably not going to ride a bike because it's not going to look very good. It's not going to look very fun. If you're showing off a game's combat and the combat looks like shit, people are going to be like, well, the combat doesn't look like fun. And then people aren't going to play it if your game's based on combat. Now, hear me out. If the combat looked as good as those voluptuous booty cheeks on the character model, we'd be in a good spot. Those character designers, they're cooking something up, and I'm here for it. I'm here for that. Like, that's nice. Combat so far leaving me a little bit something to be desired. Unless you're like Volcano and Valorant or Custom and Overwatch, there can be devs that are good gamers. Oh yeah, there are absolutely devs that are good gamers. Just because you are a dev doesn't mean you fucking suck at video games. But like, my expectation is that the developers develop the game and the players play the game, and I typically think of it as a Venn diagram. Like, there's going to be a small carryover of developers that have the time, the patience, and everything like that to actually be good at the game past the 8-hour plus workday that they already put into it. But like, if they're developing the back end of the game for 8 hours a day and they have a few hours to play the game, and people who are on the competitive end of the game just play the game 12 hours a day, I can tell you who's probably going to be better at the game, and I can tell you who's going to be able to tell you more about the actual infrastructure of the game. And of course, there's a Venn diagram. There are devs that are cracked, and there are devs that are literally fucking insane players at multiple games, even the ones that they don't develop, right? But with that, I don't necessarily expect that one-to-one. 12 hours a day playing a game? Tarvo, you realize I play Ashes 10 hours a day, right? Only streamers and competitive players can do that. I mean, there are a lot of people who just don't have to work. Like, I'm not gonna lie. There are a lot of people who are very rich and very bad at video games that do play 10 hours a day, but also still suck. I won't lie. I'll put that out there. There are people that aren't streamers or comp players that play a lot, but I just think like thinking it through in the sense of like, we've got to make this look good, right? We've got to make our game look good. This is the big combat showcase. Like, I don't know. Back in the day, I hit 49 consecutive hours. I'm here for downtime shenanigans. Welcome. We're looking at Dune's combat right now. Look at Elon. Elon's maps. Oh, poor guy. All he has is billions of dollars and nothing else in the world. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Like, who do you think has more fun streaming video games? Me or Elon Musk, chat? Honestly, who do you think gets more joy from throwing up a stream and playing a video game? Because I'd bet it's the person without the most money in the world. Like, I smile, I laugh, I have a community that enjoys everything with me, and all he has is billions of dollars. And no matter how much money you have, you can't just like force people to enjoy you with whatever you're doing, man. Like, there are problems that come with all of that. I mean, he can probably wipe his tears with $1 million bills and never notice they're going, but shit, at least I get to laugh and I get to like say hello and enjoy my time with all of my friends when I am live. That's what matters for me. Hundreds of billions of dollars. Well, technically hundreds of billions of dollars is still billions of dollars, right? And that's also a scenario of like, not every rich person is just instantly going to be sad. There are so many people that, I mean, shit. Look at Steven. He's not like Elon Musk rich, but he has at least like $100 in his bank account. Like, he's doing well. And he plays the game and he's fucking giddy doing everything while he's playing the game. And like, dude, it's just, there are different levels to being able to like enjoy things. And I don't, dude, he opened his own can of worms there though. He opened his own can of worms. Have you seen his recent X stream? He was playing PoE and getting spammed constantly. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. All of his chatters are either ass kissers or someone who wants his hand-me-downs or trolls. I mean, that's also my chat, but we just have fewer people. So, you know, I'm aware. I'm on to you guys. I'm watching you. I know. You can't hide from me. Whoever says money doesn't buy happiness doesn't have money. Do whatever they want. About whatever they want. I don't know. No matter how much money he puts into Path of Exile, he always looks sad when he's playing it, dog. I won't lie. We can't really make that up. Like, shit, I was happier when I was playing Path of Exile. I found first 3 days of PoE 2. I was in T16 plus maps on my homebrew summoner build. I found a headhunter as a drop. Now, headhunter was one of the biggest chase items in all of Path of Exile 1 and was actually like insane to just random drop. I was very excited. Turns out headhunter fucking sucked. They nerfed the shit out of it. So, I mean, I still got more enjoyment out of that than I think Elon got out of any point of playing PoE at this point. So, let's look at the sick combat.
Just wait till you get.
Can we get the pirate race already?
Let's get
Yeah, hold on. I've actually had the button to add the new races into the game. I just haven't been pressing it. Yeah, I got you. Man, I can't wait for more though. I want a second starting area, but Diablo 1 OG, can't cheat on Diablo with PoE, no matter how shit Diablo becomes. Diablo 2 was the first game that I like played in any semi-serious capacity when I started gaming at 4 years old, right? And Diablo 2 Resurrected, like D3 was bad enough. D4 was even worse. Diablo 2 Resurrected was like, please, literally just remake Diablo 2 and change nothing and just keep the new graphics. That's all we want. And then you had the martial arts assassin build, like the Kixin, with the, what the fuck was the name of the Runeward Claw? You know what I'm talking about though. Just these insane builds that were never possible, like in Diablo 2 in the first place, and just weren't Diablo 2 builds. Like, I lost all faith in Diablo. I think Blizzard Activision is no longer Blizzard. I think it's more Activision than anything else. To be fair, he doesn't have much time to play. Definitely better than me on my 30 hours on it. Cheating shit was so dumb though. His excuse was, well, everyone else does it. I mean, like, I get it. You got billions of dollars, like, swipe. But just from him wanting to, I don't know, like, show that as, like, a relatable thing. The popular consensus was always, like, if he was just comfortable being bad at the game, then people would have been a lot more likely to, like, support him, right? In that whole thing. But because he wanted to be, like, super elite gamer and, like, put that projection out and not actually follow through on it, it was very poorly received.
Kind of along the corridor, I will zoom in with my magical Mark 1 eyeball to try to spot the baddies. As we
Dude, they have him
advance
sitting
ever
so far
slowly-
away.
No. There we go.
Okay. Uh-oh, he's got
Right.
2 people on him at the same time.
Just
Main
me
charge
in there.
will
Yep.
proceed to compel.
Wait, so what was the difference in the
Pull back.
movement there?
Just me in there.
Why is he like super,
we
super
go.
like slowly walking backwards here?
Pull back.
Just
Main
me in
charge
there.
will
Yep.
proceed
Is there
to
like a
compel.
disengage time before you can actually turn away, or is it holstering?
Heroically running away.
Oof. Okay, okay, I need to. This is the other element. We need to
Okay.
disposition them.
Oh,
Oh, he didn't get through night. Oh, this dodging.
And then is it just staggered permanently?
Push through. Nice.
Yes. Does everything just get perma-staggered?
I have my abilities.
So we see it's very much about positioning
What?
and tactical combat.
yeah.
Three.
Positioning and tactical
Push through,
combat.
push through. Nice.
And as you saw, the NPC was
Very much about positioning and tactical combat.
yeah.
Three. Just stagger, push through, push through, push through. Nice.
Positioning and tactical combat. Yeah. Bro, me getting into a fight and going like this is more I just fucked up my goddamn headphones. I'm dangerous, chat. I'm dangerous. You gotta stay away from me when these fucking lightning hands are out. Just be careful. Just be careful. You can even get yourself sometimes. I think I just pulled something in my back. The shooting combat looked not bad. Yeah, but nobody's gonna shoot if you just walk up to a mob and give it a fucking seizure. This is all like level 10 stuff though. Level 250 is max level. Yeah, but like, are you just gonna stagger stuff all the way up to level like 250? A lot of NPCs are immune to stagger. Thank fucking God. This whole showcase looks so bad. It really does not look good. It does not look good. And even like one of the things I was talking about during the like the cinematic trailer part was like, oh, at least the environment looks really good, right? At least they'll play into their map design. This whole map design kind of looks like shit, and this seems like it's going to be an important mechanic in the game.
Was actually doing a knee charge
Like this
against them
lighting
because
looks
they have the
bad.
same abilities as we do.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
And
spoiled
he's
by
on the road,
Ashes.
nice follow through.
He was just
Successfully.
reloading. Yes, nice.
Successfully.
Wow.
We might
Insane.
actually get NPCs to maybe be a little bit more clever with when they reload versus shielded characters. That's a future team conversation.
Wouldn't it, like, why can the NPCs crouch, but they're not, like, prioritizing taking cover before they reload? You would think that there would be, like, almost like a logic chain of the NPC where it's like, if the enemy is far away, I use my weapon. If I am out of ammo for my weapon, I seek shelter, crouch, and then reload the weapon. If NPC, or if enemy, like player enemy, comes within X amount of range, I switch to melee weapon and engage. You would think that that would be like the logic chain there, right? It's just like minimum distance exceeded, pew pew, I'm out of ammo, NPC seeks cover. Where is wall? I find wall, I go to wall, I reload. I think that's pretty simple. I'm not a game dev, but they need to show later game content in NPCs. Yeah, it's why do sometimes development teams choose to show the things that they show?
Some spice beer, so you're ready for it.
Absolutely. Let's see. Let's take before we go any further. Let's one. Now push our bar upwards, and we have to wait a few ticks for it to
This
get
is
ready.
not
We'll wait
looking.
Do that via food or drinks, but also sometimes it kind of goes up.
This is not
organically.
looking the
I mean, if
best.
you go to a spice field, you will inhale spice
Yes.
directly.
Right.
And you can also see
We're
the
snorting the
particles in the
spice.
air. You actually see it. That's very interesting.
I like how the entire time he was running up to this, he kept shoulder switching. And then the time that it was actually viable for him to switch the shoulder peak, he didn't switch the shoulder peak. It's just a small thing, but that really annoyed me. Watch.
Also, you can
Ready?
do that via food or drinks, but also
Ready?
sometimes
Shoulder
it
swap.
kind of goes up organically.
Shoulder swap.
I mean, if you go to a spice field, you will inhale spice.
Yes.
And then right
directly.
here, he should actually shoulder swap to the other side to get the peeker's advantage there.
And you can also see the particles in
But he doesn't. It's
the air.
this is why you,
Very interesting.
this is why you bring in people that actually play the game. Because say he was like coming up here, right? Shoulder swap, pop up, head peek, pop down, pop up, head peek, pop down, pop up, head peek, pop down. I don't even play this game, but I could have made this engagement look more like enjoyable than it's going to look right now. He has an ability that will taunt the enemy to them. Stand up, taunt, head glitch, boop, boop, boop. Like, it's against CPU enemies, you need no peeker's advantage. But what you need to do is make the gameplay look fun. You need to make the gameplay look engaging. This isn't about progressing through the game in the fastest way. This is about showing off game mechanics and like making things look fun and enjoyable. Gives an insight to designing NPC AI's mechanics, just bare minimum effort stuff. They're passing out as huge accomplishments. This looks like a Minecraft Live. I mean, like, if this is
and you can also see the
intro
in
NPCs and it's meant to look, it's meant to be more simple, right? Then sure, but
Eyes up the other characters here.
Oh, finishing.
Oh no!
bruh.
Oh, he's gonna come.
Oh, I didn't press keyboard fault, not my fault. I actually tried to dodge, or technically dash.
Okay.
Push through the shield. Nice.
Huge
So the
stab.
shotgun there,
Huge
staggering
stab.
the enemy and then following through with a blade.
It showed desert PvP. We can skip forward. This is literally the very first zone in the game.
My objective there
Bruh.
was to read the telegraph on the knee charge and.
I mean, they did mention at the start of this. I don't know if this is like still the very first, but they mentioned that these are usually like steel difficulty, and this one was like turned down to like iron or something like that, which is typically not very high. That didn't look bad, this sequence.
Oh no! Characters here.
Oh, finish him.
You're telling me that didn't hit?
Oh no! Characters here.
What do you mean it didn't look bad?
Oh, finish him.
You're you're telling me that didn't hit?
Oh.
What do you mean?
Oh, he's gonna come.
Oh, I didn't press keyboard fault, not my fault.
I don't know.
I actually tried to dodge. or
Collisions and
technically dash.
hitboxes in action combat games are the most important thing in my
You saw
opinion.
the shotgun there, staggering the enemy and then following through with a
It's
blade.
one of the things that New World did
My
exceedingly
objective
well
there
that made
was
its
to
combat feel really
read
good.
the telegraph on the knee charge and
The mob just
move
moonwalked.
tactically to
Hee
the
hee.
side. I had failed.
The
I
artisan
pressed the
weapons
button.
he's using are also like 4 tiers above the enemies. He's
Successful
overgeared as fuck.
Right, and here,
Yes.
because we're in an eco lab, it is actually not the easiest place. Should we activate our power here?
Sure.
Let's
Go
do
for
it.
it.
So,
Okay, what are they gonna do?
we're entering the prescient state. As Vilya said prior, we have increased output of damage, we have
Okay, so it's like an
reduced
alt.
cooldowns on our abilities, and more importantly, we have information. And information is ammunition that we can use to succeed.
Yeah, you have to actually see the enemy.
We have information. No information on the screen. Hold on.
We have reduced cooldowns on our abilities, and more importantly, we have information. And information is ammunition that we can use to succeed.
Yeah, you have to actually see the enemies first, but once you do, you
There we
have
go.
more conscious of where they are.
So,
is that just saying like what weapons they have out?
I will actually try to utilize the playstyle of this character build to its optimum. I will float and fight. In the fight.
Okay, so that's like a health bar or something?
Please hit. No, okay. No, like. Go that way.
You did see the buff activate
Yeah,
though
yeah.
on the right side.
See, like,
from your
Those
passive.
NPCs actually kind of like went to cover.
Dash sideways. 1, 2, 3, dash away. Fence. Parry.
Okay, he has an idea of what to do.
And since you're spec'd, you're on the same tier as them, basically.
Like, melee or range DPS? For this or for Ashes? Those markers are their classes, not their weapons. Okay. At least the map looks semi-interesting. Now we finally got a second color. We got some new flowers. We got some new flowers. Oh, for their markers? Oh, okay.
Basically, it's just one slow blade. If you go against higher tiered enemies, you will have
that
to use
stagger
more,
just looks
more,
so
that's obviously
so
much
bad.
better.
Normally, the first time players experience a location that they're under geared for, they need to be Ooh, okay. Let's proceed to melee. Yeah, and you shall.
Excuse me?
Okay.
From what we saw there was that you were blocking, you weren't parrying, you were holding block actually.
So
I didn't feel comfortable in the situation to try to risk it. How did he die? I guess he's
an underground scientific bunker. They're literally trying to engineer plants to populate the surface of Arrakis. Yeah, Ecolab. So why would they be trying to...
This next button, no, that's
like, clearly they should know it's not going to grow on the fucking desert surface. They should just build more ecolabs for the plants. And then, like, underground garden. I feel like that'd be the smartest thing. I mean, I'm not the world creator, but...
preparing before the next encounter. You really should prepare.
Like, imagine if instead of this shit, it was like tomatoes and joints like that.
We go into every encounter.
I feel like half of the problem's solved, right?
If you play solo, right? You have to be way more careful right now if you play solo like this.
Usually it's okay. It's just a question of how many resources players are willing to sacrifice for their speed and or efficiency.
Wait, so what happened there?
Willing to sacrifice. Usually it's
because he turns it here,
a question of how many resources
targets the enemy, and there's no information.
Players are willing to
and then turns back,
for their speed
and then there's
efficiency.
information.
Let's actually throw a seeker. Bang.
Sure.
But we also see here what you mentioned earlier when we talked about solo play. Like Alex is really trying to be able to.
Okay, that AI looked a little better. At least it like framed back.
Trying to separate enemies, trying to go for cover. Use his ability to not have to fight everyone.
Yeah.
I compelled the heavy there to
so
force
he just
a long CC effect while dispatching his friend. I'm going to come back now and solve the problem. Oh no.
Okay, like so he knows what he's doing. The guy playing knows what he's doing. So like, I won't lie. That concerns me more. Cause I was kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt of like, oh, like maybe he doesn't really know like what he's doing. Main focus is having fun in the sandbox, not really the NPC battles. So it's a lot less about the NPC fighting, but more about the actual fluidity and playability of the game itself. So sure, having fun in the sandbox is a thing, but if your game feels worse and offers less than Minecraft, then people will just play Minecraft if they want a true sandbox. If they want a survival sandbox with good combat and good player to player, then they'll do Once Human. If they want something that has a better feel, like there needs to be something that stands out. And the only thing that stands out in a positive way about this game when compared to others in its genre is the fact that it's called Dune Awakening. If this was called a gobbledygook builder, right? Then no one would be like, this looks good. This is probably like a small indie game. This looks like ass. But because it's called Dune Awakening, everybody will simply give it a pass on the entire core gameplay loop looking extremely clunky. Movement, combat fluidity, like what are you supposed to do when you're fighting over spice if the combat's unfun against NPCs and then player-to-player combat's equally as bad? Well, is the purpose of it just running around and free gathering then? Because that's not really like... I don't really think running around and free gathering is also the point of this, because then it would just be a PvE survival that would lose to Valheim. I'm struggling to see like where their actual investment in gameplay or game quality is actually showing through. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing in like this state of things, but it really does feel like there's just something that's missing that would actually make it a game with staying power. I don't know. I think it's a worse looking version of Once Human. The investment is almost entirely endgame where the PvP is. But how is PvP going to look good if the combat's bad? Like, oh, nothing but fun? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, it's going to completely fucking fizzle out to 0 players. But what I'm saying is, like, in the genre of this, if it were anything except Dune Awakening, pretty much everybody else would be, like, not coping for it the way that they are. People would check it out and they'd say, oh, it's a worse Once Human. And then they'd go play Once Human. Or they'd go back to Valheim. Or they'd go back to Rust if they're here for the PvP thing. Like, literally whatever it may be. And they've also marketed this as an MMO for the longest time. It's just, I don't know. The endgame, if rushed, takes like 4 or 5 days solo. My group will be pushing Deep Desert on day 2. So you'll be in the endgame by day 2. Yeah, that game's cooked. That shit's cooked. If you're like full endgame in a survival day 2 with everything full up, oh god. So it's similar to Rust then? Definitely marketable to MMO players. The Dune MMO. This game will probably last like 2 weeks and then die off after. Especially if it's a super quick endgame acquisition process for people that know what they're doing. Because the problem that presents is by the time the bell curve of players gets to the endgame, they can't actually do anything. They show up to, like, in this instance, it'd be like one of the spice explosions, right? You'd go there because those are supposed to be the peak of, like, player friction and harvesting. And then, like, your power curve is there, right? New players can't access any endgame because it's so quick. It's quick to get to endgame. Endgame itself takes weeks, even knowing what you're doing as a group. Is it quick for everybody to get to endgame? I don't know. Quick to endgame games, personal preference here, but quick to endgame games are always so superficial and die out so fast. Because while your super competitive player base may dive in more to the depth of complexity, it's like constellations and ashes. Not every casual player is going to look up at the sky and know that a constellation could be leading to a relic. Therefore, their endgame depth is going to be a lot more shallow than the people who do take the time to research every element of the endgame and experiment with that. But what Ashes does extremely well is for the players who want, like, the experience to endgame to be part of the journey, it's actually available without getting full fucked, right? You can still participate in things. I feel like with the structure of this, if it's quick to get to endgame and then a lot of endgame depth, it's going to be a massive, massive, massive power gap. You take your time to get there, barely did deep, and just had fun with exploring everything. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the exploration of the world is always something to be said. Like, world building is a thing in and of itself, but I also think that's only like one part of it. If I only wanted like this big cinematic world building experience, I'd watch the Dune movies. If I wanted something where I wanted a mix of world building, but I also wanted fun combat, fun movement, and to enjoy handling my character, I would look to play a game that actually like feels very good to handle and not something that has subpar combat, subpar movement. Like, and again, this is coming off of what's been shown publicly so far between like content creator videos, between this now live stream. It just like doesn't seem to hit. It's quick to beeline there. I know people who had spent 3 weeks taking their time and exploring it and get to Deep Desert, but had fun doing it. Once you get to Deep Desert, it wipes every week. I think that limits the player base even more. I'm not gonna lie. The more I hear about it, the more I'm just like, oh, that's not good. Like, in survival games, your wipes typically lose a lot of players, no? That's what killed Once Human, was how they were handling wipes. And then the introduction of AI to their battle passes and shit. But like the initial controversy with Once Human was like how they handled their wipes. I don't know. Rust wipes weekly. Do you think this is going to be a 1-to-1 carryover with Rust player base, though? Because I don't really think people are comparing this in gameplay loop hard 1-to-1 to Rust. I think people are comparing it more hard 1-to-1 to Once Human with more sand. And it depends on the player base. ARPGs wipe frequently as well. But if you add an ARPG wipe cycle to an MMO, it's not going to go well. What works for thee may not work for something else, right? So, never met anyone besides you compare it to Once Human. What do you mean? This is literally Once Human. This is not even just a me take. I've heard so many people one-to-one this with Once Human in terms of the core gameplay loop. What do you mean? Like the entire concept of going like into the deep desert, a high risk, high reward area for the optimal gathering is the same thing as Once Human's controllable areas. It's the same core gameplay loop as Once Human. That's not just a me take. That's like a consensus that I've heard. Yeah, what up, Nell? You travel between the PvP and PvE zones via flying. So you build a base in the PvE zone, then farm deep desert for a week in PvP, then bring back what you can to the PvE base before going back to a fresh PvP zone. Does that not seem arbitrary? So what's the point of that if the rest of the world is concurrent? Because then you're just going to have people who build up faster with all the materials they have. Like that. To go PvP and control it and have fun. That just seems like an arbitrary wipe with the system though, because you just rebuild. You just arbitrarily lose materials every 7 days, right? Like even if you're a top player, you just have enough materials in a blueprint to instantly rebuild everything each week. I got a video showing off what the core gameplay of Dune looks like, or is there some kind of NDA? This is pretty much what's been shown. I'm not even gonna lie. Like,
to use our explosive damage to get a little bit of chip on him. Not that much.
Also, let's throw out another reminder that they marketed this as an MMO. Let's just throw out another reminder of like the core issues that this game will have. Because you know what it hasn't been compared to?
Cat with abs is absolutely S.
Yo, Shankleton, thank you for the follow. You know what it hasn't been compared to? Any MMO yet? Yep. I like, regardless of what you think about gameplay, anything else, that's all personal preference, right? Some people will love this gameplay, some people won't. But my biggest thing about it has always been that their marketing was horrendously mistargeted. Calling it an MMO is fine. What? No, an MMO is just short for MMORPG. But like a survival MMO. No, it's a survival multiplayer. Survival multiplayer and MMO. MMO is an MMORPG. MMO is just a shortening of MMORPG. That's basically just shortening it. But like a massive multiplayer online role-playing game is an MMO. Like massive multiplayer online. This is a survival multiplayer. It's entirely different. It's an online shooter. Yeah, this is not a massive multiplayer online. And like an MMO is just like, I disagree because Destiny 2 is an MMO FPS. That is a subgenre of MMORPG. Because it's an MMO gameplay loop. Correct. Destiny 2 is Destiny's like a subgenre MMO. Right. This is not Destiny gameplay loop. This is not an MMO sub. This is a like Once Human Rusty Minecrafty subgenre. This is more similar to Minecraft than it is Destiny. Is that what I'm saying? You're gonna see they're meeting the minimum requirements. It looks a bit like Mass Effect in its combat. Mass Effect 2, maybe. What'd I press? Oh. PvE base is safe minus basic upkeep. Your PvP base wipes weekly, and you can only keep what you transport PvP to PvE. So you build a base in PvP, farm what you can, and then bring back to the PvE zone to craft and go back out to PvP. So isn't that just going to result in every wipe, the person that has the most materials having the most built up base, and then like power scaling every single wipe more and more exponentially? Am I tripping there, or is that just an arbitrary wipe system? Because your most powerful people are still going to be your most powerful people because you can still transport everything to your base after winning the PvE zone. It's not like a wipe takes away your materials unless it's a material that you can't build with. But what am I missing? This wipe just seems arbitrary. It's not a power redistribution. You just keep all of the materials and then you just rebuild instantly as soon as the wipe happens and then you're ahead, right? No, because there's a limited amount of transportation from the zones. But is every player going to hit that limited amount cap? Or if you hit that max amount of transportation, are you going to have an advantage for winning the zone the next wipe? Like, will your power that you would have carry over to the next wipe anyways, or are you being full reset? Because if you're not losing the materials that you used to build and having to go back in from scratch, that's not a wipe. That's just an arbitrary sink that just takes people's effort away. Because if someone was weak and has less materials to not get in a position of power in the first wipe, they're not going to have the materials to outpower somebody who has those materials carrying over in the second wipe. If I'm behind you on the first wipe and you start wipe 2 ahead of me, then that wipe is just arbitrary because you start ahead and then you progress even further ahead. And as a result, that exponentially separates the power gap, because if you are hitting cap every single week and I cannot hit cap on extraction because I don't have the power to, because of those carryovers, that separates more and more and more and more of the power scaling. Do you not see the problem there? They would literally have to full wipe all of the building materials weekly to actually have that be an even start in like a wipe that brought any substance. But right now it's just an arbitrary sink of all of the materials and time that people put in building over the course of that week that actually won't like differentiate anything. Aside from IP, it looks generic so far. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is an example of IP carrying the game. If this was not a Dune game, imagine if this was called Ashes of Creation by Intrepid Studios. What do you think people would say? What would be the perception if this wasn't Dune? That's what we need to think about. Like, if this was anything other than Dune, where would people be leaning? Amazing unless it was an AGS game. What if I called it Dune World? What if? Does that do it for you? Oh God, Dune World. Oh God. Oh, it's just Brimstone Sands with extra steps. Oh God. Dune Z. Dude, it just looks so clunky, Hulse. It looks so clunky. Hold on, I have to pee and then we'll make fun of this more. I'll be right back. I'll be right back 1 second. I just have to potty. Let's watch a bit more of the live. Yeah, of course. Did that play? Okay, it did. I have to pee. 1 sec. It looks like a Star Wars. It doesn't look like a game that was supposed to launch next month. That's for sure. Looks worse than Ashes. Good day. We're back. Star Wars MMO. In terms of AAA titles, 295 is shown in indie games. I was selling them on a regular basis. All right, what are we yapping about? I'm a competitive player, so like a PvE persistent base where I go out to contest the PvP zone sounds fine to me, but I don't see how this would appeal to my casual friend group. Well, and so the thing that I worry about, right, is what up, Ragnar? I worry about that bastard Ragnar showing up. But like, what I worry about is if you're a competitive player, right? Every single reset, you're going to have a much better startup, allowing you to get more materials earlier, get further ahead every single reset. So like, reset 1, you may be 10% ahead. Reset 2, you use that 10% ahead to get even further ahead. And if you get 10% ahead every single reset without scaling it up more, which by the way you will, then you're still going to get further and further and further ahead every single reset, right? And that baseline of materials that you will have from winning the last reset will allow you to win this reset. So what I'm thinking, just like trying to understand, is what is the difference between resetting everybody's bases once a week and just keeping them there? The powerful are still going to be powerful. Like your base, if you win the first week or win the first month or win the first year, will still be better than mine the entire time and every time it resets if you're better and more powerful than me. The reset doesn't actually add anything, I don't think. Right? It's a sink. It's intended to be a literal material sink. Because otherwise there would be material bloat, right? Literally a new map in the PvP zone. Correct, but couldn't you just reshape the map without nuking the bases to have a material sink? I'm just confused about, like, in terms of the core gameplay, how this prevents power scaling from getting out of hand, because this is the reason that power scaling will get out of hand. If you win 3 resets in a row, then you have, like, that's a lore, Sandstorm wipes everything and exposes new map. Fair in the world building. But again, if I was worried about lore, I'd watch a movie. If I wanted a fun game to play, then I would build something that didn't have an absurd amount of power creep because of arbitrary resets. I don't think there even is a need for bases in this PvP zone. Is the base just an extra step where you can use as like a storage, or do you need the base to extract? Your base could be better than mine, but it's so easy to not PvP. You can still farm so many materials and never have to fight. The core system is still arbitrary. The base is an extra step for storage. Interesting. I mean, again, for those that like that gameplay loop, right? Teach their own. I'm not fucking judging people for liking the gameplay loop. I'm just struggling to wrap my head around, like, me personally, that level of like where do I see that loop actually going? I don't know. When we first got to the desert, we flew there, farmed, PvP'd, and then flew out and banked. Then we caught up and built in the deep desert. Can you fly in the deep desert? So like you fly, land somewhere, farm, fly it back to your base, and then fly it from your base back to the like PvE area? Is that possible? And are there like gunners in the ship? Can your flying apparatus be like shot down? Is there, for people who don't want to PvP, what are they engaged with? Yes and yes. Okay, good. Okay. I was worried that there wasn't going to be like aerial combat to shoot shit down, and I was like, wait a second. Isn't that just safe transport? Oh, thank fucking God. Okay, that's good. +1 point there. Because presumably PvE players just have these lame AI encounters. And don't forget you get to draw dicks on rocks with their gathering system, so that's cool. All right. Let's see how it shapes up. Let's see how it shapes up. They did say that they may show off some PvP later on. How long does this go for? Let's go forward a little bit. Maybe he's rocking and rolling now.
Betrayal. If you use a Bene Gesserit skill on your friend.
Yeah.
Oh no, bring back the girl with the big butt.
The question is,
boo! Boo! Male characters, boo!
Yeah.
Give us big butt girl.
Oh, it's
Someone
getting
out of
staggered.
stamina.
This game looks so much worse all of a sudden. Boo! Boo!
Oh,
we saw the
It's
new
ridiculous.
Owen.
Yeah.
If there's no behind, I can't get behind this game.
Oh, I believe
A lot of the PvE players will be doing it for the building and lore.
Needs to be a little bit more ability.
I'm assuming its own market.
Stamina management. Bank your stamina and deploy it in one big burst.
Actually,
What's the
you don't
extent
see
of
the
like...
stamina on the
Can you build a base in the PvE area or no? Cause like... I just struggle to see like PvE players. Are they forced to build it like in the PvP area that wipes? Or can you build in the PvE area? Because if you can build in an area that doesn't get wiped, you build in PvE area too? Okay, good. Good. I see that as a good route for the concurrent builders then. You just don't have access to the 2 highest tiers of mats. So if I hypothetically, like just say I'm a complete PvEer, right? If I'm a complete PvEer, what is the difference between your base in the PvE zone and my base in the PvE zone if I don't have those 2 like materials? No difference in base, functionality, anything? Only in gear. Okay. Is it pouring out? Oh god, it just started raining out so hard. I thought somebody was like frying chicken in my kitchen or something. I just heard like a lot of noise. Anyways, only in gear. Okay. Interesting. How impactful is the gear? Is there content that I as a PvE player would not be able to do without that gear? I mean, I'm assuming, right? Just because of scaling, the 2 highest tiers seem large. What's that endgame loop? Endgame core gameplay loop after that, after you get gear and such? Well, I would assume that's when you would go into like harder PvE areas and try to get like collectibles for base building and shit like that, as long as it's concurrent, right? So honestly, not gonna lie, retention wise, might turn into a nice base builder. It may. It may. A good housing system, and like you can sell blueprints and shit like that. So if you have really complex building, like I know people that when we were in Once Human, because Once Human had like the base defenses that you could do against the AI, right, for rewards. And we had people in Once Human that had built their bases up entirely for like the base defense, and we just did all of it out of theirs because they were concurrent builders. And then the wipe nation came. So that was where my fear was with the actual wipes. Like if everyone, Ragnar, thank you for the 105, dude. I appreciate you. Absolute legend. With the wipes, I was like, well, shit. If people are forced into that. So that's at least good for the casuals. I haven't used it, but isn't there a market? Oh, wait, you're talking to someone else. I just can't with the no damage numbers. That could be a UI thing, maybe. Maybe. But yeah, I'm a big, like, information enjoyer. You know what I mean? I think more information in games is very, very important. PvE players won't miss anything. They purchase off all the market. Yeah, but what are they going to sell? We got to think of that. You make gold via PvE and farming mob bases? Okay. At a slower rate, but I do feel like still, excuse me, my point that I'm worried about, speaking of Once Human, they're adding permanent servers. Oh, wait, that's actually going to be really nice for their player base. I think they'll enjoy that. So let's see. I don't know. I feel like if we look at the system so far, it does definitely just seem like that power scaling of like your top end is going to be fucking wacky, right? But PvE is the fastest way to get gold, and the fastest way to PvE is to be the best PvPer. So like you control the 2 highest tiers, you control the best in slot gear, you're gonna PvE better. So Like, that's kind of why I worry about, like, the power scaling loop just getting a little bit out of control, but the PvE camps aren't in the PvP zone. Right, but in the PvP zone, you farm the highest 2 tiers of stuff and the best gear. So, like, you PvP in the PvP zone to get your PvE shit to PvE faster, which is your most efficient way to make gold, right? Plus, on top of that, you'll be able to sell extras that you get from the PvP zone to the PvEers. So, like, you would in turn be able to PvE at a faster rate, more efficiently, with less chance of death, you know, accelerating your PvE farm by being able to control the PvP zone. So now you're seeing where I'm going with it. It's like, if I lock down the PvP zone for an entire reset, I control all of those mats. If I decide not to sell, like, my share, right, I won't control all of them, of course. That's not possible. But, like, say you control an envious level of Tumok wood, for example, right? You won't control 100% of it, but if it's exclusive enough because you're not putting it in the market, other people won't want to put theirs in the market, and if they do, it will be so inflated that those people profit insanely. So that power stays on the top end, and then you use that power advantage to outscale everybody else in the most efficient form of money making. For example, I had a group filled with level 20s, and we pulled up to the Jinnah Snake Circle. There was an envious group there. It was me and a bunch of level 20s, and it's envious. I don't really want to, like, fuck up being friends with them or anything because I like them. So they were over there, and I just kind of, like, ended up going somewhere else, and we chilled, right? Now, that's partly because I don't really give a shit. It's an alpha. I may or may not be too chill for a PVX, but who cares? But B, because I had level 20s with me. So I went to go farm PvE. They were farming PvE. We, even if we wanted to, did not have the power to push them off of the PvE. Therefore, they, because of the time spent PvEing, control the PvE in a more holistic route, right? So if there aren't, like, other accessible options to, like, good gear, comparable gear, depending on how the scaling is, I worry that it's like, you know what I mean? From my own personal experience, skill in this game trumps gear. Gear is a bonus. It isn't a deciding factor. Well, yeah, it's still a fucking combat game. You know what I mean? But, like, if you take 2 players equally skilled, one of them has the top gear, one of them doesn't, what's the percentage difference going to be? You know what I mean? Because that's, you know, that's always kind of what I try to look at. Well, I know you'll just win. Like, I know you'll just win. But, like, basically, what is the power scaling percentage, right? Like, I'm not expecting, like, 2 equally skilled players to have a fucking equal duel if the gear is different. That's not the point of it. But, like, basically what I'm asking is, like, what is the power scaling difference from, like, those tiers of inaccessible materials? To put it in, like, the most basic way. If you and I are, like, mirror match skill, mirror match class, but you've got the top tier and I've got 3 tiers down, how much stronger than me are you? Like 10% per tier? Okay. So that's like the difference between higher rarity enchanted gear. Okay. That's not the worst then. That's not the worst. Like 20% per tier is the equivalent to having journeyman enchanted 20 gear versus naked 20 gear. It's really not that bad. That's not that bad. So it's definitely like a scenario of even if we're mirror match, there's an outplay potential. So that is good. That is good. And I don't think that would be enough for people to like I was saying with Tumok would be inclined to like full monopolize that. Looking on the same wavelength as Tarvo, they're just riding the IP, and this game is mid-game otherwise. Oh, I agree. I think the only reason that we're even discussing it is because it has the Dune Awakening like IP associated with it. And while the gameplay loop and like everything visual and stuff like that, it could be improved over time, could hit good patches. Like what I've seen so far just from like the world, the combat, and how everything is looking doesn't strike me as like, oh wow, this is the revolutionary Dune MMO we've all been waiting for. Like This, I understand why it got delayed. I hated Once Human. I've enjoyed doing a lot. I didn't mind Once Human. I made a PvP montage of Once Human. That shit was kind of fun. One of my buddies, Oreo, was making all the metas for Once Human as well. So I had the inside info. We would just hang out and he would tell me what was going to be meta. Ash is also in downtime. If Ashes was up, we wouldn't even have it in our minds. No, I mean, well, that's just because we're an Ashes community, right? Like, that's just because where our community's at. But I feel like regardless, just watching what's been shown for gameplay and stuff like that so far, this just haven't really this hasn't really hit for me. To make areas more interesting, perhaps they should have a way for the glider to choose from those volunteer types. A different arena mode altogether. What do you mean arena mode? Steven, where are you going with this? Are you talking like Ashes arenas, or are you talking like in the PvP zone in this? I feel like over time, PvP would just be pointless, killing each other. Marvel Rivals is a good example of an IP game that succeeded, not because of the IP, but because the game was actually innovative and good. Wasn't Marvel Rivals just like better Overwatch 2? Do you think that if Overwatch 2 was better and not a letdown, Marvel Rivals would have done as well? Or do you think part of why Marvel Rivals did exceedingly well was because Overwatch Diablo'd itself? I think it's a little bit of both. Overwatch fucking Overwatched itself, of course. But like Marvel Rivals did also fuck. The gameplay actually felt great. I played a little Sharky myself. I had to. Want full loot on Kill for PvP? Is there full loot drop? Or like what are the, with this being a survival, what's the loot drop on PvP death? Materials only, kind of like an Ashes, or? Oh, Ashes. Yes, Ashes will have arenas. Oh, yeah. I didn't know if you were talking about Dune. Were you Geoff or Jeff? Jesus Christ. Nin. I was a Jeff main. I was a classy Jeff. I would politely ask everyone if I could swallow them and spit them off of the map. Easy. Innovated over the success of Overwatch, bit of both. Marvel Rivals wasn't scared to touch topics that Overwatch players wanted. Fair. No, I absolutely agree. I do think, like, even if Overwatch 2 is better, like, Marvel Rivals has done things that's, like, it's very solid. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing, like, through this, I'm just not like, oh wow, this is the heavily coveted Dune title. This looks so polished and insane and such a good follow-up.
The other player, even
we'll see though.
If you're prescient, which is actually really, I think that's.
Somebody, boom.
Oh, that's close. It almost got.
Wait.
The other player, even if you're prescient, which is actually really, I think that's.
Is this PvP or PvE?
Count is back.
Oh, I think that was though.
Sword is there. Oh, I believe. Oh, the count is back. Needs to be a little bit more.
I don't even know what this is.
A little bit better stamina management.
Oh, it looks like PvP.
Stamina and deployed in one big burst.
Actually, you don't see the stamina on the other player, even if you're prescient, which is actually really. I think
that's actually not balanced.
Oh, that's close. It almost got.
Melee looks ass. The staggers look so rough. So basically, like what we saw there's an ability that's basically a taunt that causes you to like walk forward, right? So he got taunted into the walk forward, lost control of his character, auto walked forward, and then got like charged attack twice and just died because of the stagger. That once you get hit once, you're just perma staggered.
And a little bit better stamina management.
Ready? Ability pulls him in.
Deployed in one big burst.
Actually,
and then charge attack one, stagger, charge attack two before he can do anything. Before he can do anything, he's just perma staggered.
Better stamina management. Bank your stamina and deploy it in one big burst.
Actually, you don't see the stamina
get within
on
melee
the
range.
player,
How do you say that?
even if you're prescient, which is actually really. I think that's.
Somebody, boom.
Oh, that's close. It almost got.
That's strong.
One of the players is sitting right here, and he just went like.
Only way you
head
full
back,
lose
and
gear is the
his
worm, or if
headphones
the
went
political
flying.
party
It's like,
turns it
well
on.
done, though.
That Overwatch 1 completely changed gaming as a whole. Overwatch was really successful, but they got too scared to make changes. Yeah.
Well done.
T-Most third person, melee kits,
Technology one,
events, game faction, tournament system. You can also watch replays,
make
top
sure
500
you
players.
have close
Also a bunch of hero designs,
friends,
build anything
before
as
you
possible on
go
hero
into
shooters.
these
It's
types
fair.
of
Like
collabs.
these kind of situations is actually
Yeah, no, that's very
one of the
valid.
paradigms that we've
Rivals has
designed
done
the game
extremely well
around,
for
which is
itself.
making friends
And I think with their
and
content cadence
you
as
don't
well,
really
they've been
care which is
responsive to
which,
like,
but
they've been responsive to their community so far as well. And I think they changed their like their season structure, right? So that way they would actually get like more frequent hero deployments too. So I do like that. I think Rivals has handled everything quite well. All right, so what do we have up here? What is this?
Welcome to Arrakis.
We better see some beautiful
Most
shit.
dangerous planet in
I like
the
that.
universe.
This is all gonna be cinematic shots, but
Dune Awakening is a multiplayer survival game on a massive scale, where the open, ever-changing world.
notice how they said that so specifically. It's a multiplayer survival game on a massive scale. Do you think they just like got twisted with words the first time and as a result got marketed as an MMO unintentionally? They played into the MMO though, but like
planet in the universe.
the
Dune
wording.
Awakening is a multiplayer survival game on a massive scale.
That
where
was
the
so
open,
specific.
Ever-changing world ensures exploration remains a vital activity.
Right.
Join us as we traverse the breathtaking landscapes and uncover what the
Yeah, like this shit
have
looks
hidden.
dope. Why did the actual
Follow the
in-game look so
footsteps
bad?
of the native Fremen.
This looks so
and learn
good.
to overcome
Like this
the
looks
deadly
nice.
environment.
But
Collect
it's all
materials
cinematic.
to craft a shelter, still suit, and your first vehicle, then venture into the desert. With a scanning module
Like-
installed, you can scan for reasons.
So far, it's looked like those mobile game ads where like the ad is completely different from the game itself. Like that's the vibe that I'm getting from like cinematic to actual gameplay.
Sources in smaller areas, or climb the highest peaks to launch a survey probe, revealing
Right.
large swaths of terrain and important locations like revealing
Whatever this is, it looks like you're gonna harvest a cock.
large swaths of terrain.
Time to penis.
And important locations like shipwrecks.
We got a
or
record TTP
abandoned
here, chat.
Imperial test-
Fraction of a second TTP with their map icon. That might be a record TTP. I'm not gonna lie. That may be like a speed run any percentage TTP completion. That was fast. That was a very dick looking icon. Anyways, moving on.
stations.
You gotta be
Traverse
careful with those
difficult terrain
peens, man.
with tools like
They'll
the
sneak up on
Shiga
you.
Wire Claw and suspensor belt, and claim powerful
Look at
tech
us momentum
and
carry.
gear.
I wonder if you can launch yourself
Expand
fast.
your fleet of vehicles and upgrade them with new modules to suit your playstyle. From the cockpit of the iconic Ornithopter, even the most remote expanses
Does cockpit
of
count as
Arrakis are
TTP?
within your reach. In the deep desert, massive Coriolis storms regularly sweep across the land with monstrous power, changing the entire
The
map
cinematic's
every
nice.
week. As new resources and
Is this
secrets are
in-game?
revealed, the race to survey the vast new landscape.
I am not looking at the
begins
binoculars
anew.
right now.
Be the first to mark
Anyways.
the location of precious resources, and give the map to your
Anyways.
allies, or sell it to other players on the exchange. Here, there are no paths to tread, only power to claim. This is infinite exploration. This is Arrakis.
This is Sparta.
All right.
I mean,
and
like-
we are back.
The cinematics are hype. Like, that's cool. That was nice. That made it look pretty good. You could definitely tell when it was in-game, but... Okay, break it down to me.
Which we call internally. But Dune
Oh,
Awakening has...
this
kind of
guy's a
lot-
fucking gamer. Chat, you see this guy? This guy's gonna break it down for us. This man knows his shit. He's gonna change my opinion on this entire game.
larger server structure on the back end. So we have what we call worlds. Worlds are made up of multiple servers,
Right.
which we call internally sietches. So often when you join a sietch, you'll see here in this infographic that Hager Basin has this big stack of sietches. So when you sign up, you'll choose your world and then you'll join a
Definite.
sietch within that world. Each
So it's
of
like an
those Hager
instance.
Basin sietches contains maximum 40 players per map, but all of those maps add up to create the entire world. The deep desert, the social hubs like Harko Village and Arakeen they are actually shared social spaces in the world. The deep desert being the big PvP area in the world.
Right.
And of course, like, so
and that has multiple layers as well.
5-day head start. I know people are concerned. The thing is, you'll be able to join worlds that we open during that head start. We will also open more worlds when the game launches.
Can you change
worlds? You can
worlds?
also join a siege in a world that isn't necessarily the same siege as your friend, but you'll be able to go and visit your friend. You'll be able to do a lot of stuff with your friend. So it's kind of, you're not going to be locked out for the most part of any content when you join after the head start. Also, I would say
cannot change worlds, but you can control which siege you are on. If I can't ride a worm, I'm out. Oops, I got just the thing for you. So you can control which siege you're on in the actual open world. Interesting. It's a cool concept. But I mean, I also feel like controllable, anything that's controllable by players will be abused by players. How long until each siege is just filled with like an entire siege worth of players that are just like, all right, no PvP, just go get everything? Because like Deep Desert's hundreds of players. What if a pirate software ass motherfucker with thousands of players at his disposal goes, hey, at this time, we're occupying this siege. We will max it out and we will full farm it. Yo, what up, Grant? Unread Dusty Swarm. Hey, you don't have to pause. You don't have to pause. Just be aware if you don't, something bad's gonna happen. Haga Basin is where you build your base. That's like the PvE area, right? And then the Deep Desert's the PvP area. The Deep Desert's what wipes once a week. And you bring stuff from the Deep Desert to the Haga Basin, right?
Get better friends and let
Where's
them buy
this
you the head
going?
start. That's
yeah, hold
another-
on.
After the head start. Also, I would
this
say
guy
get better
goes to the
friends
Deep
and let them
Desert
buy
and
you
then they
head
go to the
start.
Haga Basin.
That's another
Okay.
thing I think is a really good option.
Yes.
That's the way to go.
Yeah.
Server Dune has sieges 1 to 50, which those Dune sieges all share the Deep Desert, Harko Village, and Arakeen, but have their own Haga Basin. Those sieges all share the Deep Desert. So, like, the sieges are only available within... Then you have Server Dune 2. With its own sieges, Deep Desert, etc. Right. So this is a server within itself. Right. So, like, within your server, we go to Dustopolis for the server. So we're on server Dustopolis, and this is server Dustopolis. This is server Dustopolis. This is occupants of server Dustopolis that go into these sieges, and then this is also our, like, this is all within our... Did Dune get a release date? Dune got pushed back. Sorry. I'm not listening. Or I wasn't laughing. Just that. Right. Yeah, so I definitely feel like a Zerg could just full control a Deep Desert siege, right? And then just PvE the fuck out of it. That seems Zergable. I know it's like hundreds of players, but like, I've seen some Zergs in my time. That would take like, that would be a fringe case, but like, surely that's possible, right? What are their anti-Zerg mechanics? I noticed there are also 3 unknown zones. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Definitely laughing, thinking of this New World community. No. They also wouldn't have any fun because the PvP's fun. What if their fun is just like scaling up though? Because if you did that, that would be the most efficient way to farm and then have the most success in PvE or PvP, no? Can you rust it and murder like 10 players alone? Probably if you're cracked. The PvP combines all the sieges. So there are different sieges for the Deep Desert that hold hundreds of players. So it seems like maybe fewer sieges, or is this just the bottom of this? Or is that not multiple sieges? That might just be a weird look on the graphic. Or is this just one? Is this just one deep desert, or are there different sieges for the deep desert? Is this like... I'm confused now. The graphic's confusing me. Why is this here? What's the shadow? Savo, what up? Each server has one deep desert. Okay, thank you. I thought there were deep desert sieges. You see what I'm saying? Because this kind of looked like this. I thought this was another deep desert siege. Okay. I was confused on that. That makes more sense now. Yeah, that shit's getting locked down. That shit's getting locked the fuck down. Imagine if Dune gets world tour chess runs. You get the fuck out of here. You get the fuck out of here. Only Haga Basin has sieges. Interesting.
You also said 40 players per max per server or siege. What happens if someone joins anyway? If there's like...
What's he drinking?
If more than 40 people try to join at one time, so it's concurrent users, so CCU. And that means that like then they'll be put into a queue to wait to join. So we can have more characters on a server than 40. We can have, you know, several hundred.
So if I hate you, can I just figure out which Haga Basin siege you're on and then just have 40 people sit in your Haga Basin siege and not go anywhere? Could I like lock you out of your home siege if you have a PvE base? Technically, yes. They need to get me in more playtesting, man. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't like do this shit, but probably bannable. Well, maybe they should have a fucking countermeasure for it where if you have your home base on that siege, you get a priority entrance and it boots somebody from the siege. Maybe. Can you build to grief? Oh my god, wait, like I find Seat's base and then I build bases around Seat's base so he can't get into his base in the Haga Basin? Wait. What if I build... Oh, okay, you have like a barrier. I was thinking about building a peen that incorporated your base into like the shaft of the peen so you couldn't get to it without going through the peen. I was going to make you peen path. That's tragic. I could definitely lock somebody out of Haga Basin though. Like 40 plus players each. I'm not even a big streamer and we could lock somebody out of Haga Basin. Like we get a 40-man Zerg easy. I used to build turrets outside enemy bases in Dune 2000 and let them take it. Good morning, Vietnam. Holy shit. A cup of coffee and some fucking napalm in the morning. Can you imagine? What the hell? Haga's about 100 players now. That 40 person is an old number. What? This is from today. This was streamed 6 hours ago. Why are they lying to us? This was a live stream 6 hours ago. What the fuck? That's why it says 40 plus? Okay, fair. I'm gonna just start saying my dick's 2+ inches. Leave some mystery to it.
But that means people play at different times of day when people join, so there will be a queuing system in place to allow people to wait in line to get into the servers, of course.
Right. And you briefly just mentioned it.
Lucky, though, it sucked to have to wait in a queue to go to my base.
You have to be on the same. Or you don't
I would absolutely lock people out of their base.
There are some caveats to it. But
in the next phase is another update.
How does visiting a friend?
In terms of ashes, we have 0.9.0. That's going to be coming next week, not this uptime, but next uptime. So next Thursday. Then we'll have the fresh start servers, and then 0.10 will be after fresh start servers, like the first week. So it'll be like continued updates, obviously, throughout phase 3. We have one prior to phase 3 that's going to bring in the June Dark. Probably a lot of other shit as well. They're implementing the new time to kill changes, the gathering, crafting, refining changes. So we're going to get like constant updates, and we'll have like a week to test the 0.90 build, 0.9.0 build, before it goes into Alpha 2 phase 3. So it'll get a little bit of a like pass before then. Everyone knows you start measuring from the gooch. I like your autocorrect went from gooch to goofy. Yeah, you got to start measuring from the base of the ball so you get the most value.
The surfer work.
Well, the first and most important step is to get a friend. This is often achieved by going to a cafe or a movie theater and just striking up a conversation. With a
stop
random stranger.
objectifying the community,
Once
people.
you have a friend and they are also into Dune Awakening, which is also a big moment. Oh, my mic. Sorry. I have tech support here because my mic sucks. Was I talking too loudly?
And also, it'd be good to have the visiting friends. We actually have a little video or an asset that.
Okay.
Sorry, well, we can talk about make friends. How do you make
Okay,
friends?
this is in game.
Sexy mode now. So now I first of all, how I make friends is I talk to them in a voice like this.
Now we have it there.
Okay, so once you've made friends, and you can see friends automatically because they're added from your Steam list as well. So if you have them as a friend on Steam,
so this is going
they will
to
show
Haga
up in your friends
Basin.
list in the game automatically. Then you go to the friends page. You'd simply click them and say, I want to visit this friend. It will teleport you to the nearest trade post to that friend because obviously teleporting directly to them would be exploitable in infinite amounts of ways.
Right.
Once you're there, you can join up with your friend, do everything on that siege with them, except for
But what
one
if the siege is
specific
full?
thing, and that is build. You can't claim land. You can build on their base. You can be given ownership of their base and be able to build all the parts of their base, but you don't own the specific land claim. And that's
Right,
just,
so that's just
for
on your
database
siege.
reasons.
Can you change like where your siege is? Like which siege is your home siege? If the siege is full, it gives you a queue. Right. But like, what if I find out what siege you're on and I just sit on your siege with 40 people and don't leave until you get off the game? Like, what if I just make it impossible for you? Say you're streaming and I hate you and I just want to get all of my friends, my entire Zerg to sit on your siege no matter where you go and grief you. What's stopping me from doing that? Squatters' rights would go wild. Yeah, it's literally squatters' rights. Nothing at all. Oh yeah, that's getting griefed as fuck. Oh God. Cause like, say you see a streamer go out to the deep desert, and then as soon as, if you can wrangle up the 40 plus people willing to do that, Nelly, you sweet summer child, you've played New World and Ashes, you know how far people will go to grief a single person. Ashes had to put in new player protection because Asmongold tried to stream it. You sweet summer child. 40 plus people griefing a person is nothing. I could have 40 plus people griefing me and I'm not even important. Like, let's not go too far. Let's not go too far. Anything's possible. I'm sure there's some back end things, but really nothing at all. Yeah, I mean, that's because the whole community hates Asmongold. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be like anti-grief. I don't know. I feel like all he does is shit on games and get viewers regardless of whether it's right or not. Well, so do I. Except I don't really get that many viewers. It's like I get like, it'd be like much smaller text viewers and his would be like capital viewers. You know what I mean? Like he'd be like big caps viewers and I'd be like font size 2 viewers. Also, hear me out. I just don't like that he can't talk about games without being political anymore. I used to like Asmongold video game takes because he was always like unbiased because he didn't need the money from it, right? But like the second I started watching every Asmon video and he would like talk about woke this politics, I was like, man, like I don't care about your political takes. I liked your gaming takes. If Asmon wasn't political, I'd watch him. I used to watch every Asmongold video. Same way as I watch Moist Critical videos. When I was working, it was Asmongold and Moist Critical videos. And like, as he got more and more politicky, I was just like, oh man, like, that sucks. Cause like, I don't really like to bring that shit into stream. I know so many people in stream come from different places, have different views. I don't give a fuck what your views are. I care that you're a decent person when you're in stream and we all hang out and have fun. You could hate, but I don't fucking care what you do. Like, you could hate me off stream. I don't care. But as long as people come in here and they're chill, like, I love that because people have an escape from all that. But like, even now when he's talking about like games and stuff, I feel like he just goes the political side so quickly. And I'll just be watching his videos and I hear like just politics come up and I'm like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go rewatch another Moist Critical stream. And I just go do that. I was realizing a lot of his negative takes are because they get the most views, not because there is actual takes on games. Oh yeah. I mean, he's churning money out with that. He gave a favorable review of South of Midnight. Oh yeah, I mean, he's given a lot of games favorable reviews. I mean, during the Narc thing, he also talked about how he was going to play Ashes off stream so he could check it out and give it like an honest take. So like, yeah. Politics are fine, it's ever nearly everything's released. Maybe we're gonna show about political. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think gaming content should be about gaming content, and like people's personal views don't really matter. Like, I don't really care about politics. I don't really care about anything. I think everyone should just be able to chill like normal human beings. And I feel like people just can't do that. I have very good friends who have different views than I do. And I feel like people take such divisive stances on things that it's like, brother, I'm just trying to stream video games. Anyone that gets political on either side immediately gets an unfollow from me. Yeah, I don't really know like where I like would end up on like the side of Twitch politics, in the sense of don't talk about politics. I don't really care. Like, I literally am just like, everyone please come in, be a decent human being, have fun. I don't care what you do off stream, but please, when you come here, be a normal person. You can invent any persona that you want to online, and I just ask that you invent a nice one for stream and grow positivity in the game that we all play. Otherwise, this may not be the community for you. Like, that's my view on it, man. I wish that gaming content creators stuck with gaming content instead of chasing money with stupid political takes and live stream fail clickbait takes and like stuff like that. I don't know. That might be a take that keeps me poor for the rest of my life, but whatever. At least I'll enjoy what I do. I mean, if I want to watch a stream about politics, I'm sure there are plenty I could find. Just let me do the gaming shit on the gaming channels. Yeah, like, what if I, like, well, not I, but, like, if I, hypothetically, wanted to watch, like, something political, why wouldn't I watch someone who has, like, credentials to talk about that? Why would I, as a gamer, think that I'm the one to talk about that? Why would... That's like me telling you how to fucking, like, meal prep with proper macros. Hoopsie! Thank you for the 8 gifties. I appreciate you. Thank you. Much love. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like motherfuckers gotta stay in their lane. We're gonna move back to making fun of Dune. But my final take is that motherfuckers gotta stay in their lane. I'm a gamer. I don't know about politics. I don't know about baking recipes. I didn't know how to make a gravy from scratch one day when I made a roast until I asked chat how to make a gravy from scratch. And you know what? That gravy came out fucking fantastic. And I stay in my lane. I believe in gaming. I believe in hanging out. And I believe in having fun. So that's what we do here. I don't really care much about anything else. So as long as that continues, we ball. I don't think anyone has credentials to talk about politics. That technically doesn't exist. I feel like a poli-sci degree is a good start. I won't lie. I do not. I do think that gives you a good start. I want turkey and gravy right now. Sorry. Oh man. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Hoofsy works very hard to be in the spot that he's in. And Hoofsy chooses to be very generous and support my dumbass. I don't know why, but we're greatly appreciative. And keep in mind, it's also a whole community effort. We have a ton of people that are extremely generous, from like gifting subs to T2, T3 subbing themselves to cheering with bits on a daily basis. Like, it's truly a community effort, and I'm grateful for everybody that contributes everywhere, whether it's one gifty, whether it's hundreds of gifties. It's just, it's all love, man. It's like no one person can make it possible. If we look at the sub leaderboard, Hoofsy has 658 all-time gifted. We're way above that right now. It's not 100% the Hoof, man. He's a huge part of everything, but like, we got to give credit, man. The whole community is so insanely supportive, right? And like, that's the whole vibe. And we have people that like facilitate it. Scoreboard updated. Oh shit. So wait, is that 666? Is that why you gifted 8? Wait, is this where he kills my channel and never comes back? Oh no. Hosey, please don't go. Oh fuck. He's got to go get milk and cigs at the store, boys. He'll be back soon. We're fucked.
We need to make sure that we control how many people build in different locations.
Every sub gifter just goes up to 666 on the leaderboard and then just never talks again, never comes back. My channel just dies. I start doing Indeed streams. We pick out jobs to apply to together. You guys help me with my resume. It's a whole different level of IRL content. Next number is 6666. Oh God. That would be, what is 6,000 gifted subs? Isn't that like $36,000 at once? What the fuck? I don't think any reasonable human being, I mean, who was like during the all-time Twitch sub records, right? Like Iron Mouses, like Luds, what were his top gifters at? Or like her top gifters at? Like Iron Mouses, Luds, like who else did it? Was it those two? Was Pirate Software? Well, Pirate Software had the Hype Train record, and then Iron Mouse broke that. But like, are people in the thousands during like those Hype Train records and shit? Vidal broke it. Oh yes, yes. Yup. I remember that. Iron Mouse sub gifters. Hoofsy. What? Kashina 0. 24,512. Krogel 23 with 14k gifties. And then Maya Star with 8,300. Wow. That is support. Holy cannoli. That's crazy. So I have streamed 11,000 hours roughly in my lifetime. That would be the equivalent of being here every single hour of my stream and gifting like a sub every 20 minutes, right? Like 25 minutes. Damn. That's support. So donation Immune Deficiency Foundation. Oh yeah. What percentage of her subathon like and that big push went to her foundation? It was like an overwhelming percent, right? That went to the foundation. Like her entire like subathon and shit was insane. It was insane. She did so much through that. Yeah, that was great. I remember everybody was pushing at that point for Iron Mouse to break it too. That shit was great. I've never seen like, honestly, that was a really cool day to be like in the streaming community because I had never seen in a while so many people that had rallied around just like one content creator and been like, yo, make this happen. We're all cheering for you. Like anytime somebody breaks a sub record or a Hype Train record, it's always like, well, they did this during this. And like every single person that I saw, every single take was like, yo, I'm so happy that Iron Mouse is doing this. I'm so happy that this is happening. It was fun. It was fun. Steelix doing cyclothon for now to raise money for the foundation. All of his philanthropy goes towards Iron Mouse's condition. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Yeah. All of that stuff's very cool. I did have a question though yesterday related to like charity donations through streamers because like I mentioned during stream yesterday where I was like, man, I didn't expect to get hosed this hard on taxes considering I make as little money as I do off streaming, right? And so somebody was like, Dusty, charity donations. And I went out to rip a bowl, right? And I was like, wait. If I say that all donations go to charity and chat gives me $10,000 and I donate that $10,000 to charity, I write that $10,000 donation off of my taxable income as my deduction. I think. I'm not a tax guy. But chat said that that was a thing. And I don't know if that's true, but that was like a moment for me. I was like, wait a second. You're obligated to donate that. Right. Well, if you don't donate it, first of all, you're a fucking scumbag. Like, first of all, you're a piece of shit. Like, if you run a charity stream and you don't actually donate the money, you deserve to get 2-foot running drop kicked in the chest. But like, even if you're doing it ethically, right? Say you're not doing it with the intent of a tax write-off. Wouldn't you theoretically be able to do that? Like, even if the intent was like, I want to raise all of this money for charity. Like, these people are running businesses. Like, high-end streamers, they have accountants, they have financial advisors, they have financial teams, right? They typically have legal consultants ready once they get to a certain level. So it's like, is that something that you think is kind of like planned into those? It was just kind of like a weird moment that I had where I was like, do we think that it's like a planned in thing where it's like, oh, well, you're doing this great thing for charity, but also look at this benefit from like the accounting side? Because like, accountants think of numbers. They don't think of like emotions and like shit like that when they're looking at business numbers. It's like bottom line, like tax liability shit. I don't know. That was something interesting to me. Not to change the subject to something very like heavy thinking wise, because I know we don't really like to think, but charity donations actually donated. I need to save for a 5090. Well, I wouldn't need to do that because I could have chat give me the money for a computer. I could buy the computer and then write off the computer. Yeah, what do you mean? You don't need charity donations for anything. You just have chat give you the money for stuff and then you write it off. Duh. That's what every streamer does. By the way, I didn't do this and I had to pay in on taxes this year. It might actually be the tech. I don't know what the legality is, but I might need help setting this up. Because I got fucking railed. Dude, I didn't realize what 30% meant until I saw what 30% meant. And I did my Twitch part last, right? Because I worked different jobs last year too. I started the year at one place. I got a part-time at a different place. So I had multiple forms to file. And like, I was seeing like the green for like you're getting a federal return and a state return. And I was like, fuck yeah, baby. Let's get this Twitch in. It was a great year on Twitch. And as soon as I popped in my Twitch numbers, red. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I don't want to stream anymore. I don't like this game anymore. Like, it's so cool until it's not cool. So, yeah, that was... this was my first year. Like, last year was my first year, like, streaming full time and actually, like, making enough for it to be a substantial thing that impacted anything, right? And I still didn't make a lot, but... Yeah, what up, Clout? You need to LLC yourself and do Schedule C with your taxes next year? I've been told I definitely need to LLC myself because it'll also stop me from getting sued. Because then the business gets sued instead, and I just delete the LLC app, and then the lawsuit goes away, is basically what I've been told. Because you sue the LLC, no more LLC, no more lawsuit. And then I start a new LLC. So then I can say libel and slander on stream, and I'm immune. I need legal counsel, by the way. I'm currently recruiting for Cats, an accountant and a lawyer, just in case anybody is interested. Ash's skill completely irrelevant. It'll just be like a third-party thing, just in case anyone's looking for work. I can't pay you, by the way, but I'll mod you. You'll get a sorted chat. You hurt my soul. Bo, listen here, man. I'm obviously not an accountant. OC's financial advisor is in fucking shambles. So who is this DustyWhy guy? How'd you meet him? What do you mean meet him? I mean, what do you mean? It just makes me laugh on the internet sometimes. Jose! They get their part. I'll slip you another 10% if you just don't look at this line in the budget, please. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Here's your retainer and here's the extra 5% to stop shaming me for my spending habits. Be good. You're paid to be a yes man, not an advisor. I don't think it's that easy. I don't think anything's as easy as I make it be. I always save my freelance stuff until the end just for that reason. Yeah, like, so I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an accountant. Like, you gotta understand, I'm somebody that's currently playtesting an alpha with the, like, constant thought process of how can I break this game in a good way? And it's like, in an alpha of a video game, you break it and devs are like, oh, awesome, thank you so much, we can fix this. IRL, if you break any of this shit, you go to prison for a very long time and nobody really thanks you. So I feel like we have to be careful with like how much we try to break stuff. And I definitely feel like I should consult like actual counsel before we go too deep with this. I do accounting duties for you, but I absolutely cannot be paid. I'll get in trouble. That's like a best case scenario for me. I don't want to pay shit anyways. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Bro, you see my sub count? I can't pay anyone. The fuck? I can barely pay my landlord. The fuck you mean? It's rough out here. It's tough as hell. We're just trying to survive, brother. It is what it is. It is win-win. Yeah, I consider that like a double-faceted W, right? Like nothing negative about it whatsoever. I know nothing about the law, but I can do scribe artisan. Technically, if you're an artisan scribe, you don't need to know the law because you can write the law, yeah? I feel like that's kind of setting yourself up for success. Misdirection money is insane. I think I'm legally required to report this conversation to Jesus. Jesus loves the tech. Honestly, he would be impressed. He would. Okay, I have to pee again. My bladder's cooking us today, boys. I drank so much water before the start of the stream. I was just outside in the sun all day, and I was like, I don't want to get a sunburn, so I have to hydrate. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. Here's Bardcore Rickroll. Have fun. Good day, boys.
Oh, good day.
I've returned. I just realized what song this is. Oh yeah, it was a classic. It was a classic. It was like one of the longest peas of my fucking life. My revenue from stream made minimum wage look like a fortune. Oh, I stream 70 hours a week. If I worked a minimum wage job for 70 hours a week, I would make way more money than I do streaming. With that being said, I'm very aware that I sit on my ass, yap all day, and play video games and get to talk to a bunch of cool people. So I'm not out here like doing it for the hourly by any means. That's never my thing with streaming. It's not about the money. I consider it to be like the best possible job in existence. Legitimately, I consider myself so lucky to be able to do this daily, regardless of the money, regardless of like whether I make enough to pay rent, whether I am able to put away $1 zillion a month, Like, the thing for me is always just that I enjoy being able to stream so much that, like, the 70 hours a week, like, feels like nothing. Because I hang out, and then I look up, and I'm like, oh, fuck, 10-hour stream. I gotta go to bed so I can stream tomorrow. And, like, I have so many days where I have to limit how late I stay on, because I'm like, oh, shit, I'll sleep too late tomorrow if I keep streaming now. So then I'll get off, and I'll be like, oh, I could have streamed a few more hours. Like, I just enjoy doing this so much that, I don't know, everything else is kind of secondary to the fact that, like, I'm able to. So I just enjoy it and try to do it as much as I can because I know it's probably not something that's going to last forever. So, while I can do it, I'll do it as much as I possibly can. And then if it does stop at a certain point, I'm like, well, I had fun.
Want to go home, you just push escape and choose return to home dimension, and it will take you back.
Right, and you can also do contracts and journey steps, like with your friends that way.
This looks nice.
Will kind of carry over when you go back to your home world.
Yeah, all of the content in the game is accessible with this visiting.
You know what's crazy? I thought that the game client was in a different language because up at the top it says Communinet and Landsrad, and I thought that it was in like fucking European or something because those just looked like weird words. And then I saw like Agamemnon as one of the friends, and I was like, this has to be European as shit. I'm confused as hell. But apparently that's just in-game terms.
Feature, so you can basically do everything. Everything that you could do in a group, you can do, you know, on someone else's world.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Cross-play feature for everyone. You'll be able to, you know, work together. So I think people are concerned about like, oh, I won't be able to meet my friends who started, but this shouldn't be a problem. You should be able to play with people, even if you're not in the
I wish they'd show off more of the open world, because like this looks cool.
So we have talked about playing with your friends. Obviously, you can play solo, but then there's the usual things that you have in games.
Stop showing me the UX. Go fucking adventure.
This hierarchical type of system similar to what we have in guilds.
That shit got the candy paint.
So here you can see.
God damn.
For example, where you can add.
Oh, that's big clean.
To a list, which gives them some type of access.
Okay, you can promote and demote.
What you want to promote them to, so they can be associates or they can be co-owners.
Do they actually go adventure? What's this? More video? Joel.
That's how we roll on our
Okay, so Leo is the lead game designer. Joel. Wait. Chat, you know how we've been saying Joel is absolutely a fucking gamer? He's drinking the can of Coke. He's got the cross leg. He's got the, I think these are like a fighting short, like an MMA short. And then he's got the fucking, like the toe shoes. This man is a fucking gamer. You know how we were saying, like, I don't expect devs to be good at games all the time, and it's a bonus if they are? I bet this man cooks the entire community as soon as this game goes live. I bet he's probably one of the best players in the game. He will probably be the person that is griefing the whatchamahoozits that we were talking about earlier. Like, chief creative officer. Oh, he's going to be the chief teabag officer as soon as game goes live. This man is going to be dumping it on people. I swear to God. Like, definitely PR community. Definitely, like, one of the lead positions, right? Nice and clean cut, looks professional, trimmed neck beard. Creative guy. This dude's a fucking gamer. There's no way that he's not. You can see on his elbows the desk marks. Like, my elbows have like desk marks on them because they're on my desk so much all day, right? That is a desk mark on an elbow. I'm not even kidding. That's a desk mark on my elbow. Yes. Like, that happens. That is a fucking gamer. Toe shoes, schmedium shirt, active shorts, bringing a can of fucking soda to the dev live stream. Nonchalant as shit. I just got a lot more confident in the game knowing this guy's associated with it. I'm not gonna lie. Get Seat back in here. Get Seat back in here. He probably taught the other guy how to play. I'm confident in the Stev team because of Joel. Joel is carrying. Get you someone that looks at you the way that Leo looks at Joel. Look at this. Look at this. They know this dude has so much aura. Leo's wife is in shambles right now. Look at the love in those eyes. The adoration, the smile. Like, this is how you guys look when it's 2 p.m. and I'm actually on time. Matching beards? No, Joel's goes further down his neck to represent that he's better at gaming. Leo's would cut off like right here under the chin, right? Joel keeps it going so he doesn't lose any of his gaming prowess. Joel is Dune Planendorf. I have no idea what Planendorf looks like, but I've just been assuming like a 6'10 Chad. I won't even lie. He's probably like 5'4 or something. And like super smart. But like, I'm just picturing like a 6'10 like brolic ass motherfucker. I don't know. Like, we do like TwitchCon basketball meetup and he just like dunks on everybody and like talks shit to me and I can't do anything about it. I don't know. I get like big Chad vibes from Planendorf. Although he did miss the Forge lava jump around. Like, not the lava jump itself, but when you go like the bridge skip, I caught that man GM floating down because he was about to get cooked and I told him he wasn't allowed to cheat, so he died. Imagine if Ash's devs make a guild and cook us. Man, I'm just happy that the Ashes devs like actively play the game like as a member of the community, right? Because the New World devs were challenged by the community one time to do a chess run. Like the easiest thing in the game. You run around in a PvE area and you loot chests and like you get the loot from them and you just run off. And they failed it. They failed everything that the community ever challenged them to, and it was just very basic core gameplay loops that they were never able to do. So it was like, it was always very intriguing. It was always very intriguing. Flashback to Steven getting guild invites. Steven's probably in so many guilds. The Ashes devs have some gamers for sure. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, shit. Planendorf, despite failing the jump around, he was pumping in the group. He was fine. Steven said he's secretly in some guilds. Oh yeah, and he's not the only one. Like, I guarantee that there are like many devs that actively play in the community. There's definitely a plant somewhere in Cats where we shall never know. What do you mean there's definitely a plant in Cats? They don't need a fucking plant in Cats because all they have to do is like hang out in stream. Like, this is the most like easily like, that's like setting up a bug at like a public payphone with no booth around it. You could just have somebody stand next to the payphone and listen to the conversations. It's just a bunch of extra steps. If they have somebody in Cats, it's probably just because they wanted to hang out with us. They're probably just like, wait, shit, let's come through. On stream, what he was saying, if you invite me to a guild again, I'll delete your guild. Dude, that was my favorite fucking moment. He was trying to remain so calm, but he was about to fucking snap. The calm threat of I will delete your entire guild was so good. I gotta see that. Dude, they were spam inviting him and he literally in like the calmest voice goes, if you keep inviting me to your guild, I will delete your entire guild. What stream is this from? It had to have been, was it his last personal? Oh my god. I mean, I once gifted 5 subs and one went to Steven Sharif because he was lurking. I mean, never forget, like, I don't think he's playing with us, but when we were farming Oaken on... What characters were we farming Oaken on? My rogue. We were just sitting there farming Oakenbane, yapping one night, not even doing anything crazy. And I see a first-time chatter, and it says, does this lighting look a little bright to anyone? And first of all, everyone in chat literally ignored it, and nobody even noticed because we were yapping about other shit. Nobody even said hi to him, by the way. But the first-time chatter was Steven. And I was just like, oh, hey, Steven, my lighting looks fine. And I kind of like cycled through my global illumination settings and no one even noticed in chat. He just went like under the radar because I had you guys fucking enthralled in a yap so hard you were looking at your keyboards to type. I'd be willing to bet that there's a dev in every major guild right now. Cat's major guild confirmed! We're on the map, boys. Envious said we're in a major guild. Woo! We made it. Phase 3 coming soon. Use that in the guild promo. Let's go, baby. We fought hard for this. We're recognized as what we are. Claws out, boys. What about cats with pirate hats? Oh, one of the finest in naval combat. So I've actually heard that the Black Maiden was willing to mentor members of cats with pirate hats, specifically to raise our naval prowess. The Black Maiden crew, of course, the winners of the 8v8 Vira naval combat tournament. So very, very feared pirate crew, willing to teach us all of the basics that we need to know to reign hell on the 7 seas. And imagine the armada that we could form, chat. Imagine the armada. We get a few good tanks, a few good anchors. Oh God. Oh God. Oh man. I still have a theory that Hoofs is a plant. I won't lie. So I always have this conspiracy theory because like I grew up poor as shit. So I like to also convince myself that everybody else is just poor, right? So my conspiracy theory is that Hoofsy works for Intrepid and they just have an allocated like budget for like gifting subs and supporting streamers. And they're just like, get out there and do it. And they slap him on the ass. He's like, I had to go to the warehouse today. And the warehouse was picking up like heaps of cash and he like walks it back to his car like this. Like that's kind of my full lore for Hoofsy. That's where all the money comes from. I don't know anything about Hoofsy IRL other than the fact that he has a Tesla. But yeah, that's my whole thing. I'm a plant since New World, true and real. Yeah, all of you guys are just industry plants. You're all just paid to be here. The budget's huge. Bo's here from AGS trying to get me back to New World. Hoof's on retainer from Intrepid. He's picking up heaps of cash and going like this to get it back to the whip. Like, the money's in the lurking. People take different contracts. Oh my God, that's where the true profit is. This gifting thing, you don't really get to keep much of it, huh? It's all of that. It's all that off the top. God damn it. God damn it.
Stream today.
Oh dear God.
Well,
okay, yeah, let's just.
You did say you got like a good review increase or whatever recently. So like, Intrepid's been hiring. Maybe your department just got a budget increase, Hoofs. I'm on to you.
Go with the video. Beautiful Arrakis.
What if Hoofs is Joel?
I love your highliner, by the way.
What if he... What if it's Joel? Arrakis is beautiful when the sun is low. Oh, I thought that was gonna be a review. I thought this was a critic review for a second, and then it was lore. Fuck. They really made that look like it was gonna be like Game Informer or something like that, but it's just a fucking lore tidbit saying it looks nice. God fucking damn it. I got baited. Man. Okay. She's a lot prettier when the lights are off. No shot. Is this cinematic render or is this in game? This is nice. I like that lighting. Like, that's a really cool environment thing. Like, all of this compared to what we saw. Okay, well, it was definitely cinematic renders. But, like, this is still better than what we saw. Like, the Ecolab looked so underwhelming. This is okay. That wasn't like my favorite thing that I've seen, but it looked fine. I'd watch this movie. I don't like, if I needed a Dune fix, am I really gonna like play this game or am I just gonna watch like the Dune movie? If you gave me a free float camera option like this, I could do so much for like shoutcasts and shit. I guess it's the point of the flyer, but... Oh, it's Flappy Bird! Wait, now go above the next one. Chat, they did Flappy Bird again. That's gonna be a huge pull with the mobile community. Ain't no way. Chat, it's literally Flappy Bird. There's no fucking shot. They're just showing Flappy Bird. Ornithopters are so cool. The only difference between an ornithopter and Flappy Bird is that one's made out of metal. You can't prove me wrong. If they didn't show off the Ecolab, yeah, like, why not start off with this? Like, this makes it look nice. This would have been a completely different vibe than like the Ecolab startup. And this is also, hear me out, why I was saying during the Ecolab thing, I wish developers would consider more outward facing gameplay, like in a positive way. Basically, like, put more consideration into how the gameplay is going to look during dev streams. Like, live production is always extremely hard, but live production can be much easier if you think a few things through. How will the gameplay POV that we are presenting look? I think of this in my daily live streams. There's a reason that I try not to hang out and do one thing for 10 hours a day, because if the thing that I'm doing is repetitive, boring, or uninteresting, then people will not watch it, no matter how much I yap. If I change things up, and if my gameplay is looking nice, people will watch, right? So even from my standpoint, I'm trying to pay attention to that. And these are people that are trying to market their game to a like mass population. Gathers braidwood for 10 hours. I gather braidwood for like an hour and a half a day. Lick my entire taint. Like, start at my butthole and stop at my balls. It's like an hour a day of braidwood and like half an hour of complaining after. It's not even that fucking bad. It's literally not even that bad. It's like a braidwood loop and then 20 to 30 minutes of bitching about the braidwood loop, and then we go to other shit. It's quite simple. It's quite simple. Anyways, Jesus Christ, the fucking slander today. It's fucking ridiculous. But like, I do think, just like being aware of what you're showing for gameplay and how that gameplay is going to look, if you're able to make the gameplay look good, that's an instant step of like, oh shit, this is nice. From a simple standpoint of like, when they were in the Ecolab going around the corner and like hitting, ow, I just hit my funny bone. Like, they were hitting the shoulder swaps and then didn't shoulder swap like for something else, right? They didn't actually shoulder swap on the peak. They didn't head peak. Like, they just kind of like ran out, right? It made it rough. Braidwood already haunts Dusty's dreams. Or Dusty told us yesterday. I see Braidwood in my dreams and it's still never legendary. Ever. Never. Someday I will. Okay, is this in game? That building actually looked nice. Can we find Joshua Wood in Dune? Chop a Josh? I chopped a couple Joshes the other day. Still no Lego.
Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you. That was the best. That was the best thing they've shown so far.
For our Q&A, but I have now Viljar and Leo back to answer your questions. Before we do that,
we want Joel.
For those...
Where's Joel? No Joel, no watch. That's in game? Yeah, ow. That looked nice. Like, why didn't they just start with showing off that stuff? I just, like, the planning and forethought. Do you think that they went to like the different POV like as natural progression, or do you think that they went to the different POV because like the chat was like, this looks ass? Like, I kind of wonder, because with live production, even Leo's sad. Even Leo is sad that Joel's gone. Oh my god. Wait, that's so good. That is so fucking funny. I love this. Even Leo is sad.
of you who have joined us a bit later, you might have heard about the fact that we have been moving the release date of Toon Awakening 3 weeks back to the 10th of June.
So they push it
with a
3
head
weeks?
start starting on the 5th of June.
So like a 3-week push, that's significant. That's very significant. Like that's not a nothing burger. That is not a nothing burger. That's a big push. Bro looks like he's about to cry. I mean, if I was a Dune fan after seeing like the first hour of that, I probably would be about to cry as well. Cause like as an unbiased, my sentiment after seeing the second half, right? Even just the last few like trailers that they showed, changed how like the actual game looked for me substantially. 3 weeks isn't that big of a push though. A lot of games get multiple delays.
I know, I was just putting it relative to everyone in Ashes freaking out that the Gathering fix got pushed back 2 weeks.
So anyways, looking at you, Path of Exile 2. Also, in terms of playtesting that's predatory, what's Path of Exile 2 doing for their playtesters who bought into the early access and were told that it was 6 months? P3 about to get delayed too? No, P3 will launch on May 1st. Why'd P3 get delayed? Progression's going fine. And honestly, like systems-wise, all of the things that were delayed from like the P2 roadmap are like complementary systems that don't really add a ton to like the actual gameplay loop that are easily implemented in phase 3. A lot of the reason that the shit's been pushed back from P2 is because they like escalated other stuff. I won't even lie. Okay with this? I mean, I too would be okay with it. I don't really care. I'd rather them take their time and get everything right, but you could argue that testing PoE 2 is now worth more because you paid $30 for 12 months. I mean, that's technically true. It is like, it is a better value. It is a better value. Like, as it gets delayed more, your value from playtesting purchase does go up. I say that with Ashes too, but just name at this point because there are different parts of P2 roadmap that don't need to be implemented. I feel like P3 is another catch-all for the rest of the game. Yeah. Their goal for P3 is just to get everything like feature complete from what we've been told via their wording, right? So like some things got shifted up, some things got shifted back, and that's just how roadmaps evolve. Like that's priority shifting, and we have to remember that a lot of things they moved up, it's like because of our like community sentiment on what we need. Like they've been very responsive to the community, and that's why we've had other things pushed back as like accessory systems that are less important. I definitely think people are very quick to react to like, oh, these things are missing from the roadmap. Like let's point out every single thing that's missing, and then they never fill it in with all of the things that have been pushed up, right? Yeah, I want to pause. Are servers down today and tomorrow? Yeah, servers are down today and tomorrow. They'll come up Thursday at 1 p.m. EST unless there's a pushback. Bets on Firebrand Pass. I don't know. I mean, if we have a shadow dev that saw the Firebrand shit, but Firebrand's been buggy for a while. I won't lie, like Firebrand, like untargetable stuff, definitely probably passed. They'll fix that if I had to guess, but Firebrand clipping into the mountain and shit like that and resetting has been an ongoing issue, especially when he spawns near like Steel Bloom. But on a flip side, if PoE 2 is progressing so slowly that people start thinking last epic would Glacier would. Yeah, I mean, PoE 2 is, they're trying their best. Firebrand Pass probably end of P3, super low prio. Yeah, it still works a large majority of the time. Like, I would think that large overarching bugs like mob becomes untargetable, they'll probably be like fixed an issue where certain mobs became untargetable in a certain state, right? Because that could be an overarching thing that breaks into more mobs. But like Firebrand's ability causing Firebrand to go into the side of a mountain is a more Firebrand specific case. So I don't think it'll be like a Firebrand pass where they get the world boss like fully 100% shored up. But I think the overarching thing of like this mob becomes untargetable in certain states and you cannot get it retargetable until you reset it will probably be looked at as a priority, because that's something that could be an overarching issue with more mobs, right? I just say cool difficulty. I mean, as long as there's substance added. So like the thing that when I grew up playing Diablo, right, there was normal, nightmare, and hell. And as you went up, mob resistances changed, like the scaling of things changed, of course, but like eventually you got into immunities. And with mob immunities, you would literally have to like plan your build and small parts of it around those immunity considerations. And if you didn't have something that could get around those immunities, you would either skip those mobs or you would literally just not be able to progress until you made adjustments. So I think like the normal, nightmare, hell in ARPGs, like, or the difficulty progression, it can be nice. You just have to add substance with it. And I feel like a lot of games like fail to add substance with just like completing the same thing over and over again, other than mob got slightly harder. One of those rocks specifically you can walk into the side of, so one might not have been on the dragon. Yeah, some rocks are super weird, but Firebrand's like flame breath attack has caused him to bug into shit very frequently. He bugs into, like, when he spawns south of Steel Bloom, the flame breath will bring him into the actual like wall of Steel Bloom, and then they'll just kind of like chill there for a little bit, and then ball. But can I call Grapply out like that? That's actually insane. That's actually insane. But yeah, so like Firebrand's been buggy with a few of the abilities, but Grapply didn't mean to. Where was Grapply when we needed him this week? Where was he? He failed us. He left us when we needed him the most. 1 second level without mob, having a mob grind. I'll play the Elder Ashes. I'd rather quest at a less effective rate than grinding mobs. Yeah, I get that. Questing will continue to be improved, right? Just like the fluidity and shit. It'll definitely get better. RuneScape's new survival game is pretty fun. There's like PvE survival. Only fought Firebrand once with guildies. It was really fun, no bugs. Oh, when it works, it's a really good, when it works, it's a really nice fight. I think the Firebrand fight is much better than the actual, like, Tumok fight. Tumok seems a little bit more basic, but you can make it PvP. Oh, really? Okay. When we were looking at the trailer for it, they were talking about, like, a PvE survival. Huh. I had to try to 1v1 Firebrand. Was that after the TTK changes? RuneScape Survival is super early access, but it does seem interesting. I'm jaded on survivals and extractions right now. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think survivals and extractions are the new battle royale genre, where like every single game is like survival mode, extraction mode, survival extraction mode, and like I don't even know what caused it, but it's like everyone and their fucking dad is just making survival games and extraction games like in mass. And I don't fucking get it. I don't know why that's the flavor of the last like few years of gaming, but it legitimately just seems like everything that comes out is survival, extraction, arena shooter, survival, extraction, arena shooter. Like that's it. I don't know. After Rogue release, I 1v1 him as level 18 Rogue. Pre-TTK? Oh, God. Yeah, Rogue was nuts with the sustain that it had. Only reason I got it because my two brothers got it. How much is it? And there's still no extraction shooter from one of the big studios? Well, because I don't necessarily think that it's like... Tarkov's like massive. But other than that, would have been like huge extraction shooter specifics. $30 for an early access survival game? Bruh. I'm also so tired of paying box costs for a game that I would play like for not enough time to actually get out of the like, I don't know, to get value out of it. Well, ring skills aren't that impressive. Yeah, I love Ashes iframe. Basically Valheim plus stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's kind of why I'm like jaded on survivals as a whole. None of them feel really innovative anymore. Like, what's a survival mechanic that can be done that's not already been done? Like, dude wiping the map. If I get 1 hour of entertainment for every dollar I spend on a game, I consider it a success. I could just jerk off for free. $1 an hour is pretty expensive. You got to realize I'm streaming. That's hard to balance out. That's like that's a big ask. That's a big ask. I gotta be like pennies on the hour. Buying an early access game at launch. Not fast. For you, it's like 90 seconds. Yeah, but I can do it a lot in an hour for free. You know what I mean? I do it a lot, and it doesn't cost me shit. We were actually looking at the... Funny enough, we were looking at the Dragon Wilds trailer. They had an iframe that just didn't look good. Oh, there's a Path of Exile 2 ad right now. Tell me why you don't have enough budget to have enough developers to currently work on PoE 1 and 2, but you have enough budget to run ads on your early access game. How does that make sense, GGG? Like, the entire PoE 1, PoE 2 shit was because they didn't originally have the manpower and, like, the capacity to simultaneously balance both like they wanted to. Because I can't afford devs. Spend it on ads. Yup. They spent everything they had on ads for their early access title. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that perfectly checks out. I absolutely get that. 100%. What the fuck do you mean? Well, private server Ascension that has YouTube ads. Dude, their ads are everywhere. Oh my god, the Ascension ads are fucking constant. They're insane. Like, just ever present, always there. Yo, what up, Leona? What's going on? Just balling, man. Downtime day, so we're kind of just chilling, hanging out. I want to play something. I might do more on my Schedule 1 solo playthrough, because that was pretty fun. And I have, like, more of an idea of what to do, although I did kind of fork up. I'll play Tarkov, but I got banned. What? How do you get banned on Tarkov? Were you cheating? What do you mean? Multiple fake gameplay for a game. Oh, like the mobile ads that are all like the shooter type things, and then they're just not actually that. Imagine actually getting banned for cheating in Tarkov. It probably wasn't even for cheating. He was probably just like BMing somebody. Yeah, he was probably just like yapping, knowing him. I have a 0.5 KD with a survival rating of 10%. What do you think? Oh yeah, you probably told somebody something mean. You probably told somebody something very mean. You don't care about BM? Well, I don't think that he was cheating. Tarkov banning more for BM than cheating. It's insane. I was extract camping with a grenade launcher. Why is that against the rules? That's tech. What do you mean? Come up with a solution to extract camping if you don't want people extract camping. I think I got a streamer. And a streamer like got you banned? Bruh. Were you extract camping a streamer? Was that what happened? Syncrout literally makes a living exfil camping. Is that a streamer? Is there a streamer this is exfil camping? Wait, that would be fucked. Like, isn't that the equivalent of like Fortnite bush camping basically? I want to play some Schedule 1. His name is Exfil Camper. Oh, fuck. 1,000 viewer plus streamers that do nothing but camp. Bro, can you imagine if I had like 1,000 viewers in the Ashes directory sitting on a rogue invis in the middle of a road, just like attacking people's vans and killing them nonstop? Like the equivalent of Summit tucking on a ship for 6 hours to get 10 seconds of funny ass content. I mean, I get it. I get it. YouTubers everywhere are adopting this one secret strat. I'm about to make a rogue and start streaming. Yeah, it'd be the best, like, it'd be the best tech, because like realistically, you just sit on a road, you get really fried, and then you just do a bunch of like neck stretches like this. And then you have 15,000 viewers. These 3 easy tips to streaming success, chat. I kind of want to start a new game and see how quickly I could cook up. I won't lie. It's gonna be thing in A2 phase 3. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Park my visitors at the entrance to tropics so people can always see it. Oh god. Oh god. PC1, playing actual Ashes content, PC2, stealth rogue sitting by the road that you swap stream to when someone shows up. Yeah, so like, I know I couldn't like multi-box on one PC, but what if I had 2 active accounts on 2 different PCs that I was simultaneously playing? That wouldn't be against TOS, like I'd just be better, right? If I had to switch mice and keyboards, right? I've seen people on Vira have multiple accounts for fishing. Interesting. Hey, can't go. I was doing beside being shit. Like, parts of it looked fine, right? Like, parts of it looked great. But the way that they presented it did not hit the hardest for me. I don't know. You need 1 active account on 2 PCs. I've seen people run multiple vans at the same time because they have 1 account and multiple computers. Wait, so you can log into, like, if I had DustyWhy So Hot and DustyWhy on the same account but on 2 PCs, I could log in on 2 different PCs at the same time? Surely that's, like, against TOS, right? It's because character login restricted, not account login restricted. Weird. I feel like they've emphasized that like multi-boxing is not a thing, right? I don't, huh? Can't account share, can't bot, 1 input for 1 action, but it's not against TOS. Huh, makes sense. Apparently Thor was too excited with Dune because he knows stuff people don't, to the point of making a sub Discord for it, but I don't know. I mean, probably because it's gonna be rewarding of just like a mass Zerg. So like, if he has a ton of people, he'll be able to like just Zerg over there and have success without getting run off, because he can lock down an entire area. Having a way to transfer on your character promotes multi-boxing, IMO. Oh, not having a way to transfer on your character. Yeah, no, I agree. I think an in-game mail system would be cool, with like a mail and a cash on delivery system. ArenaNet, and you forbid playing the game AFK. Great, very vague rule. They just said you can't play the game while you're AFK. So I bought a cheap laptop, can log into a processing alt and transfer directly to myself. Interesting. That seems really strange. But I mean, I get it. I get it. Like, I understand the tech. It just seems like something that they'd account for, right? Yo, what up, CJ? Alright, it's not coming over to the game soon. Badash's creation for saying he said is I don't know something about pirate guy. You explain the mechanics, then we'll get him into it. Yeah, I mean, you can avoid the pirate guy. We're actually just talking about how he's probably going over to Dune when that comes out in June. So I don't know. I don't know how much like long term he'll be over here, but talk to a programmer that says all of his accolades that Thor has regarding programmer are actually him being on a team that does this stuff, and that his actual dev/coding knowledge is super limited and dated. Yeah, I don't keep too much on like all of the drama and stuff, but thank God I'm not buying Dune. Yeah, we were watching Dune stuff for the first like 4+ hours of stream today, and it was yeah. It was rough, but I'm not necessarily like sold on Dune. I think it'll have its own area and like its own place, but like I don't know. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna smoke a bowl before we sell a bunch of bowls. I'll be right back 1 sec. Where's gonna be playing Defiance? What's Defiance? Okay, hello. I'm back. Defiance is great. Shut down. Defiance is an old MMO shooter from the early 2010. Oh, is it a meme? Defiance 2050. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't followed a ton of like his movements and stuff. I won't lie. I'm just kind of like hopeful that there are more content creators that do come over to Ashes and like enjoy it, right? That's the biggest thing for me. I don't necessarily expect Ashes to immediately be this like million viewer thing, right? I'm just hopeful that with Alpha 2 Phase 3 being more, you know, being more accessible, right? I'm pretty optimistic that more and more people will end up coming over, and through there, it will get the, you know, the eyes on it that it deserves, kind of like that momentum as a game. I think it'll be really good. 27 updates, longer before fresh start, servers, more content. There'll be more content creators in Ashes come P3. Oh, yeah. 24/7 uptime is going to be the biggest thing, because, like, hear me out. As, like, a full-time streamer, right? It's probably not the smartest thing for me to bank on having, like, 2 days a week where I essentially just, like, don't have, you know, the normal numbers and stuff like that, right? I mean, if you're someone who wants to take 2 days off, if you're like a 5-day on 2-day off streamer, then great. But if you're streaming full time, taking 2 days off a week, then good for you. But like streaming, you know, 7 days a week and having like 2 downtime days, it's a little rough. I'm not gonna lie. Like, numbers are substantially lower on downtime days, of course. That's natural. So it's essentially just, you know, that you're going to have less as a streamer on those days. So it's a little bit rough, but I do think across the board, like many streamers will see that there's no longer that downtime. There's that consistency, and there's going to be that constant growth. And from there, more people just end up coming over. I think P3 hits, and you'll have content creators from other MMOs that come over and like make it their main. Much more than now, where everyone kind of like, they stream it a couple times, they poke and prod a little bit. Like phase 3 is where people are really going to send in on it. So I'm excited. With that being said, I'll probably myself got extremely buried in the directory, and it's been good. It's been a fun time, but I think being buried in the directory as like, you know, 100 viewer streamer-ish on the uptime days is probably very good for the directory as a whole, because that means larger people are moving in, and I hope that it means that everybody in the directory continues to see insane amounts of growth, because I know myself, since I've come over here, I've grown, and I know since I've been over here, a lot of other content creators have also grown along with me. So it's very nice, and I just hope that the content creators that come in are like overall equally supportive of the scene and just want to see like the entire game grow, right? That's the big thing. Okay. So we've gone through this before, but on my solo playthrough that I started a while back, I didn't grab like the additional stuff from the RV, so my grow was kind of ass. So we're improvising here, and I feel like with the right grow I could catch up to where I was in like not long at all, except for the fact that I still don't know where the fuck to go. Technically, it's been out of software development companies for a while. Software as well certainly depends on the teams. New Ashes update? Yes. This is the new lifestyle skill update. The rework has come in, and honestly, they went for something a little bit more direct. So the freehold system has allowed me to take advantage of rooting balls of various varieties. Right now, these are just commons, and we're doing some player-to-player trade right now. So really just trying to introduce the goods that I have to the community of a new area and see if they would want to come back. This is a farming system preview. Exactly. I am simple farmer man from Vera, here to bring that Veran fire. 100%. What are we getting after the downtime? This downtime, nothing major. This is probably going to be bug fixes. 0.9.0 is going to be the next one. Supplying Envious? No, Envious doesn't need supply. They just get it once and then dupe it. Provide a sample to Chelsea. Where's this bitch? It's the gift that keeps on giving. Have a good night, Kanko. See you in an hour is crazy. And true. I won't lie. Check out RuneScape, Dragon Wilds. Stealth launch today. Game is surprisingly fun. Like, I'm just not a huge survival gamer. You know what I mean? I don't hate them. It's just survivals have never really been my preferred like method of game, right? There are a lot of people that do enjoy them. I'm just not like a big survival guy. I can play them casually, but with phase 3 so close and everything else happening, I'm not too worried about it. Body search in progress. What if you just fucked off? Wait a second. Why am I being gang stalked? This isn't the motel. The motel was down this way, right? Oh, the wrong way. It's a PvE game. Is it really a survival game? Yeah, like, is it a is it a base builder emphasis, or is it actual like survival stuff? I don't like survival much myself, but this one has great combat and a story. I mean, that's a good step for it then. Like, good combat in a survival is always nice. We watched the trailer for it, and it definitely looked like a little slow movement-y and stuff, but it definitely looked like it had potential. I'm not one to just be like, oh, yeah, this game's not for me, so it sucks, it's gonna die. But yeah, I mean, maybe I check it out at some point. There are so few downtimes left at this point that I'm not in a spot where I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, like, can't wait to try this game. I'm just more so like, I want Ashes to keep progressing and May 1st to come faster so I don't have to play other stuff, you know? So, spending like $30 on that just to know that even if it is fun, I'm just going to Ashes with May 1st, like, you know, it is what it is. Will they do more with questing with P3? I mean, they do constant, like, questing passes. So, throughout Phase 3, they're gonna get, like, by the end of Phase 3, everything's gonna be feature complete. Betas are just gonna be for polish of the game. Now, we're not getting a major patch, like, at the start of Phase 3, right? Phase 3 is gonna be, like, in between two patch deployments. We're gonna get 0.9, which is going to be before the end of P2, the last week. And then we're gonna 0.10 the week after P3 launches. So, like, we won't be going live with P3, with a ton of quest changes, with all of those things, but it'll be, like, continuously worked on, right? So that's the important thing. But again, like Seat said, even if questing gets better, mob grinding's always gonna be the way. Mob grinding's just, it's too fast, it's too efficient. Now, if you want to level on a slower pace, like, questing will be there for that, right? But I level questing I'm going to. Well, like, right now you can. It's just there aren't the best, like, indicators of where you can pick up quests, like where all of the quest distributions are throughout the world and everything there, you know? I think that's the large thing. I don't think questing will ever get to the point that you can level fully with it. I think of questing and Ashes as probably more of like an introduction to different mob grinds, right? Tell Carla I started Code Geass. 1 episode in. What do you think of it so far? Carla's not feeling well today. I may actually end up hopping off a little early tonight to go hang out with her. She got very sicky, but play this for a little bit and then see where we end up. At level 20, you have to do 200,000 quests to a single level. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is what it is in terms of the questing XP reward. But like, where I see that shaping up is like, obviously a more balanced reward scale for the questing. But I think questing is going to be probably a complement to mob grinding. Like, you grab a quest that brings you to like this area, and while you're in that area, you mob grind for a few levels, and then you turn in all of those quests, right? That's kind of like what I get from it. Just in terms of like what seems like it'll be the optimal route, but I don't know. I don't think that questing will ever be that like one-to-one the only thing you do to level, because again, the XP like tallies are going to get higher in like the requirement to level, you know? So I just, like you said, you would have to do so many actual physical quests to level in terms of the gross amount that it's like you got to do something supplemental to that to a certain extent. Steph's side quest I picked up was pretty fun, but ran into a part that I don't know where the next start point is. Yeah, and that can be some UX stuff that gets sorted out with like quest givers being more identified and shit like that. But I would really like kind of, I call them batch quests. Yo, Drew, thank you for the hydrate. Like, I call them batch quests. I think there will be gathering, processing, crafting quests, commissions, and like buy orders and stuff. There already kind of are to an extent, right? To stand still, killing the same bag of mobs for 6 hours, I'll go insane and start PvPing. Yeah, so like, what would you think from the balance standpoint if, say, at the start of like the Riverlands, you get a quest that's like, head over to Koralok and kill, you know, 20 of these non-elite monsters, right? And then you turn that in, and then you get like a follow-up quest that's like, go kill, you know, X amount of these elite monsters this time. And then you're like, oh shit, like, I either struggle through this and successfully kill the non-elites, or I like choose to get a group for the elites, right? Eventually, and it kind of progresses you through that. Because certain areas will have like elites, non-elites, and then also named mobs. So if you get kind of like implemented to a point with the questing where you have to progress through, first quest is non-elite, second quest is elite mobs, third quest is like if there's a boss in that area, right? That I feel like could be a nice way to like ease players into not only the questing progression, but also like the the group grind basis of it. You know what I mean? But I don't know. There's obviously going to be a balance somewhere. And that also lies into how the devs want questing to be weighed. Like, do they want people to... Wait. Plant a weed seed in the empty pot. Bruh. Do I have to plant a fucking seed in this pot specifically? What? Right. I don't... Why'd I have to do this one? That one was also empty. I just harvested the other plant. What the hell? It's a mockery of democracy. I feel like I'm being scammed. Head to bed when you're ready. Well, now I got goddamn weed seeds in all the pots and shit. Excuse me? Did this cop run all the way to my fucking RV? Did he come all the way from the town on foot? I'm being harassed. This is insane. Give this guy a fucking raise. I almost want to like let him search me. What the fuck? That's crazy levels of commitment. Actually insane levels of commitment. I'm not even gonna lie. That's impressive. All right, I'm going to bed. The Ashes devs are here. I'm being full gang stalked. That's unacceptable. It's ridiculous. I'm excited for world-changing quests. Oh yeah, like world events, story arcs, all of that stuff. I mean, there'll be so much more. The actual questing loop is only a portion of like what questing and commissions will have available, but so if you need 10 hours of mob grinding for good pay at one level, you need like 20 hours of questing or maybe 18 hours of pure questing to subtract the downtime for running the quest, etc. Well, that's just a big thing. It's like the downtimes. You know what I mean? In between quests, when there is a physical downtime, you either need to go the route of incentivizing the quest rewards so fucking heavily and like factoring in all of the downtimes, or you just have to like push people towards the mob grinds, right? I like quests that let you redo them, like repeatable quests. Yeah, but then I feel like you have a loop where it's like, this quest is the most efficient, so we only do this, right? Like, if everything's repeatable, then that would just be like, oh, everyone just do this quest until this level, this quest until this level. I definitely like, some of those can be nice, but I wouldn't factor in the downtimes, but a lot of medium level with them. Yeah. I hope mobs stop dropping whole pieces of gear. I hope it turns into quest rewards / crafted by people. I think mob gear is natural in games. Like, mob loot tables are definitely important. Like, it just normalizes everything. Interesting. I feel like this guy would have good weed. I won't lie. That's good weed. Some wrinkles. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yo, Stag, thank you for the look, brother. I appreciate you. What if mobs drop damage gear and you quested to turn into usable gear? When people just gather and craft at that point, I don't know, like, I feel like mob drop tables are definitely important. And I don't think that that's the solution to incentivize questing. Like, mob drop tables have never been an issue in games that do have, like, side-to-side questing, right? You don't say pure questing is only 80% as efficient as mob grinding. It'll probably be worse. Oh, this is where I have to grab everything. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I guess I should let these grow real quick. Perchance. Because I think I can also start with, like, weed if I just boof it, right? I just have to, like, make sure this all grows, and then I just have to boof, and then I can start with it. So that'll be a nice little supply. And then we'll be off to a good start. I just don't like being pigeonholed into a single play style. Being forced. Sorry. Being forced to only level one ways, man. Let me quest, let me craft or anything. Use freedom to decide how I want to level. yeah, I just, like, I understand the whole, like, don't want to be pigeonholed, but also just, like, just because something is, like, the incentivized way to do it doesn't necessarily mean that you're, like, not able to do anything else, right? I don't know. I think you're able to do other things. It's just, like, you've got to realize that it's going to be a dedicated playstyle, right? It's almost like there's one guy leveling on alpha just by fishing. Yeah, and it's like you've got to calculate like what type of path you want to go down, right? And each path has kind of like a distinct thing to it. It's like if you want to level your crafting, you're leveling your crafting. If you want to level your gathering, you're leveling your gathering. Like, it's all the balance of like what gameplay loop do you want to engage in? Grab stuff when we're leaving. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to grow so that way I can get some schweed from these. And then we'll keep this to sell. I'll boof it. I had another solo playthrough that I was like an hour into from like way beforehand, my first time playing. And then I did a dual playthrough with Carla. And I was like, oh wait, I can do this. I can do this. And the package station, yeah. Yeah, there's good room for just about everything if you put your mind to it. So we'll get everything. Can I can take the storage too, huh? I can literally take all of this shit because I'll get a new watering can. I went from 7 to 9.5 from killing Grems, 45 to 29 XP per, just level my crafting. Infeasible level questing from the testing of the scene, unless you want to play the game for 50 years. No, I get that. I get that. I think questing will like get better though in terms of the XP reward. Like you have to remember that I would say like the questing XP balance is akin to like every class having even numbers balance, right? It's not necessarily going to be like this is the optimal thing, like this is how, you know, how it should be done. But I think that again, it'll all get kind of like tuned as we get closer. And when that actual like progression point is called for, right? Now, not having questing is definitely going to lower like the quality of life for people that do want to quest. But if they're able to get everything else like in a good point and the quest functional, and then they tune the reward scale from there, I think that's the important thing. Blame Envious for the questing nerf in Ashes. What did Envious do to get questing nerfed? Oh god. Were they abusing something? Questing got better with the world stories. The focus, I think questing's on their list of polish items. Yeah, I do think it's really just like getting everything functional first, right? Because if they have quests that are rewarding but half of the quests don't work, then it's like, okay, well, why are you balancing the rewards when shit doesn't even like, when we can't even do the quest, right? So I don't know. I feel like getting everything to a very functional spot probably is the best place. Gonna play Ashes or something about it? Ashes is down today. Physically can't play Ashes today, unfortunately. Tuesday, Wednesday downtime for the remainder of phase 2. So that's yeah, in both of the titles, like the YouTube title has like downtime day discussion and stuff, but unfortunately down both of those days. So we just kind of chill, hang out, do a little bit of yapping and whatnot, and then typically branch off and chill on something else for a couple of hours, and then game will be back up Thursday at 1 p.m. But as a daily streamer, I still just throw content up. We talk about the game, we check out some other games as well, and just kind of vibe and have fun with it. So focusing on the core gameplay that's unique to Ashes every MMO's quests. And again, how many like patch passes have we gotten to areas where it's like these quests were not working properly, we fix these quests to actually like make them function, right? Where else do I need to go? Okay, over here. And I think there were so many like non-completables, right? So many things that just didn't exist properly that as those continue to get sorted out, it's probably way better. Would you say it's worth $100? Oh yeah, for phase 3? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if you don't end up enjoying it, you have a 90-day period where you can just get your money back. Wait, that's not it. So like, even if you decide that it's not for you after trying it, it's not like your money's just gone forever. You just put in a refund request within 90 days from your purchase period, and you get all of your money back on the Ashes website. I might quit playing games. Well, I quit playing games. When do you wait till the game comes out? I mean, in terms of that preference, it's just like, do you want your first experience with it to be the finished game, or do you want to hop into the playtesting phase? That's the big thing. If you're excited about possibly playtesting and like actually having kind of having like an impact on the feedback in the future of the game and how everything shapes up, then I definitely think it's very fun to be a part of. But if you want to wait until everything's polished, everything's like all fully implemented, right? Then that's going to be more of a launch thing. My RV just blew up. Good thing I got everything. There are a few quests in the game in P1 that Envious min-maxed and went 1 to 8 in like 30 minutes. Was 8 the max? Was that like, did they just completely 1 to max from that, or what was the deal there? Chatting, why do you go playing games? It just gave us a 5-level boost. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Were they like repeatable quests, or were they just like broken scaling quests? Because there were, I mean, Bo found a repeatable quest that may or may not have been bugged in the state that it was in, but that was good XP. It was just definitely not working properly. You know what I mean? 10k XP each, and there was like 8 of them. Oh, interesting. So that's probably why they reduced some of the base XP rewards. That checks out 100%. Is there anyone near me? I don't have package weed, do I? I didn't package shit. No. At least I'll have way more storage though to start out. This will be grand. I'm glad they haven't done lore quest in game. I want to save that discovery for the real game. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Figuring out all the lore, like, and when you look into more of the like very, very, very deep systems of Ashes, right? Realizing all of the relic acquisitions through like constellations, through all of those small things, I feel like when you look at how deep Ashes can go, it's genuinely fucking nuts. It really is. Where should I put this one? I don't think that I can put this. I could take out that trash can. So I feel like I need to get trash bags. God fucking damn it. All right, well, I'm just gonna store all of this real quick. I guess I don't need like a second trash can, do I? Because I already have a trash can. So I don't need 2. The fuck? Why are there cops out there? It's fucked up. But yeah, I don't know. Where would we... If you could say mob grinding at its optimal is like 100% XP, right? In terms of like what's potentially earned. Where would you... I don't have to buy a grow tent because I'll just have the stands. So I'll need... Whoops. I just flashed this, man. That's so unfortunate. Questing should be like 50% and gathering should be like 20%. That's kind of where I think of it as well. I won't lie. I think questing should also include a lot of mob grinding, right? Just naturally. Not like a lot, but how many different types of quests do we realistically have? We have fetch quests, we have gather quests, and we have like mob quests, right? That's really the basis of it, I think. So, I don't know. I feel like with Ashes, you just have a lot of like mob grind heavy quests, and then you will buy a grow tent. Do I actually have to buy the grow tent? I'm not gonna use the fucking grow tent for anything, brother. What the fuck do I need the grow tent for? I'm not gonna use it. Yeah, I definitely think there is the happy medium point where it's like, this is worth doing, but I recognize there's something else better. What up, resetting? Oh, wait, I have to deposit. No, no. I need to get my money up. I need to deposit everything. God damn it. There we go. Much better. Resetting, have you been grinding this? I feel like I'm still behind the curve. Not that there's like a curve in this shit, right? But I had my solo playthrough, and then Carla and I had a duo playthrough. And in our duo playthrough, we made like a ton of progress very quickly because we started figuring it out. But it was fun. The last question is the keys that you get, are the 2 extra keys that you get, or are they for friends? What do you mean the 2 extra keys? I don't think there are any packs currently that give you any extra keys. I do not believe, anyways. It's just the access for yourself, and I don't know if there were any like older packs maybe that gave that, but yeah, I don't believe so. I don't want to use the grow tent in the fucking soil. Or the soil in the grow tent. I want to use the soil outside of the grow tent, please. Did they like fix this so you still have to progress through the early part? Because I feel like I skipped this all before. Where's the closest payphone? Oh, right here it is. I love dungeon quest lines that start as breadcrumbs and lead to the dungeon area. Every major mob grind area has one, but they're underwhelming or bugged by the end. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking, Hoofs, earlier with like a build-up. When you buy the pack, it says Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Beta keys. Oh, yeah, so that's like, that's your personal access for those phases. So like, those are 3 different phases of Ashes. So the Alpha 2 Phase 3 key is going to be the upcoming, like, May 1st phase, right? And then you have your Beta 1, which is going to be your, like, first beta period, right? That's going to be after the alpha. And then your Beta 2 is going to be the last beta period. That's the one directly before the launch of the game. So you get access to all of those, but it's just your access to that. If friends wanted to hop in as well, they would have to, like, they would have to basically get their own access. Yeah, so it's just a one-off. You do get 3 keys, but those keys are, like, just for you, you know? Where was this dead drop? I didn't even look. I probably should see. Oh, he just messaged me when it's ready. Okay. I was gonna finish the same quests on both tombs. I never did finish the Carf quest. I didn't even progress the questing enough to, like, understand what the Carf quests were, right? Like, I genuinely, no part of my progression went around questing whatsoever. It was strictly mob grind. Strictly mob grind. So, got it? Yeah. Let me know if you have any questions, man. I'm more than happy to clarify anything. Because it can definitely be a little bit confusing at first, but once you get the gist of it, it makes sense. Basically, with either of the packs, the $100 pack, and I can actually show you this. I'll just show you this real quick. So basically, like, the $100 pack down here gets you in on May 1st, and then you just are in for the rest of development. So that's your Alpha 2 Phase 3, that's your Beta 1 and your Beta 2. Your Wave 2 pack here is $10 more for the 110. That gets you in, like, in between now and May 1st. So at this point, it's just a couple more weeks. Honestly, I would definitely recommend waiting until May 1st at this point. It's 2 weeks and then you're in for the fresh start servers. So save your $10, hop in on May 1st, and then it's also 24/7 server accessibility at that point. So, like, you don't need to worry about any more downtime days, which I personally can't wait for, because downtime days as a streamer are my nightmare. I hate them. So we basically, like, we do everything we can to yap a little bit. Like, tomorrow we'll do more like Ashes React stuff. I do have a few videos that I'm gonna check out. But just today it was more like checking out the Dune stuff and then chilling for a little bit. So the big chill Tuesday, Wednesday will be React day, and then Thursday we're back on and we're playtesting for 5 more days. We do that one more time. Wait, no, technically twice, because it'll be the 22nd and then it'll be the last one. So technically we do this 2 more times after today. So then we're there. It's so close. It's genuinely so ungodly close, chat. I cannot wait. I need to move all of this around. This is shambles. This is rough right now. Although, like, I don't even need the seed right now. I do have 20 of these. I probably didn't even need to buy, like, any of those seeds. I like the delivery quest in Ashes. Like, just go around, gather random things throughout the world, and then deliver. Like the parcels and stuff like that. Oh god. I fucked myself over. Another quest line for Seth, Steelbloom, Highwayman Hills, and the one for Oaken and Church. What are the rewards like for those, Hoofsy? Like, is there... I feel like for those, it would make sense to have, like, a big, like, culminating item for the completion, right? You would think. But I'm sure, like, no gear. I'm sure rewards are gonna be, like, squared away more, though. Like, I'm not holding that too much against them if the rewards aren't perfect from all of those dungeon quests at the moment. I think that that's perfectly understandable. Okay, why must I do these? I don't want to clean up after myself. Come around, understand that the quest lines. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So what do we think would be like an appropriate level reward for that? Like for completing one of those? I feel like maybe like blue gear for most of them. I don't really think going above blue gear would keep it like reasonably incentivized, you know what I mean? I do feel like the second you add like heroic and higher, it gets a little hairy, but who knows? Who knows? Products, I have to list you for sale. We're gonna go 45 because of that primo shit. And then I should probably sleep. We have a lion hold quest that gives blues. I mean, I would assume pretty much everyone would do that at that point. A dungeon level appropriate piece that you can't get as a drop from that dungeon. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Rarity wise, like, I guess it depends on like what dungeon you're running. But I don't know, I wouldn't really go like heroic or anything higher than that, you know? There's a set to motion quest that gives you 3 greens of your chosen type. Okay. So that's not the worst. I need to go to the hardware store. Rare at most from quests. Yeah, I think anything past that just like incentivizes the quest too much, right? Would probably pull away from people actually doing that. Oh, we need to buy a trash bag as well. I forgot that. Any more cuts into crafters? Yeah. So instance content. Talking about cutting into crafters. I've talked about how I kind of like want for instance content, right? I would like to see at a certain level of pushing that up to a difficulty, right? You push up the minimum rarity threshold that you can actually get from that content a little bit, right? So say you're killing bosses that would normally drop blues and you're at like the 7 out of 10 or above difficulty scaling for the instance content. Having a chance to, at a certain difficulty scaling, push up the like minimum rarity threshold to that next level. New platform called loco.com. The fuck? No, I would never stream on something other than Twitch. Twitch is always going to be the best thing for a streamer to stream on. Anything else is like, in terms of live streaming, just not worthwhile in my opinion. Let's see if we can push this guy up. He's up tremendous. And by up tremendous, he got scammed. He got fucking scammed. Yo, Johnny, thank you for the hydrate, brother. Think another way to promote crafters to allow them to upgrade existing material items at a material cost. So they've talked about tempering. That was actually something that had potential to make it in for P2 that didn't. But I don't know all of what tempering is. But tempering could potentially be that like upgrade. That's what tempering is. Oh, word. Welcome back to Twitch after so many. Yeah, and like in terms of the community that's present, like you gotta realize if a large streamer that was once on Twitch that has 10,000 viewers goes over to a different platform because they're paid to, A, they're getting paid to, right? And B, they're probably gonna have like 1,000 viewers over there instead of 10,000, just because the like number of people that are over on those other platforms watching are going to be like way lower. So I don't know. I think it's important to remember that, right? If you're a streamer, like, yes, discoverability in certain areas may be lower, but like as a streamer, I've also got to be wary of like, am I going into a directory that is super packed with massive streamers? Well, if I am, I'm probably going to have less like, you know, brand recognition, right? Like less name recognition. Why would somebody watch DustyWhy if I'm in Call of Duty when they've been watching a Call of Duty streamer for the last 10 years? Like what's going to make them instantly switch to me, right? And that's where a lot of streamers that are like, oh, there's no discoverability, like I can't grow anywhere. Well, there are two things that could like kind of weigh into that. Like, one, you're trying to grow in a directory that like just isn't really set to grow in as a small streamer. 2, content might just not be good. If you're going to a bunch of like smaller directees as well, and you're still not growing, then you gotta look at some other things. But I think a lot of people that are like, oh, Twitch's like discoverability sucks. I really think you just have to like be aware of where you're going and like what you're trying to do. Peter's gonna get scammed here, hold on. 250. He's in. Oh my god, I just sold 4 for 250. I sold 3 for 185. These people are getting full scammed. This is great. I'm already scamming the people. Crafters aren't real people. Johnny, thank you for the 30-day streak, dude. I appreciate you. So I gotta go back to the cribbo. Got him. Yeah, I appreciate you, dog. You can get a piece of rare ashen, or you can craft as a heroic. Why not be able to upgrade a mob drop at a fraction of the crafted version cost? Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. I completely get that. Body search. You know what? I'll just let you search me. Fuck it. Here. You don't have shit. GG. I'm better. Fuck off. They can smell it on me, but they can't find it on me, chat. I thought you needed to know the recipe of the item you were deconning. Yeah, I thought you had to... Don't you have to, like, know the recipe or not? Am I tripping there? I was quite certain you also had to know the recipe for, like, what you were deconning. Because I don't think you can just get the decon kit. That's what a lot of people that are deconning were saying. Now, I haven't deconned because I don't have shit leveled besides lumber milling, so what the fuck am I going to decon? A plank? But, like... I heard people saying that you need the recipe learned to decon something, no? Am I the one that's on the drugs? I'm convinced not a single real person crafts. Most of them are NPC spies with advanced AI. I don't know if most of them are advanced, but some of them do be AI. I mean, honestly, use New World as an example. Most of our favorite crafters in New World were AI. Thank you for gathering and supplying the entire market with everything that I needed to war successfully. I appreciate you guys. Hi. Okay, she doesn't want drugs. Who can I give drugs to? You want drugs down here. Hi. 3. Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure. Although, wait. Do you smoke all this yet? Nice. Nice. Okay. I forgot I could do that for a sec. Do you want weed? Ludbud? Enjoy? Do you want weed? Are you sober? George? Nope. George doesn't want weed. Who wants weed? Payphone. Finish a few deals. Yes. Oh, we're offering a lot of samples, Uncle Nelson. We're offering a lot of fucking samples. I've been getting everybody high in the streets. You don't need to worry about that. But yeah, New World's crafting system was actually entirely ran on like bots. I won't lie. It was kind of wacky, but it did supply literally everything. Oh my god, there's no way I just sold one for 60. What the fuck is this? I'm hosing people. I'm hosing people. 365 for 6. Oh, Geraldine, thank you. Geraldine. My god. Chat, I've never scammed people more than I am right now. This is wild. I don't know if I just have all of the divine favor, but... entirely player-run economies scare me. They really do. There's always like that one guy that just has way too much money. Expires in 2 hours. Who's late? Hey. I have everything. I'm gonna pickpocket this as well instantly. Turn away. Ain't no way. GG. Thank you. That is a comeuppance. Why do I have $999? Can I not have more than $999, or is that just coincidence? Am I tripping? I'd like to buy the room. Okay. I think we're good now. Everything's fine. Gold cap. I'm too rich. I hope Helen Wong plays Ashes. Honestly, one of the greatest philanthropists of our time. I haven't dropped a single deal yet. This is insane. You're gonna pay 50, you're gonna pay 60 for a G. Oh, this is insane. We're too good, chat. Genuinely too good at negotiating. This is huge. Sauerkraut, pizza, and then taco ticklers. So we pop here. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Wrong interact. That's my fault. You can keep that because it's just one. And then we go up here for a 2 for deal. If we can get up here as it expires, we're up tremendous. No, I really do look forward to Gathering in Ashes. I think, like, New World Gathering and crafting was so fucking bad. Like, the upkeep of all of the consumes and, like, just everything that was associated with it. It was originally, like, not profitable, then it was way too profitable. New World Gathering went through so much. I do like Ashes Gathering a lot. I think it'll be a very good, like, sustainable thing. What up, Bad Dad? Schedule 1? I played it for a little bit before, but always just a little side hustle for me. 175 for 3 is going to be an absolute scam, but it's going to work. Jesus Christ. I don't know how I'm getting away with this. I would murder somebody and it would be less of a crime than what I'm doing to these people. This is crazy. I have Peggy over here. Peggy's one of my favorite customers. I'm not going to tell you what she does for me on the side, but she does do something. I don't want a haircut. How much blood will be on your wood? Too much. Never played. I've seen it as funny shorts. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a blast. Pardon me? Listen here. Listen here. If you're not Peggy, I don't want to talk to you. Hello, Corla. Listen, Peggy, no. It's not like that. It's not what it seems like. It's not what it seems like. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better or worse? I was chilling and I was like, I should probably like wrap up earlier tonight. So that way, wait, I'm gonna try to scam. 91% chance of success, 78% chance of success. Take this away and then we'll scam her. How much can I scam? 2 for 76? Yeah, fuck it. Okay, that's fine. Who got Peggy? Don't worry about it. It's honestly just one of those like frequent flyer bonuses, right? She gets blessed up on her packs. I get pegged sometimes. Everything's fine. It balances out. And that's how you conduct business. That's how you form like ongoing relationships in this world. And it's an important thing to maintain. Frequent flyer Peggy. Yeah. She always is one of the first ones to buy up my stock as soon as it's available. She always tips great. It's sometimes even a painful tip, but the tip is always there. Always there. I have to move everything already. I mean, I guess I didn't even like set much down. If we're being honest, I didn't set shit down. I just kind of like made do with what I had. I should probably move some more of this shit. I'm gonna need to do a couple trips, but I do have 2 storages already, so that's gonna be huge. I grab my storage and everything. Peggy takes her stock. It's a bit of a small stock right now. We try to liquidate assets as we can, but unfortunately, it's a little bit hard sometimes. I feel like I've seen this video somewhere. Did you pay for it? Do you get the premium version or not? Because there's like the premium and then there's a free, like, there are a few versions that are floating out there. I just want to make sure that you're getting like the good accessibility, you know what I mean? Just really getting the most out of your buck. I can see, I feel like that's not going to be a good spot for that storage. Maybe like here for the small storage. And then we'll need to go yacht. And probably another loop. The good shit. Like, we're moving up in the world. Damn dealers. Fupo, I'm just helping the community. I'm helping the community stay connected, stay together. It's all about the community. I'm doing it for them.
Clumps were clumps.
Should be ashamed. I'm proud. I'm doing philanthropy. I'm doing good work for the people, and you can't tell me that I'm not. What have you done for your community lately, Fupo? When was the last time you helped the people smile? All you do is take lives. Fupo the violent. Fupo the headhunter. Fupo the feared. I've heard The tales. I've heard the tales of violence, but I've never heard of Fubo building a community like this. I'm restoring happiness. The people smile when they get my product, Fubo. We're doing this for them. You know, maybe if you joined me sometime in these streets, you could see the way. You could see what we're offering them. Fubo gave me a day off from PTR. Oh no. Wait, why no PTR today? Just no PTR test? Or like, what's the dealio there? Move the Grotens. Sure. Oh, I have to get my packaging station too. Fuck. Fubo cured my cancer. I mean, this weed might cure your cancer. Oh shit, Saint, thank you for the hydrate. Dude, just copy pasted his hydrate. Fubo does fundraiser events for children's hospitals. I give drugs to children's hospitals. How do you know I'm not giving drugs to the kids, Fubo? What do you mean? What do you mean? Kids need drugs too. Like, I'm not discriminating. Like, if no drugs for kids, well, why not? What if the kids want the drugs? I feel like Flintstone vitamins or drugs. Those shits are laced with Fent or something, because like Flintstone's vitamins are better than any other, like, are you talking like the gummies? Cause like, I swear to God, some gummy vitamins are like absurdly good, like way better than they have any business being. I can't believe I'm scamming these people. I cannot believe I'm scamming these people. 160 for 3, you're gonna do it. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Okay, get absolutely cooked. The problem is, I don't have any bags. I have no bags. I have no weed. I can't buy any more bags right now. So it's a little bit rough, but it's okay. Everything's fine. Is this a payphone? That's not a payphone. Are you a cop? Wait, did you pull a knife on me? What the fuck? Why would you pull a knife on me? Turn this shit into a murder real quick. Hey. No. No. That bitch pulled a knife on me. Arrest her. You hit her with a bat. She got in my way. If she didn't step in front of the bat, I wouldn't hit her with a bat. Why wouldn't she pull a knife on you? Well, if I hit you with a bat and I get the first hit and you try to turn with a knife, I already have the advantage. So like, why would you pull a knife if you've already been hit with a bat? On like the other side of the spectrum, right? Like what? Why would you do that? Deal for Mick. Oh wait, was that one of my deals? Oh. I think I just killed one of my customers. I'm not gonna lie. If you hit me with a bat, I'm gonna close the gap and shank you. Well, you saw how well that worked for her. I feel like once you get hit with the bat, the odds are no longer in your favor. Just for your consideration, right? I don't think that went well for them. Where is this guy? Hey. Hey. Down here. What the fuck? You're not seeing me from there. Shut the fuck up. How do I get up here? Grapple. No. She's not 6'6", 240. Well, if you're 6'6", 240, then I'm just gonna outmaneuver you. Yeah, you're not as nimble as me. I'm wiry. I'm quick. You've got the acceleration of a boulder. It's like once you get going, you're going, but I'm gonna have to weave this deal. All right, come here, cowboy man. I'm gonna just... Fuck! I only had one and he didn't want it. That was not worth it. I should have just slept. Now I gotta snake my entire way back. I think I'd die if I go that way, right? Am I just getting like... Ain't no way you saw me. I'm gonna smack this guy as I come around the corner. It's just a quick doink. There's no reason to be alarmed. There's no reason to be alarmed. Don't. Just relax. You still baggy? I have no more baggies and I had no soil. Police are nearby. Lick my nuts. I think I'm fine. Yeah, I forgot to get soil and baggies. Pretty sure there's soil in your pants. No, that was calculated. That one cop got the jump on me, so I smacked him in the forehead. And then everything was sorted out. They have no idea that I'm even here. Like, we're chilling. Yo, what up, cheeks? Next 2 days are my Hogwarts Legacy days, but wanted to hop in and say what's up. Yo, I appreciate you coming through. We got any news on tests yet? Nothing yet in terms of like what's gonna be coming through, but man, I hope so soon. All right, we're not doing this again. You're gonna let me back to my cribbo. Yeah, I mean, it's just some light application of bat to head, and it's fine. It's fine. Nothing lost here. I simply walked away. It was a misunderstanding. They scared me. Some people scream when they get scared. I reactively smack people with my baseball bat. I don't think that's too like far-fetched. People have different reactions to things. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. It was not my proudest moment, but like I thought that was gonna take up both of my spots. Soil. Just get fucking 5 for right now. I don't need a lot. Yeet. Why is your bat so small? I mean, it doesn't have to be like a full like 34-inch drop 3. Like, if you think about like a youth baseball bat, this is probably the size of like a T-ball bat. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think it has to be like a big like a 34-31 like thwacker. I think that it could be like, it could definitely be like a T-ball bat, like a one-hander. Oh, are those like the torpedo bats? The things that got banned? I heard that those got banned, but I don't even know what the fuck they are. Is there like some tech with those bats? Try being a degen selling drugs to the kiddos. We sell the drugs to everybody. It's not just the kids. It's not just the kids that get the drugs, but we like don't tell the kids that they can't have drugs. Like, everybody can have the drugs, but we're not making people feel like obligated for the drugs. You know what I mean? We're just simply offering it to the community and letting the community decide what they'd like to do from there. So just do with that what you will, please. How good's your meth? No meth yet. I'm simply an organic farmer man, docs. You know me, I come from Vera. I do have that pure Veran shit that you have not seen in these parts before. But I have not diversified into the chemistry yet. I'm simply a gardener. I'm simply a grow man. What do you need to tell yourself? Cheeks, these drugs are saving the community. This is for the people. All of the people. I need my fix. I don't know, man. I don't do that here. Nothing illegal here. This is simply like all of the legal shit, all of the stuff that you would feel comfortable telling your mother that you were doing, right? So, I don't know, just if you're looking for that rapscallion shit, go elsewhere. We're curing cancer here. We're doing this for the kids. No doctor disrespect. Like, we're out here really doing it for them. Schedule 1 means it's legal. Yeah, because you're like scheduling the drug deliveries. Exactly. Yes, exactly. People just don't realize these things. It's crazy like how close-minded some people can be. Hey, Austin. I'm gonna hose this guy. It's like $100 per. I'll see you in the afternoon, sir. I'm sure it's for their glaucoma. Yeah, they have trouble sleeping. And this knocks them right the fuck out. Ever since they banned like the old opiate to the gum that the parents used to do for the kids, this has been a huge craze. A little bit of OG Kush to the dome, and you don't even have to shake the babies to get them to sleep. It's really nice. They just kind of, they settle right down. They mind their business. They chill. Kyle wants to get scammed again. I scammed the shit out of Kyle last time. $250 for 4. You'll do it. This guy has no concept of money. This guy is absolutely getting fucking hosed constantly and he doesn't even mind. He doesn't even care, chat. He's so irresponsible with his money that it hurts me. Hey. Hi, you want a sample? Oh. I can't give her a sample. Who wants to get high? Mrs. Ming. Peter wants 5. God damn. Do you want weed? We'll get her fricked up. How much does Peter want? Counter offer. Let's just see if he'll do $300. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Everybody's getting hosed. I don't know, like, if it's just my natural riz or what it is. But, like, people are way too comfortable getting absolutely fucking railed monetarily by me. Turn around. Don't look at me when I do this to you. We gotta line it up and kaplowy. Easy. Easiest thing I've ever done. Alright, so we're gonna go sell this to Peter. We're gonna steal it from Peter, and then we're gonna kick the shit out of Peter. It's a simple process here. We'll come back for you. Where's Peter? Where's skate park? Isn't it right over here? This is skate park, right? Peter, you're late. Peter! Hey. Why are you late? Hey. I have your weed. Do you have my money? Peter. Okay. Oh. There we go. And then I just need you to turn around, Peter. Thank you. And mine again. No! Peter, shut up! No cops. No cops! Peter, I can't... Peter dropped the phone! I can't have you calling the cops, Peter. Okay. Hey. What the fuck? Am I being mugged? What the hell? Is this a wave defense game now? The hell is this? I just got like fucking random aggro. There. They killed each other. Hey man. What's up, Kyle? Hope you're having a good day, dude. I should let people know there's... Can I not grab the traffic cone? I was gonna try to mark that there was like danger there. No one will see him. Yeah, that's fine. The bad news is I only have 2 weeds left. And I don't think I can get a third weed right now. Do you think he'll take 2 weeds for 175? He's going to. He's so lucky. The flickies aren't meant to be. I don't know why he didn't take my 2 weeds. Take off their pants? I don't think I can do that. I don't know if I'm like allowed to go that far. Although it wouldn't be a bad idea to frame them. It really wouldn't be. I'll sell this last 2. I mean, since everybody else is just being fucking unreasonable. Sauerkraut Supreme. No, that's Ludbud. Who do we have here? Is this? I hear you walking. Wait. Shipping containers. Okay. Hi, Sam. Do you want this? Can I get in your pockets and run? Oh! No! I'm gonna reduce my clientele significantly if I keep murdering them. But like, people can't be allowed to know. Hey. I need you over here, bud. I just cooperate. He's already disappearing. You might not be a good businessman. I mean, I'm a great businessman. I'm not gonna lie. I am definitely businessman. This business is going great. Man's gonna have to restart because there are 0 people to buy. I have 2 messages right now. What do you mean 0 people to buy? What do you mean? Hoosie's autocorrect is cooking him tonight. The autocorrect is unforgiving to my man. It's okay, Hoosey. We know what you're saying. We know what you're saying. Nobody should honestly like walk around this town without protection. I have heard that there's like some madman running around with a bat just thwacking the shit out of people. I can't confirm. I haven't seen it like in person, but it's what the streets are talking about. So people do have to be careful. I speak good. Yeah, you just gotta like just turn into one of those boomers that uses like speech to text for everything. So you like yell into your phone and say like period and comma and everything like that. I definitely think that's the next step if you can't master autocorrect anymore. It's the evolution from like, okay, I can do this to just full fucked. Okay, we have 13. I can surely schedule these deals, right? Counter offer 115 to... Oh wait, I gotta like push them up more. I forgot that I can do like more quantity too, right? What if we do 5 and then 260? Okay. That wasn't gonna work. What about you? Do you want 5 for like 245? Okay. So I mean that's profit. That's good. That's 7 weeds sold. I'm okay with that. But I have no soil. Maybe pay attention to autocorrect at all? No, just trust autocorrect entirely. There's literally nothing that you have to worry about like autocorrect oriented. There is nothing that you as a human being need to worry about. Okay. What time is it? Is it 8:30? What time? Okay. See the result of that technique? It works. It's the forbidden jutsu, but at the end of the day, it works extremely, extremely, extremely well. You know what I mean? Okay. So, earlier today, Miss Corla got very sicky and did not feel well at all. So, I think what I'm gonna do is take off a little early tonight, since we're just chilling, we're just yapping. Tomorrow, we'll do a lot of, like, Ash's React stuff. I have some videos that I want to check out. Flanker dropped a, like, 15 things you need to know for Phase 3. So, we're gonna check out a lot of that shit. But yeah, Corla was in the hospital earlier today. So, she's good, she's chilling, but she's all drugged up and feeling like shit. So, much like this community. But yeah, so I'm gonna go chill with her, probably like, I don't know, watch a movie or something. She's down in Miami. She went down there for a wedding and like had a lupus flare up or something. So she's feeling real shitty. So keep Corla in your thoughts for me, boyos. She'll be chilling and I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing the same stuff with like more Ashes reacts and whatnot. But I'm gonna grab some food, chill for the night, maybe reset my sleep schedule so I'm not up at fucking noon and stuff. And boys, I will be back tomorrow. I will see you then. Fupo, I'm sorry. I know it's early tonight. It's early. I'm sorry. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow too will be good. There's so much Ashes content. We'll get the flanker react. We'll get all of the good reacts. We'll be up. Boys, I will see you tomorrow. Please, miss me, love me, and we'll be back. Now, I will say, this is like my shortest stream in literal months. So I do feel like, I want you guys to know, I feel legitimate anxiety when I get off a stream early. And there's a reason that I hung around this long, right? Like, I legitimately get like anxious and feel like shit anytime I get off stream for like, you know, anytime under 10 hours. Unironically. So like, I know like short stream this, short stream that, but like just know, I legitimately feel like shit when I do get off stream early to the point where like I've called Carla on days where I got off like an hour early before. And I'm like, I feel like shit, my chest feels tight. So Please no. I would love to be here fucking 15 hours a day, every day, if I could. But like, Carla was legit in the hospital a few hours ago and just got back. So I definitely need to go chill with her for a little bit and make sure she's doing well. But I'll be back. I promise we'll go the full 10 tomorrow. No early day or anything like that. But yeah. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Again, I'm sorry for taking off early, but sometimes priorities do happen. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, sorry for getting off early. I hope you guys have a great night, and I'll catch you at 2. Peace.